All right. Good morning, everybody. Well, in this case, it's good afternoon for Annie here. She is actually, good evening, more like. Yeah. I ended up closing out last session near the end of the day. What? Movable object. Now that's interesting. That's supposed to be a, Huh, okay. It's not like the game went through any updates or anything, but it, Okay. It has the correct icon now, but it doesn't for some reason while it's in the trunk of the vehicle. Weird. Those are the in the trunk of the vehicle there, those are the grindstones we picked up from elsewhere. I'm just going to leave them not in the trunk of the vehicle since that's an odd consternation. Now there were some generators in the trunk here that I need to bring somewhere else, I presume. I can cross these out because we finished these yesterday. Okay. I can actually fit another generator back here. A blue one. I'll continue to carry around one blue one in the Charms Flowers truck here. Okay. So we've loaded up this trailer and this step van right here. These two are going to go back to Jericho. And then we're going to go ahead and do that as an overnight activity because it is just about to be our bedtime here. I'm happy today. There's a little bit of snow outside, just a really light dusting of white on everything, like a bunch of powdered sugar all over the floor. It was really pretty. I just sat on my porch this morning and took a look at it. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna commute back to Jericho for the evening here. We should be able to make it to Jericho well within the overnight time phase here. Respawn's willing. I may or may not get out and deal with any respawns we come across. It depends on their density and placement. I did notice that one guy I'm not getting out for solos right now. I dread the day that I start seeing respawns in this area. This particular area right here next to the Expo Center is going to be a nightmare when it starts getting flooded again. I will have to start investigating alternative logistic routes if and when that comes. And it's as bad as I predict it could be. So if anybody, I have a couple of live viewers. Hello, everybody. We're just headed down the. This is First Street in Louisville, and look at that. We've got respawns right outside of one of my waypoint bases. Actually, I built a base here at the Reed office building, and so we cannot tolerate any respawn zombies in this area. Watching this ledge because I think there's multiple coming around that corner there. No, just one. I'm gonna do a perimeter check around Reed office building here. We're not currently using the base for anything, but we need to. If we drive past it, we see a bunch of zombies. We need to make sure that it is good on both sides. Last thing I ever want to do is come back here and see that they've destroyed my gate or something. Yeah, okay, we're looking good. And still got about an hour and a half to get back to Jericho. Hello. Multiple inside the convenience store there. Alright. Conventional wisdom would say don't use your guns in Louisville, but in our particular circumstance here, we are driving in an area that should be as secure as we can keep it, but in that particular instance, because we're in front of one of our bases there, one of our field sites that we want to keep clean, if there are zombies in that area, I want to draw them out. Now, if memory serves, we're actually probably going to run into some respawns when I take my shortcut here. Is the game already playing 2 soundtracks at once? Yes, it is. Okay. You hear it? It's like I don't understand how they could get this so wrong. It either plays 2 tracks or it stops playing music altogether. But unfortunately, when that happens, that means we just turn the music off and we play the music of the game ourselves. I was going to... Yes, I'm going to swap out the red generator here for a blue one, because I'm carrying around a blue one. Blue ones are best served at gas stations. I need to remove 3.9 encumbrance from the... because the blue generators weigh a little bit less than the red ones. Boom. Okay. Did this one need... Yes, this one needs some fuel. And I can't remember if I left any cans here. I don't think I did. I would prefer to have these particular... This place does need to be usable, so I'm going to siphon a bottle of gas, put it in there, so it can at least boot it up. Usually I carry around more than just one empty 2-liter. That's fine, 60%. And this, I believe, there's my shortcut, and I remember seeing some respawns out here. Yeah, there they are. Okay. That's a thick enough group that I'm gonna go ahead and wipe them out. If it was a smaller group, I wouldn't care. But they're right in the middle of the road. One to the south. Clear? No. There's probably a couple more coming out of the train station, but I got the group that I care most about. We'll be a little late getting back to Jericho. I was hoping to get there by 4. Can we get out of the road, please? See, actually, right now, the path I'm going to follow is a little informal. And so, technically speaking, these corpses I just knocked down are in my road. Whatever. We can deal with it. No, that's locked. Fuck it, I'm not going in. I'm not going in there just to deal with one door thumper. Sandwiches done thawing. Yeah, let's have a bite of sandwich here. See, a one-off like that in the middle of a wide open space, not worried about that. I just want to keep the roads clean enough that I can drive around any obstacles, including one-offs. So here's the Louisville train yard here. We've got our own little custom road that we built to cut through the edge of the train yard, leading to a residential area here. There's another respawn hotspot, but I think we're good here, yeah. This little park. Hello. Game decided to freeze for some reason. And just down at the end of this road is Jericho Base, which is a converted, I think it's a Gigamart. It's a grocery store of some kind. But it has some really good defensive value. 2 big, long walls that cannot be attacked. I'll tell you what, before I fire up the generator, I'm going to go ahead and sleep once. Because if there is anybody, like, around the corner or something, then I don't have to do a perimeter check just yet. Where's my... I gotta get in the habit of taking off some of these armor pieces before going to sleep. Good for my long-term happiness if I... Oh, that was a bad mistake. Wait a minute. That wasn't a zombie. That was the animals. Okay. See, if y'all heard a bunch of thumping just there when we first went to sleep, I don't think that was the zombies. I don't think there were any zombies. I think it was actually a one of my cows. We're gonna go verify that though. See, my cows, I put them in the house over here because they got stressed out, and because they're stressed out, they're gonna start smacking the door and breaking it. When animals are stressed, you can pet them to reduce the stress. It doesn't always work though. So in anticipation of this, we left some stuff on the floor so we can rebuild the door whenever they break it down. We are short a couple of hinges apparently. Yeah, we're unhinged. Okay. Well, what else is new, right? Go get some more hinges. One upside to all these houses that are looted and trashed. Whenever there's a place that's looted and trashed, the doors are broken down, and the parts of the doors get left on the floor. We do have to treat this area as hostile territory. Alright, we are no longer unhinged. Mostly. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are getting warmed up with some logistics here. We just did a loot convoy from our forward operating base, Butcher, in the northwest side of Louisville. And we are now back at our power center in sort of southwest central, which is a converted grocery store here in Jericho Base. And of course, the moment we got back, our cows destroyed the door again because they're still stressed out. So we had to get some more materials for a new door. And the rest of those knobs and hinges I'll leave on the floor for the next time they break it. Hello there. Good morning. Good evening for those of us on the other side of the planet here. I've noticed not many people stream at this time of day, so I'm capitalizing on that a little bit. Let's get our generator for Jericho fired up here. So Jericho, we actually have 3 generators. The one I just fired up is the one for the main base. And there's 2 others that have been running basically constantly for the past couple of months. These 2 over here, individually powering a freezer, so I can maintain my harvests of kale, and mostly just kale right now. The potatoes that I've harvested, I brought them forward with me. Howdy, howdy. All the way from Japan. Beautiful. Okay. I think we used up 1 can of gas that time. So we did not plant anything to replace the potatoes after we got rid of those. The kale is actually ready to harvest. Holy crap. Some of it is. Some of it is almost ready to harvest. Some of it is ready to harvest. We do have some of this kale has got a bit of mildew in it. I think we've still got some milk nearby. Yeah, we should have some milk left in the, left in one of the cabinets. When you get mildew, there's a simple recipe you'll find in a magazine. It's a pretty common magazine, actually. And the recipe is just use some milk to make a mildew cure. And yeah, here we go. We got a carton of milk here. The recipe used to require the milk to be spoiled, but right now it's not possible for milk to spoil. I'm sure the devs are hard at work on fixing that. We don't want to have milk that never spoils. That's going to make the game too easy. It literally does. So we got no mildew there. A little bit of mildew on this one. And it hasn't spread any further than that. So we just want to treat this one until it goes away. And that does the trick. Nobody else has got mildew. Oh, okay. So, because some of the kale is ready to harvest, but some of it isn't, that means we've still got some time before... I like to harvest it all at once, so we're going to give it a little bit of time. Kale is one of those crops you can harvest many times before you have to replant it. We planted this kale initially back in March, and it's currently July 29th. So we'll harvest it now, and we'll probably get another harvest from it before it's dead, because the its growing season lasts until like September or something like that. Now, our loot truck here has got a lot of stuff in it. In the trunk, we've got garbage bags full of standard loot. We got some more mac and cheese for the Wall of Shame, and one sword slated to be reforged. I'm just going to put that in my backpack. Some magazines to put away. A ham radio. And one of my backpacks, actually. One of my military backpacks. I do not want to leave that behind. Yeah, what I'm going to do is take a few things out, can of paint, and now that actually gives me enough room that I can put another garbage bag on the floor and replace. I want to be able to keep my military backpack with me. There we go. Oh, and one of those broken katana. So, we have found 2 broken katanas. We have not found an intact katana yet. Katanas are the best melee weapon in the game, bar none. I used to think they had similar stats to the sword that we can actually build. No, the katanas are actually much, much better. And the one that we found before, we turned into a wall decoration, because, I mean, it's broken. And we're using it alongside of a, what is that, machete right now? Yeah. Oh, hey, glad you enjoy it. If you're watching the first couple of parts, when I first started Annie, I had a bit of a volume issue with my microphone. I've fixed it since then. I think like part 4 or 5, I get the mic sorted out. But yeah, early on, I was a little bit harder to hear. Hopefully, it's still enjoyable. Yeah, let's get the other katana here to join the... So now we can make a little wall decoration out of the 2 broken katanas that we found here. I swear, the extended 3D placement thing that they added, you can turn anything into a decoration now. It's beautiful. Sweet. Look at these things I can never forge. The ability to make katanas is not available here in Kentucky, unfortunately. So we have 2 of our swords, the ones we can actually make, that need to be reforged. My own hunting knife, probably too. So we're going to go ahead and pull that apart. The sword that I'm using right now is in okay condition. It's like 4/5 in condition, so I'm not gonna reforge the one that I'm currently using. That wouldn't necessarily be worth the charcoal yet. Okay. And this machete that I was using as a wall decoration is one of the pretty ones. The ones you forge look really ugly, and the ones that you find look really pretty. There isn't necessarily a damage difference between them. The ones you forge and the ones you find are the same damage, but the ones you forge look uglier. Okay, what you can do with machetes, hunting knives, and swords. Those 3 things right now are the things you can reforge using a blade of one that's already close to breaking. So if we look for sword here, we can use the swords that are broken here, these blades, use those as an ingredient to make a new one. So we go through that process here. There's 1, and there's 2. And then we just do the same with hunting knives. We got 2 of them right here. And 1 machete. Does fishing work in this update? Yeah, I have not experienced any issues with fishing that I can think of off the top of my head. There's a couple things with fishing that you got to think about. Your skill level is going to determine what your results are, but also bait is really important. What are you using for bait currently? Is it if it's just a worm? I didn't get very good results last time I did fishing with just a worm. If I remember correctly, I think so far the best results I've ever gotten from fishing have been when using a bug, like a bug, sort of like a caterpillar or a snail. I remember getting really weirdly bad results when I was using a worm, which, you know, people would usually just use worms for fishing. It makes sense, right? In real life, it works fine, but in this game, I feel like worms, just regular worms, got nerfed. That was the feeling I had last time I went fishing. Unfortunately, I don't actually have access to a water source right now, so I wouldn't be able to check it very easily. But, oh, we're really hungry. That used up longer time than I thought, so we're gonna eat a sandwich. That's right, 2 years into the apocalypse, and we've got sandwiches. We're not quite evolved enough to make hamburger buns, but we can do sandwiches. Oh, if you've tried grasshoppers and caterpillars and you're still getting bad results, that's very unusual. The only thing I could think of beyond that would be check the what water source are you using? Are you using a lake, or are you using the Ohio River? I only ask because I actually have no idea whether the lakes are still good anymore, because I have only used the Ohio River in my fishing activities thus far. And now we're just, right now we're putting some handles on the blades we just forged. So 1 machete and 2 knives and 2 swords. Now all that's left to do for all those is sharpen them all. Got our grindstone right here. Beautiful, okay. We want to put one of those hunting knives on our belt there. One of the machete on our belt. And beautiful. Okay, we're going to put away the other swords and hunting knife back into our truck. And now finally we can add these mac and cheese boxes to our wall of shame. For context, if anybody's not familiar, mac and cheese is currently broken. You cannot open the boxes. So we are just using them as a wall decoration. Look at all this stuff we can't do anything with. Huh. So you're already level 5, and you haven't caught a single fish. I feel like there's gotta be something wrong with whatever the water source is you're using. That's the only thing that comes to mind right now. I could not think of anything else off the top of my head. I mean, I don't know what kind of a difference the rod would make. Also, once again, I've never used anything other than a regular fishing rod with either standard fishing line or premium line. I think your only options are like regular fishing line, premium fishing line, and then you can use twine. I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference. I think that the only difference is like what your chances are of accidentally breaking the line while you're reeling in an actual fish. So if you haven't even hooked any fish, then that's, yeah. That's very unusual. Nothing but trash all the way through level 5. That's, wow. But yeah, the Ohio River is the big water source that goes across the north edge of the map. And most of my fishing activities was just over here at our home base here at Riverside, where the bee is. So I wouldn't really be able to speculate about water sources beyond that area. I actually do have a fishing rod right here. If I was going to go near the Ohio River anytime soon, I would test it just for the sake of testing it. But alas, I don't expect that my current journey is going to take me too close to the Ohio River. We've got another radio to do something with here. I'm going to go ahead and put that over here as a decoration for now. Right there next to the other one. We found an electric base, a red one. Put that over here next to the other one. And a couple of empty M9 mags. Go up here with the rest of the 9mm. We have 156 empty magazines for 9mm. Well over 100 more at our forward base that are already loaded. Now, what is in our trailer is a couple of miscellaneous things. Perhaps more than a couple. I'm going to open up another garbage bag. Okay, yeah. We can leave that. We can leave that here for now. I will come back and sort it later. The important thing is to make sure the loot is unloaded. Now, we've got 3 generators in the trailer here. I think we actually have more generators in the trunk of Motor Shop here. Not Motor Shop, it's just the white van. No, we did not leave any generators in the parking lot inside here. What did I do with my generators? SWAT van? Yes, okay, SWAT van is currently carrying my other spare generators. Floodlights can go somewhere else, I suppose. If we've got another 130. 120, sorry, yeah, 120. That would mean we would have to get rid of the floodlights if I wanted to. If I put all the spare generators I have in one place. That would make sense to me. Let's get out a military backpack and put the floodlights somewhere else. We'll leave them in the vehicle parts truck for now. Alright, so one more yellow generator that goes into the SWAT truck. Okay, so near Muldraw, southwest of Rosewood. Okay. Right. Okay, so if you've tried the river, you've still had bad results. I don't know. I have no idea what could be causing that. Yeah, unfortunately, I have had decent results in the river at Riverside. It was only after I started using improved bait, though. Speaking of improvements, I need to slap another... So the SWAT truck here, it's just a step van. It's a step van with a pretty SWAT picture on it. It doesn't even have a special radio. And it needs a repair to the trunk. Do any of these others need trunk repairs? Yeah, this one does... this ambulance could use one, and so could this one. Okay, so we're going to go get our welding torch and 4 steel sheets, and we're going to repair all 4 of the trunks there. Because why not? We can do it. We have the technology. How about I just do it for every single one of my trucks? Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do it. Where is this? Okay, so this is Jericho Base. It is a grocery store that does not have a label on it. I'm gonna assume this is a Gigamart, and the location is central Louisville on the southwest side. So if you assume that the Iroquois Park here is central Louisville, then we're in the southwest area, southwest just of central. It's this little grocery store in the middle of a residential area, and I picked this place for a couple of reasons, but mostly its proximity to the where I made Ingress through the military checkpoint here. We established a sort of a field base here at Foxtrot, but that proved to be a little bit far away from everything, so I wanted to do something else. So I moved a little further up 31 West here, which goes to 1st Street after the intersection, and then it's basically the first right once you're on South 1st Street. You go on Waverly here, and then you'll end up at a big residential sector with this being the first, little grocery store there. And why I like this place so much is the fact that the wall in the south here, the back wall of the building, and the north wall here on this side, both the north and the south walls on the east side are completely zombie-proof. There's no windows or doors that they could break in through. So if any zombies approach from basically either of these directions, they have to go around the entire place and start trying to break their way in through the north, which is great. That a limited number of places that they can start breaking into. Very strategically important for a place like Louisville, where respawns happen all over the place. Steel sheets. I don't remember where I have most of them stashed here, so we're going to have to look around for them for a minute here. I need some water. And we have part of a sandwich for when we get hungry next. If I left any steel sheets, they would probably not be here. Oh, look at that. I did a doof and I left one here. Shouldn't have welding materials on this side. Welding materials should be going over here. And we need a total of 6 steel sheets, I think. Now, do I have spare welding torches? I've been pretty bad about welding torches. I've been centralizing them a little too much, to the point where I don't have a spare torch sometimes when I need one. Yeah, there's none over here, so that means I'll have to take the welding torch from the field kit of one of my vehicles. Does the charcoal van have one? No, the charcoal van does not. I know for a fact that Jorgensen & Sons has one. So we'll have to go start on this side. I always carry around a whole bunch of useful stuff in the glove compartments of my primary vehicles, up to and including a welding torch and mask. Alright, trunk of this bad boy, straight to 100%. And this one, straight to 100%, because this is the first time I've repaired any of these, so the first repair will bring you straight to 100%. I recently learned something very important about trunk repairs. You get diminishing returns every time you repair them, but there's a floor. Once you get it so that you've repaired it so many times that its max repair is only like 67%. For me, that was the floor. I can continue repairing it after that, and it continues to get repaired. It doesn't go any lower. So there is, thankfully, the diminishing returns don't diminish forever. I'm very happy about that. Because that means that there is no set lifespan on the trunk. You can continue to repair it. Did I just repair the lid? Yeah, I just repaired the lid instead of the trunk. Oops. So I'm going to need another steel sheet, and then I need to refill my torch. Which, of course, the torch is no problem. I have a billion propane tanks here. And just one more steel sheet. Do I have more steel sheets over here? I may have gotten rid of most of them. Yeah, okay. Now, I think I've left steel sheets on the floor at the metalworking area. No? Maybe not? Okay, we've actually used up all of our steel sheets. I'm impressed. I'm mostly impressed because if you look outside, you see all this stuff on the floor over here. That's like, I don't know, more than a dozen burned wrecks of cars that we ripped apart and harvested all the steel sheets from them. Now, being out of steel sheets is no problem whatsoever. We have level 10 metalworking and a advanced forge. We just got to reshape some of the other steel things that we have with us here into steel sheets. So what you need is a steel block. You turn a steel block into a steel sheet. So we need to make a couple steel blocks first. Forge block from chunks. So we're going to forge... Let's just do 3 steel sheets. No, let's do 5. We're going to do 5 steel sheets. That's 5 steel blocks we're making first. And then we turn around and turn those blocks into steel sheets. Each one of these recipes only cost a small amount of charcoal, so that did not cost us too much in the charcoal department. That's great. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, we put one of the only reasons we survived this long is all the ridiculous amount of preparation and effort we put into everything before we go out and do it. I mean, you guys are witnessing a small bit of that right now with all of the... Like, I don't even really need to be repairing all the trunks of these vehicles. I just kind of want to. It's one of those many things that helps me out. But having supply lines everywhere we go is a very important thing to my survival factor. If we look at my map here, so our ingress was 31 west at the checkpoint, from Foxtrot to Gulf, and then we've got these little arrows. These arrows are my supply lines. The green one here is a bit mothballed at the moment because I haven't needed to go back to Foxtrot in a long time. But the blue one, the blue arrows indicate a supply line. And earlier in this stream, I actually traveled this exact supply line in reverse, going back from the forward outpost. And I basically... this is why at the beginning of the stream I was getting out and killing any zombie I saw, because these supply lines are essential. It's where I have to travel to go back and forth to get all of my important stuff from where we're at right here. I've got 4 steel sheets left. I don't currently need them, so I can leave them behind here. I'm going to leave them on the floor so that I remember I have them. And this welding torch belongs in the field kit of my step van out there, so I'm refilling it, and it needs to be full. So the torch and the mask go back in the glove compartment here. This glove compartment is what I most often refer to as my field kit. It's got some replacement tools, like the claw hammer and the handy knife. It's got medical supplies, like all of this stuff here. It's got a little bit of crafting stuff, duct tape for weapon repairs, respirator filters, and a respirator for... You know, this is actually a little bit outmoded. I don't think I actually would need a respirator at any point in the current balance of the game. And then, of course, jack, tire pump, tire iron for vehicular repairs of the undercarriage. And that concludes our drop-off. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It still got a couple of generators in the trailer here. That was the reason I did these trunk repairs, so that I can move the generators out of this trailer and into the SWAT van. Because now the SWAT van is basically our designated generator vehicle. It currently has 2 yellow and now 2 red, and now it's going to have a 3rd red. And this does not include the, we have a spare blue one at our field base far to the north, in addition to the generators we've left behind at our various field bases. So this SWAT truck is now going to go inside, because it has a purpose now. It was a bit of a momentous occasion a couple streams ago when I found the SWAT truck, because 2,300 hours in this game, and this is the first encounter I've ever had with SWAT. They're very, very, very rare. You can loot every police station on the map, and you'll never find any SWAT gear. The only way to find it is to find a SWAT truck out in the field, which is what this is in a random parking lot here in Louisville. So now we have all of our generators consolidated somewhere for delivery in the future. We are very hungry. We have a bit of a sandwich to eat. And after that, we're going to survey the kale, see if any of the kale is ready for harvest. When I say any, what I meant was all. Some of it is still almost ready for harvest instead of ready. We are going to get some watering done here. The water levels are down to fine, and we haven't had a raid in a few days, so... Now this bucket right here is actually so big that I can't easily pick it up. So what I'm doing is just using this bucket to fill up another bucket. And now it doesn't have enough. Now it's not too heavy that I can't pick it up, so when we run out of water next, I'll use that. So some of this kale that isn't ready to harvest yet. Actually, that's not a bad thing, because I need a place to put it once I harvest it, and I don't have a place to put it. These freezers here, both of them are on their own generator circuit. Both of these freezers are completely full. One side of this is full of potatoes, the other side is full of kale. And then this freezer over here, inside Jericho on this side, is, yeah, kale and nothing but kale on this side. So I have got so much stuff, produce, already harvested, that I'm not going to harvest the kale for this cycle yet. I'm going to wait until it blooms. Kale is one of those crops that, when it says ready to harvest, you can harvest it and get the crop, but it won't give you any seeds. If I wait until it goes from ready to harvest to the final stage, which is blooming, that basically just gives me a lot more time. But what I would like to do is get all of the kale synchronized so that it's all going to bloom at the similar time, or at least get a little closer. So I'm actually going to take some of my compost up here. Just take like 3 sacks from our sack backpack and fill them on up with some compost. So we're going to compost just the ones that are not yet ready to harvest. And what that does is, because it's not yet ready to harvest, it only has like hours before the next phase. And that'll just make it so that it doesn't have hours left anymore. Because basically whenever you add compost, it just bumps up the Now that's weird. It just started raining right after I watered everything. Whatever, I'm not mad about it. That just means the buckets get refilled. I don't understand why some of this ready to harvest is hours away and then some of it's not. I think there's a glitch. I don't think some of this actually is ready to harvest, but whatever. We're gonna leave the compost here. Now it's close enough to our bedtime that I'm going to sleep once before we depart back to head back north. So I've done I've grown most of the. I've emphasis on try. I've tried to grow most of the crops in existence. I complained about this last stream, but it bears repeating. The devs decided to change the fall crops, so the crops that you're supposed to plant in September. It used to be, for most of B42 so far, used to be just on a realistic time scale. You plant them in September, and you harvest them next spring. That's not how it is anymore. Now, you plant them in September, you're supposed to harvest them in fucking January. It makes no fucking sense. I don't know how many of y'all have ever done agriculture in real life, but if you know any farmers, ask them what crops you harvest in January, and watch them as they look at you like you're fucking stupid, because there is no harvesting in January. It's so stupid. I can't believe the devs would make it so silly, but whatever. I mean, if you're just going to ignore the reality behind growing seasons, why even put that in the game as a feature? That doesn't make sense to me. But, whatever. We are a little hungry, and we're not ready to gain weight yet, so we're going to have one of these something lightweight, some peanut butter cups. And we're about 2 hours away from my normal bedtime here. It would be a little early to hit the sack. It wouldn't... Okay, so instead of hitting the sack right now, we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of loot sorting. Just a little bit. Right, yeah. If you're in a tropical area, then seasons aren't as much of a thing. It's just the sensitivity of the plant. For minerals, Marie. I can't even put those in there. Our little container here full of keepsakes is quite literally full. we're going to need to move some stuff. How about... Yeah, it's... Oh, man. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Could put some of these heavier items in the other side here. Well, there's that. I mean, I'm all in favor of mechanics that are in support of long-term survival. I think one of the reasons that players don't survive very long right now is because wherever you go in the world right now, all the zombies have no other targets but the player. And I feel like that is something that's going to change over time. I mean, it already changed if you play multiplayer in B41, but in B42... they're balancing a lot of things in B42 around the fact that there's going to be NPCs and other players someday. Like the whole crafting system that we've engaged with. You guys have seen that most of my crafting skills have been leveled to 10. I mean, all the useful ones are 10, and the mostly useful ones are well on their way. But they don't expect every player to put in 700 hours like I have and actually get all the skills to 10. Now, that's an unreasonable expectation, and even the devs of this game understand that. What they're really kind of looking for is they want to get NPCs in there to fill in all the gaps. But then also, you know, once you start playing around with NPCs in the field, like fighting zombies, the zombies will have more targets than just the player to focus on. And because of that, that's going to make survival a little bit easier. A little bit. It's still going to be a very punishing game. I don't think that part of it is ever going to change. But I mean, farming has always really supposed to have been a really long-term thing. If you want short-term survival options, farming is probably not where you want to go with that. I think that's everything that I wanted to put in the keepsake bin here. Yeah, we'll put everything else where it belongs in the looting containers over here. Oops. Wrong container. That goes in the electrical. Gonna need to put another crate in the stack for electrical soon here. Yeah, foraging is really good. Like, no matter where you are, even here in the dead center of Louisville, I could go outside right now and just forage around, and if I, you know, stick to like the grassy areas in front of the homes, I could eventually find some mushrooms, something to shut the hunger up. Now, the only thing that would be difficult to do with foraging is weight gain. So if you rely entirely on foraging, you would eventually start having weight problems. That was actually something that happened. One of the first characters I played through B42, I started getting like really close to the weight floor. Like, if you fall down to below 60 kilo, I think. Below... Or maybe it's further below 60. I don't know. I've never gotten that low. But I know there is a threshold below which you start losing health. And that's no good. Nobody wants that. I don't have a designated spot for wall decorations. I could put it over here with the paintings. So we've got some statues here. We did a heist on the art museum. Each of those statues weighs about as much as a refrigerator. we could put these in here with the others. And look at that, it's already 2200, so the amount of time we spent sorting through that loot, we have successfully burned through the clock here. And this is just one bag. This is one bag of loot. It's a little silly. My loot sorting system is definitely one of the things of all time. Firearm attachments over here. And actual firearms. We've got a DE pistol here and a Magnum. They both go in the same place. Right? Something very interesting we encountered here was we went off the edge of the map at multiple locations, and we got to see how the off-map procedural generation thing works now. If anybody's not familiar, if you want to go off the edge of the map, you can. It just continues to generate more of the same. We went across the Clark Memorial Bridge here, and what it actually does is it continues to generate a highway just indefinitely in this direction. And unfortunately, it also continues to generate zombie spawn points on that highway. So literally, we got across the map, and there was nothing in this direction but zombies and forest. So there was no point in fighting in that direction. That being said, we also built our own road across the Ohio River here, so that we can take a shortcut through Indiana to get out of Louisville without having to go back through the checkpoint. Because the respawns at the checkpoint, no, I don't want to deal with that. Everything else that I'm carrying around with me right now, I need to put the witch hat somewhere. The witch hat is beautiful. I like wearing it. But it actually comes with a lot of insulation. So we actually do get a bit heated while wearing it. So we're not going to do that. And it is now 22:30, that's my bedtime. This is a thunderstorm outside, we can tell because it's got not just the heavy rain, but there's a little bit of fog as well. That's a classic sign of a thunderstorm. Huh, yeah. I think in my screenshots folder we actually had that. Zomboid, screenshots. Or did we just take a look at the... Where was it? Here it is. A little hard to see because it's at night, but this is what the end of the Clark Memorial Bridge looks like. And beyond that, there's no more cars spawn on the other side. So it is just an empty road with a bunch of zombies on it. Just imagine what you see at the top right corner of the screen here. This road, an empty road with barricades on both sides. Imagine that stretching indefinitely, and that's what it is. So it's not particularly interesting. It would be really amazing if they came up with a system similar to 7 Days to Die for the procedural generation. I would be very interested to see that. Now, what I do think we can do, we're going to shut down Jericho and get started moving towards the north with our vehicle here. But I think I'm also going to take a couple stacks of rope with me. And we're going to pick up any logs I left on the ground during my progression down 1st and Main. And we're going to do that as an overnight activity. I think we're also going to stop and sleep somewhere on the road. And the generators here are still at 97, so we don't need to mess with these. Just got to check on the animals, make sure I don't need to rebuild the door again. Wait a minute, are they really not attacking the door? Fun fact about animals, spend long enough around them and they will trust you enough to come when you yell. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I've played a lot of 7 Days to Die, and there's a lot of silly things about that game, but I have learned one thing to unabashedly praise it for. It is the best procedural generation of a 3D voxel-based world that I've ever seen. And it, particularly when it comes to generating, like, towns and cities. I've played exclusively nothing but random generated towns and cities in 7 days in the past couple of patches, and it's always been really fun. I mean, obviously, you know, once you recognize what the POIs look like, sure, yeah, it all kind of starts to run together after that point, but it's still a lot of fun just for exploration's sake. Alright, so in the trunk of the fire and rescue truck here, we've actually got a bunch of rope that is used for logging operations. So we're going to take, we're going to open one of these rope bundles now and put the rope in our backpack. And then we're going to take another bundle of rope and put it in the trailer here. And you know what, just for good measure, I'm going to take this other one that I found on the floor here. And we're just going to pick up all of the logs that we left laying on the ground during our progression towards First and Main. There's actually a lot. Yeah, that'd be really cool. Now, we didn't meal prep because I'm a bit of a doofus, so I actually have, I leave chips on my driver's seat for that specific, whenever that happens, because it happens so often. I account for my own mistakes. Now, we're not always going to find enough logs to make a stack, so when I leave one-off logs on the ground somewhere sometimes, so I'll just leave those, toss those into the trunk by themselves. At our current pace, I think I'll be able to... I'll probably make it to Reed. I'll probably sleep at Reed overnight. That is, Reed is the place that we... If anybody was here at the beginning of the stream, that's where we got out and did some fighting on 1st Street. Pick up these 2 logs and then go stand over here. We can make a stack of 4 using the rope in our backpack, assuming we get some light. So the flashlight, the angle-headed flashlight when it's on your chest is actually a little bit broken right now. For some reason, the light doesn't always count for crafting. You have to kind of like rotate, face different directions, and see if you can get it to remember that it's got a light. And if it doesn't work, then just rotate until it does. Or if, in the worst case scenario, you can actually put the flashlight in your hand. When you put the flashlight in your hand, it actually works properly. So I put the stacks of logs into the trailer. Now I've got 1 loose log left, and then there's 2 on the ground up here. But, in addition to those 2 on the ground, there's also a sprite log. These right here, these little sprites, they've always been here, but now in B42 you can right-click on them, hit remove log, gets you a free log. And I do that because now I've got 2 logs in the trailer, and all I gotta do is drive over those other 2 logs in the ground, and there's another stack. So I have access to both the logs on the ground and the logs in the trailer. So 4 stacks of logs so far. We're going to start seeing a lot more as we get onto First Street, because First Street has got like these little trees lining the street, and I absolutely fucking hated those when I was trying to pull large groups of zombies down the road, because they would block my line of sight, and that really annoyed me. So I ended up just cutting down the trees without even using them for anything. Now, because it's raining, my shooting is actually really bad, but if I point blank them, yeah, we're fine. This parking lot up here is a used car lot. It's a evergreen source of zombies. Nowhere near as bad as the train yard to the south, but still annoying. And as I go further north to deal with these guys, I'm not going to shoot anymore, because now I don't want to be bringing them from that farther away, so stop there. Anybody left? We got just that one, and then nobody else from the north, minus that guy. Trying to keep your supply lines clear is it's like pulling up weeds on the highway. And think of it as mowing a lawn. We could sleep at Zulu here. Zulu is a little bit less secure. In fact, Zulu is one of those places that there could be respawns inside of the secure zone, so I don't really, especially with all these guys here. Yeah, all these guys here. Actually, with all these guys here, I feel even more incentivized to get this place fully cleared out. My firearm loadout, I've got slot 6 is the 38 special. This is my short range gun. Slot 7 is my holster left, which is a 1911, which is my medium range gun, and then slot right is my long range. Well, it's long range for a handgun, as you can see. Now that the rain is gone, I can shoot all the way across the highway. That is it's the big iron with a scope on it. So this is Zulu right here. This is fighting position Zulu. The entrance we just used is actually the only way in or out. But because zombies can actually spawn in this parking lot, it is not secure until I've cleared it, or given it a look through. So we've got cars blocking any sort of entrance into this parking lot elsewhere, with the exception of course, the north approach. But the north approach, we drive past it every day, so we're not worried about this. We did a lot of fighting here earlier on when we were first starting to progress down First Street. What we would do is we would wake up buildings, large buildings full of zombies, and then lure them back here and kill them in this area. And we made copious use of the local vehicles in the process. You know, I do hear one zombie somewhere around here smacking a door. Like I said, I'm not worried about it as long as it's not this door. So I do have a safe place to sleep here now. I was a bit of a doofus. I should have shut my... I didn't shut my van engine off, so my van is going to be idling all night. I would not be the last time I've done this. I've done this many times. But it is what it is. So just because the rain stopped overnight does not mean that it's done. It is definitely not done. Now that did use up a little bit of gas, leaving it idling all night. What I can actually do though is I have a gas station right here at Zulu. On our way down, we actually replaced the generator here with one of the blue variety. So, for anybody joining, welcome. We're still getting a little warmed up with logistics here, but we are about to we'll engage in a little bit more new territory exploration soon. Once we get this vehicle dropped off at our forward base. Curious what my big iron targeting is like right now. Yeah, look at how wide that is. I would not want to shoot like this. I'm just going to go kill this guy with this sword. If anybody is curious, this funnel of broken cars was used to create a kill corridor for the shotgun. Now that multi-hit is back for shotguns, we got some really glorious multi-kills by pulling them down the main road and then just luring them into this funnel and having them just group up really tight in a long sort of straight line there. Little conga line of death, as it were. So we're going to continue collecting these logs that we left behind for getting rid of the trees there. Now, most of the logs on this side, I think I actually did get cleaned up. Yeah. Oh, there's a flak vest that I left behind. Sometimes I'll kill a zombie with a flak vest on it and just pull the flak vest off and come back for it later. Now is later. This is fighting position Yankee? No, this is Yankee, yeah. Zulu was the first. We basically, for our progression down First Street, we did the phonetic alphabet inverted. And this is how I use these defensive positions. We can actually use it to kill these Zeds. Just use a handgun and let them flip over the fence. Even with the bad weather, once they've flipped over the fence, we get a free kill. Because zombies are never more vulnerable to gunfire than when they flip over a fence. Now, if there were really big groups to deal with, I would be doing my fighting from the central position right here, which is, this is basically the safe place to shoot from. You shoot them while they flip over the first line, and then even if they're close enough to do the lunge, you're behind another fence, so you can fall back yet again before they start to threaten you. I've refined the structure layout of those bases. Now the optimal one is what you're going to see up here on the right side. The next one that I built after we get past Zulu here, or I'm sorry, Reed Ford base up here. After we get past that, I've built a more optimized one. So we have 3 loose logs in the trailer right now. Now we can make another stack. And now we still have 2 rope left. Most of the logs as we get closer to Reed should have been harvested already. I did do quite a bit of building at Reed. And this is where I would have slept last night if we didn't have to get out and do so much weed cutting. But yeah, this is the optimal layout of my defensive positions. Basically a 3x3 of 3x3 tiles. So each of these tiles are 3x3. And then I've got like 9 of them with a central position to fight from. I suppose the central position could be bigger and it would still work just as well. But that, in terms of material usage, that is a pretty good balance right there. Yet another flak vest. We saved the flak vests because you can harvest them for aramid thread now, which is, aramid is your generic brand for Kevlar. So whenever you see one of these vests, just think, oh yeah, I can rip that apart and get Kevlar thread. Another long-term tailoring thing. I think we've already got 3 logs in the bag, so here's another final stack. And we're out of rope in our backpack, so what we do now is unstack another one of these stacks of rope. And just put the rope itself in my backpack. Now we've got logs on this line. They're all on the left side of the street. Anything on the right side of the street has been extracted already. Hello. Managed to get her before she got up. This bank right here is such an open design. You can see on the other side, the zombies can just go right through this bank. So this bank, it didn't spawn very many zombies initially, but many, many, many zombies have come straight through it while we were clearing the area around the police department here. So what I'm going to do is just go right past these, pick this one up, and then come back and make a stack. Let me know if you guys have trouble hearing me or anything. I know whenever the rain gets this loud, it sometimes throws off the balance of the game's audio. That's actually by design. I think the devs want it to be a little harder to hear zombies in the rain. And if that was intentional, mission accomplished. Now we'll be able to fit one more stack of logs after that, and then we'll have to start putting them in the trunk. Actually, not necessarily. What we gotta do is unstack that last rope bundle now. If we unstack that now, the rope bundle itself weighs as much as a 4 stack of logs. And there was also another flak vest up here. This is actually the corner of the police department itself right here. This building right here is a sort of like a civilian lab sort of thing. It's attached to the police department by a sky bridge, and because of that, it actually counts as being the same building as the police department. Very important factor if you ever come into this place, you want to fight your way through it. Be advised that when you start going to the upper levels and spawning in the upper levels, you're spawning in the upper levels of all of these buildings at once. All 5 of the buildings that are connected up here. This is just one of them right here. She's clocked us. I am going to fall back for a second and make a stack. I think I can get this done before she gets to me. It'll be a little tight. Yeah. And I'm not going to be cutting, I'm not going to be shooting anything right here, because the respawns from this place are dense enough that it's just going to cause problems for me if I start pulling them towards the main highway from here. Fun fact, if you are organized, you can fit exactly 3 stacks of 4 logs into a military backpack, which is exactly what we're doing now before we return to the van. Before we go back down the main road, I'm just going to park it here. We got a bunch of logs right here. Looks like 4 and then 2. This isn't a bad time. This isn't a bad activity for today, being as it's raining. Whenever it's raining like this, I don't like getting into heavy-duty combat. My range with firearms is cut significantly short, and it's a little harder to hear zombies, and it can turn into a shit show pretty fast. I much prefer to just hang back. There we go. So the trailer is completely full, and now we're well underway of filling up the trunk. I don't think we're going to fill up the trunk entirely. There is a small percentage chance we're going to run out of rope. If that happens, well, so be it. We'll fill up the rest of the space with logs unstacked and see what happens. You know, it's so much easier to just put the stacks into the trailer. I'm actually just going to take them out of the trailer, put them in the trunk for a moment. The trailer is more convenient because you can access it from all sides. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we're just collecting some logs. All these trees that have been cut down, we cut them down ourselves. And the reason we cut them down this is a while ago, we cut these down because we wanted to fight in this area. We wanted to attack and fall back really quickly. And at the time, we were luring huge groups of zombies down the road here. And in order to lure those zombies and not have them lose track of us, we wanted to be able to get a little closer to the buildings without losing line of sight. And in order to make that happen, it was a lot easier to just get rid of all the trees that were blocking my line of sight, because trees block your line of sight and makes it hard to see how many zombies are in a group behind those trees. It might sound a little silly. It kind of is. A really small tree can block your vision as thoroughly as it does, but yeah. Oops. One too many escapes. Yeah, we've only got 2 rope left, and then we're out of rope, so we actually are going to run out of rope. But I think we might actually fill up the trunk. We're definitely getting close. Yep. We're at 205 out of 208. So the trunk is completely full. The trailer is mostly empty now, though. So we can make one more stack. And everything after that is just going to be regular logs, which will fill up very fast. Alright, so now because we're going to be putting everything directly into the trunk, we just drive directly over it. I think we're coming up on Wilco here. Wilco is going to have a lot of logs because Wilco is sort of like a... it used to be like a park almost. It's across from City Hall. We might use Wilco again in the future. If I ever have any incentive to do any of the skyscrapers here. Right now, I cannot see any reason that I would ever want to do these skyscrapers. But if I ever found incentive to do so, then, yeah, we would definitely want to come back and use this fighting position. In fact, we would probably expand it. And that's it. The trailer is already full. So we can pick up 4 more logs and put them in this backpack, otherwise we are completely full. And there's plenty of logs left, right? So I can literally do this again sometime in the future, just starting from Wilco instead of all the way at the beginning. Now I'm almost certain that I have rope at Butch, which is our forward operating base at the gas station. I'm almost 100% sure that I have some rope there. So some of these loose logs that we picked up can be turned into, we'll be able to turn those into stacks. So one more flak vest. Make a total of about 5. So if I were to continue going north there, that's what would lead me off the edge of the map for the Clark Memorial Bridge here, 31 West. We have, so far, these blue arrows signify the road we've traveled from Jericho. So we started here at Jericho a little bit earlier before, when we left it over the middle of the night. And we have just been going progressively past. Here was Zulu, Yankee, X-Ray, Wilco, and French Bread is a little outpost that we've already pulled most of the useful stuff out of. That's at the corner to the left side of the screen there. And we have no other field spots until we get to our destination, which is Butch. This is the Louisville Expo Center. Lots of zombies, not a lot of loot there. Maybe there's loot and I just looked in the wrong spot, but honestly, if there is loot, it's hidden away somewhere deep, because it's basically like a convention center while there's not really any big conventions going on. And we built this, we have a little shortcut right here. What did I just hear? I have no idea what that was. It sounded like I bumped into something. But yeah, we have a little shortcut here that we built by sledgehammering out some of the gates on this used car lot. Prevents us from having to go around too often. And now we've got a couple of Zeds right here. This little POI next to our base, next to our destination. This has been a constant source of pain in my butt. The 3-story apartment complex right here. Every time I drive by, it's like there's another one coming out of there. And so I have no hesitation to whip out a gun and shoot, because if there is anybody still inside there that is close enough to hear a gunshot, they're going to come outside eventually. Might as well get it over with. As you can see from all these corpses up here, some of them are respawns from the parking lot to the north. A lot of them just came right out of this silly little apartment complex, so yeah. Now I have a couple of things in the trunk of this vehicle that need to go to my combat van, which is the ambulance. So I need to take the hunting knives and swords here. Those go into the trunk of the ambulance. The ambulance does not have a lot of room in it. Basically nothing is in it except for weapons at this point. Now that being said, what I'm going to do, I'm going to drive the ambulance, or sorry, I'm going to drive my hauler into the base and park it briefly while I get rid of some of these bulletproof vests. We'll just dismantle them. It's a little cramped in here. I like to think of it as cozy instead of cramped. And we're not competing with the rain anymore. Or not as much. Now, if I have rope here, it's probably going to be in one of these containers, either on this side or to the north there. Maybe on this one. Yeah, I got 3 rope. That's not very useful, but like one of these can become a stack. We could also use sheet rope if we have sheets. I probably have sheets somewhere. But otherwise, the hauler is like, I don't know, 80% full. Yeah. And I don't know exactly which direction I'm going to bring these logs. I'm thinking most likely I'm going to bring them back to Jericho. So that actually probably means that our current goals for loot are going to be to, if I pull this out, I should be able to fit another into the trunk itself. Yeah. Perfect, okay. I actually didn't even need to pull that out. So the axe can stay in there. And we want to get enough rope to make 2 more stacks so that we can consolidate what's in the trunk. So what I actually want to do is, the first thing we're going to do is get rid of these bulletproof vests. So the bulletproof vest we picked up, we're going to take it over to our tailoring station, which is right here on the on this side. Well, it's tailoring and extra gun storage. But it should have everything we need to extract aramid thread. Here we go, pick aramid thread. And we'll just do that several times here. 3, 4. And then we had a 5th vest, I'm sure of. No? Okay, just 4 vests then. Now each time we did that, it didn't get us too much thread, so we can actually consolidate each of those into one spool. So there's an almost full spool of aramid thread. Now aramid thread, what do you do with it? Any of the in-game armor that you can craft with blacksmithing and tailoring, that all uses aramid thread, or sinew thread. So basically you need an advanced form of thread instead of regular thread to make armor nowadays. Alright, now to consolidate my bags, we'll need to stop by the ambulance and get another box. We'll do 2 boxes of 45 auto, 1 of 38 special, and 1 of shotgun. And we need to go get 3 sheet rope. Because we got 1 rope right here, and we need to make 2 stacks of logs. This is this truck right here. I call it Meals on Wheels. It's got basically the contents of an entire grocery store in the trunk, in terms of non-perishables. Speaking of food, let's get a bite to eat. We're just gonna have some kale for the moment. Boring, but it works. Stuff that I grew from my own garden. Love it. I'm gonna look around really quick to see if I do have some rope. I might have some more rope in one of my other vehicles. The recovery truck back here might have some. Yeah, one unit of rope. Small victories. These vans right here, nothing but vehicle parts. Nothing but vehicle parts in both of them. And these are my ammo vans. I'm actually going to stop by here now and open a 138 special. What do we need? We needed 245 auto. But we only have 1 over here. Everything else is still in a carton. And most of the stuff that I'm currently using that is not fully in a carton is going to be kept in the ambulance, because that's the one I take out in the field with me most often. So there's another box 45 auto there. Now, we still got a lot of rain and not a lot of daylight left. So what I'm actually going to do now is we are going to... We're actually going to make some more pipe bombs. Shit you say in Zomboid. Let's just casually start making some more bombs. We used up the last of our pipe bombs in the previous session here. And so what we can do is we have a bunch of bomb making kit here. If you want to make a pipe bomb in the current meta, what you need are bullets to harvest for gunpowder. So we're going to open this box of 223 here, and we are not going to use it. No, we are not going to use 223. 223 is too useful to me. It's a sniping caliber. I don't know what was going through my head when I picked that up. We're going to use 45 auto. That's what I've been doing, and it works fine for me. We're going to make 3 pipe bombs this time. And so what that means is we need to harvest gunpowder from 60 bullets, because you need 20 bullets worth of gunpowder for each pipe bomb in the current build. I predict that might change, or at least what I want to change. Let me rephrase that. What I want to change is I want there to be different amounts of gunpowder that you get for different calibers of bullet, because obviously the powder charge in each of these bullet types is going to be different. In real life, you're not going to get the same amount of powder from a 9mm as you are from a 44 Magnum round. So, anyway, gather gunpowder. We want to select 45 auto round, and then we're going to type 60 in the quantity, and we're just going to fast forward through that. It's going to take a minute. And now we have 60 units of gunpowder. That's all we need to make 3 pipe bombs, because we've got a whole bunch of broken pipes in one of these cabinets. Here we are. 2, 3. So there's 3 pipe bombs. Now these do not have remote triggers or detonators on them, so what we do is we want to fabricate 3 triggers. Now each trigger we make costs us a little bit of glue. And we've got 3 full tubes and 1, like, almost empty. So we are going to be using up quite a bit of glue for this. And now each one of those triggers we just made, we want to actually put the triggers onto the bomb, which means we have to spend a little bit of duct tape along with these parts. So it costs, if you want to make a remote pipe bomb, the ingredients that are hard to source, or, you know, relatively harder to source, is duct tape, glue, and 20 bullets worth of gunpowder. The iron pipe itself you can get enough of once you get your welding leveled up, you break apart enough cars, that you'll have plenty of that. And of course the bullets are no problem if you've looted enough gun stores. But glue and duct tape, that can be sneaky. That can be sneaky. If you don't stockpile enough of it in the right places, you could catch yourself running out, as we have in the past. And there are no substitutes. You can't use, you can't make your own duct tape. This isn't 7 Days to Die. And you cannot make your own glue. But that's okay. So now we have our remote long-range controllers for the bombs, and 3 bombs in the trunk. So we are prepped and ready for more pipe bomb ops. So we're going to go ahead and shut the hunger up with another bite of kale, but then, before we go to sleep tonight, we're going to cook some stuff for ourselves. We're going to do a few salads, because we actually, that beef and the eggs in here are all cooked already. So that's prime stuff for a salad. Okay, not bad for a salad. Both of them came out to be about 30. We've got a whole bunch of parsley here that we grew ourselves back in Riverside. And I'm going to put both those salads in the fridge because we don't need to eat them yet. Keep them cold overnight. It's a little early to hit the sack here. We'll do some consolidation of our welding resources here. Got a couple of torches to refill. Alright, so I'll leave 2 of the torches here. And 3 of these torches I'm going to take outside. So, I brought an ambulance home the other day. Brought an ambulance home, and this bad boy right here, it's a wreck. But if we look at it, say, let's open the hood there. Look at all that red. That's pretty bad. Let's look at the engine though. 8% condition. But look at this. Look at this. Engine quality 100. What does that mean? Engine quality is an underrated stat. I played this game for almost 1,700 hours without understanding what engine quality was. Engine quality is innate to the vehicle itself, and it is your basically, you can think of it as a percentage chance for your vehicle to start. When you put the key in the ignition and you turn it, you might notice that some vehicles will fail to start very, very often. The reason that is your chance for it to fail to start is 100 minus engine quality. So an engine quality of 100, theoretically, will almost never fail to start. There's some floating point math errors in there, so I think there always is a 1% chance. So even like our main ambulance here, the one we've been using more than anything right here, this girl right here has got a 100% quality engine. However, she will still fail to start every once in a blue moon. And I think I can chalk that up to it just being a floating point math error. So even though there should be a 0%, it's actually 0.01 something percent. Since we are sleeping here, I like to be able to see outside this place. This is a high respawn area, so whenever I'm sleeping here, I'll leave the ceiling lights on. And we're still about 2 hours from bedtime here. You know, I think I will go ahead and get started on the ambulance outside. We'll go ahead and get started with a little bit of repairs before we go to bed here. Now, I have in the freezer a whole bunch of kale that's frozen, and also in the fridge a whole bunch of potatoes in this garbage bag. So I try to keep them separated. So here's 12 potatoes that I can start using in recipes. I'll put the garbage bag back in the fridge. And then in the freezer, we'll take, just take another 8 units of kale. Now we'll just do 12 and 12. And then 1 unit of beef. So that is another very balanced set of ingredients for my next meals. So that welding torch I just refilled, I'm actually going to put it in the trailer to go back to Jericho, because Jericho doesn't have its own welding torch. That was a problem earlier, and now we're going to solve that problem. We also came home with a couple more ropes, so we're going to go ahead and stack one of these log groups together. And that concludes the need to have the hauling truck inside. We're going to move it outside. I do prefer to have it somewhere nice and easily accessible. So I'm going to probably park it right here so that I can drop off any loot that I pick up in the trailer itself, since the trunk is full. Have I fiddled around with the jarring system? Yes. Okay, so, interesting story about jars. Jars are supposed to be for long-term storage of your produce. And for the first year of the game, it works as intended. But starting the second year of the game, I noticed something very interesting. We made some jars of produce after coming here to Louisville. This was back when we were at Foxtrot Base, probably something like part 40-something of this character's journey. We were at Foxtrot Base here. We were making some jars using vinegar that we had found locally. Vinegar is the one thing that makes jarring difficult right now. And that's completely aside from what I'm about to complain about. So let's just say you found enough vinegar, because you cannot currently make your own vinegar. You can make your own glass jars, you can make your own jar lids. You cannot make your own vinegar, you have to loot it right now, but let's say you get enough vinegar. You make a bunch of jars, but you're 2 years in. For some reason, all of the jars that I made instantly went rotten. And I don't have a solid explanation for why that happened, because in my experience thus far, jars of produce are supposed to last 1 year. Baseline, their freshness baseline, you know, no refrigeration, no freezing. They should last for 1 year on shelf life. But 2 years in, I made a few jars, and those jars instantly went rotten. And I suspect that there is some mechanic in the game right now that's supposed to make, because obviously we're 2 years in, any jars we find in the world are supposed to be rotten at this point. I think whatever mechanic is going around making all the jars rotten is also affecting jars that we have made. But I don't know. I would submit a bug report if I could trust the devs not to fucking ignore me. And I hate to say it, but yeah, the devs, last couple of bug reports I put in, they either ignored them because I used some extremely lightweight mods, you know, the stat bar, or they ignored it because of reasons I have no fucking idea. There is a problem with tobacco that I reported back in May, and they fucking ignored that. No reply. Not even a simple acknowledgement. And the problem has not been addressed since then. It is still 100% impossible to grow tobacco. The devs went as far as to add tobacco to the drying racks. But no, there's no way to actually grow it, so I don't know what the fuck is going on there. But I don't know. One of my viewers actually told me that devs are aware of all the problems with growing seasons and just kind of ignoring bug reports about them right now. If that's the case, why not have, like, I don't know, a sticky post somewhere? Maybe mentioning that? I mean, because when I made that bug report, there was no way I could have known that. They didn't post anywhere about known errors with the growing season system. But anybody who tells you just turn off growing seasons, objectively correct, because apparently the devs can't make time of day to change one number in one file right now. Whatever they're doing is much, much, much more important than anything about these growing seasons that they've added to the game. Anyway, what I'm going to do is start repairing this van now. That's going to require quite a few steel sheets. So we're just going to put a bunch of steel sheets in my backpack. And we're going to start with easy things like the hood. Bring that from 10 to 100%. Then we're going to do the rear door. I think if I get rid of the windshield first, I might be able to just repair the rear door straight up. Nope, I have to uninstall it first. Trunk lids for trucks are things that you can repair without uninstalling first. And all the glass work, I just break it. I can use the glass for something else later. Yeah, and that's another thing, right? Like, one of the things I'm trying to do right now is showcase what the game looks like a very, very, very long time into a save. I would have hoped, you know, in an ideal world, that would be useful things for the devs. But since there's a precedent right now of them just fucking ignoring my bug reports for no reason, that whole aspect that I was kind of hoping for is kind of not really a thing. I mean, yeah, but okay, so I didn't even mention that when I posted the bug report. When I posted the bug report, all I did was explain the problem and give them steps to replicate it. I mean, you know what? Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna take a quick peek and see if, because I mean, you know, I don't get notifications for all of my posts on Steam bug reports, or any Steam forums actually. So if I go to my post history and I do a search for the word tobacco, I think it'll be the only thing. Assuming Steam wants to participate. Here it is, yeah. Okay, so May 18th, 11:52 p.m. Oh, I did get a reply from somebody. It was not not a dev. Okay, so this guy is saying that it might have something to do with the save. It doesn't, and here's why. This was an older save right here. This was an older save that I posted this bug report for. That save had not been migrated from an older version. The current save that I'm playing right now, back in May of, back when we had our first year for this character you're looking at now, I actually tried to grow tobacco again as sort of a challenge. I decided to try and see if I could get it to grow, if I fertilized it and composted it every single growth phase, to see if I could shave an entire month off the growth time. Because that, right now, the problem is, there's only 5 valid months for it to grow in, but its growth time is 180 days. I'm not good on mental math personally, but even I can tell you that 180 days is 6 months, and yet there's only 5 valid growth months. So what that means is you plant it, I think in April, wherever you plant it, you wait until September, and it's supposed to be able to finish growing in September and then harvest it. No, it just fucking dies in September, because September is not a valid growth month, and it still needs another month to grow, so it just fucking dies. RIP. They could change one number in one file to fix that, but not only have they not replied to my bug report, but that number has been unchanged. They had no problem changing other numbers in that file, so I don't know what the fuck's going on, really. It's, I could think of a whole bunch of reasons why they're not ignoring anything from me specifically, that maybe that bug report just fell through the cracks. But again, if that is the case, if the bug report just fell through the cracks, okay, this is not the worst thing in the world, but that also means, why am I putting the effort of going through putting in bug reports if they could just go through and fall through the cracks? All that effort that I would put into documenting the problem and giving them the steps to reproduce it. Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Anyway, we took the doors off and fixed them, and now we're putting some new glasswork in. And now that the doors are fixed, once we fix the trunk, it actually stops looking ugly. Look at that. Now the dirt on the bottom, that's permanent. That will never go away. But that's okay. It kind of gives it that lived-in look, you know? We got to get rid of the battery. There's a regular gas tank in it. We can repair the gas tank straight to 100%, but this is a really cool-looking vehicle, and it's got a really good engine, so I'm actually not going to give it a regular tank. We are going to give it a big one. I really do need a dumpster over here for the broken stuff. Here we go. This is a big gas tank, has not been repaired yet. I'm gonna put it in my secondary hand really quick. I need to refill my welding torch over here. Left a couple of propane tanks over here for that. So both of the gas tanks on the floor right here are normal. But now we've got a big gas tank in our hand that is going to be, we're going to go and repair it straight to 100%. So there's another perfect part going in there. Now, when it comes to batteries, I've got a lot of them. And I don't remember what I did with my best ones. She's pulling out the light bulbs really quick here. Now, I don't think we can repair mufflers. I think this old muffler here is about to... We're going to toss it. Yeah, cannot be repaired. I don't need it. The seats can be repaired, but it costs duct tape. And I'm not interested in spending duct tape on that. Duct tape is not like the hardest thing in the world to find, but if you want to piss it away on something, the game will let you, and you'll burn through all of your stockpiles very quickly if you're irresponsible with it. So duct tape is definitely not going to be spent on something like that. We're just going to find some better seats on another vehicle. As far as I know, there's no penalty for seats being bad condition right now. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this garbage can outside. Now, we do have a battery for a heavy-duty vehicle in this recovery truck here, but it's actually shit quality. We don't want to put something shit quality in a beautiful vehicle that we just fixed up. What about this one? This one's probably got... Oh yeah, this has got a great battery in it. I'm just going to take the battery from this news van I picked up because it's going to have good parts in it. Really pretty looking truck. So now we've got a really good gas tank and a really good battery. And I'm going to put the garbage bin out here so I can throw away some of those parts that I yeeted off of it. Dead light bulbs. Muffler and battery. Both garbage. Now, I gotta admit, in that bug report I was a little salty. And I regret that. I genuinely regret that. Now, I had a bit of an adversarial relationship with the devs of this game. You could say it was a little bit of a pseudo-social thing. It felt like the changes they were making... I would never go as far as to say that it was personal, you know, oh, they hate me specifically. No. It kind of felt like the devs and the players of this game had a bit of a hostile relationship. And I was actually closer to the truth than I thought with that, because what was going on is, obviously, most people who follow this game will know that it's been around for a long time. But something that a lot of people won't know is that the devs of this game went through a phase where almost everybody thought they were scamming everybody. Like, there was, for a short period of time, and early in this game's lifespan, there was an actual meme going around called Getting Zomboided, where it was like, you know, the people would take money for a Kickstarter game and then rug pull you. And that was apparently that was a meme for a while, Getting Zomboided, where you'll take money for a Kickstarter game and never do anything with it. That's how things were early on for these devs. And that sucks. That was unfortunate because, as you can see, 13 years later, they are making a game that is very, very fun for people who are into certain situations like this. I mean, it's not going to be very fun for people who abhor logistics and just want to come in here and kill some zombies. If that's what you're into, I don't recommend Zomboid right now. But if you are into logistics in its current form, the game is fantastic. I love it. I love it. So all those medical supplies we pulled out of the ambulance, we're just going to dump them in our variety container here. You know, we're storing a fridge in here. We need to move that. Fridge can go down a couple rows. This is basically the container I put things in when I don't know where else to put it. But I know that I have too much of it at Jericho, so all this stuff here is just stuff that is useful but doesn't need to go back to Jericho. Like 13 bottles of painkillers. I've got probably twice that at Jericho, so it's like, you know, it's better to just stockpile things on certain corners of the map. Even if I stop using this base, the fact that I could come back here in the future and just have anything I would ever need. The most unrealistic aspect right now. So I guess I should probably double check with you on that question. Do you think I should be trying to judge the game for what it wants to be someday, or what it currently is and it's, you know, as we see it right now? Because that's an important distinction, right? Because one of the things I like to say about this game right now in its current form is it's a colony sim with no colonists. Because they're balancing all the crafting systems and whatnot around NPCs and other players. But there's no other players because there's no multiplayer, and there's no NPCs because, well, we're a few years away from that still. So that's kind of how I like to think about the game right now. It's a colony sim with no colonists. So if you were asking me what is the most unrealistic in its current form, I'd be like, well, there's so many things that I cannot do without other people, and there's no other people, so that's pretty unrealistic. But that's also a question of taste, right? I mean, the way the zombie virus is presented in the lore is really fucking terrifying, like on an existential level, because about 95% of humanity was never immune to the airborne strain of the zombie virus in this universe. Right, so the zombie virus in this universe, the way it works is there was a airborne strain and then a bite strain. They might be the same virus at different viral loads, but I'm not sure about that. But in any case, the theory is about 95% of humanity were not immune to the airborne strain, which super transmissible with a long incubation phase. We've seen that before. That spread all over the planet very easily, and there's actually real life precedent for that. So basically what that resulted in is just zombies popping up all over the planet in a completely unmanageable, uncontainable situation. And seeing as, you know, of the 5% of humanity who were immune to the airborne strain, but not the bite strain, how many of them just completely got annihilated because of how many people around them were turning into zombies all at once. I would venture to say that at this stage of the game, less than 0.1% of humanity is still alive. And so that's what you have to ask yourself is it even realistic that there's anybody alive left at this point? That's one thing that's hard to question. I mean, you know, the way the lore is presented, it's pretty fucking dark. Like, it's so fucking dark, it makes me wonder whether we would have even survived. But obviously now, you're just talking about unrealistic in terms of science. Zombies themselves. I hate to say it, but zombie lore, if you want to make it interesting, you might as well give up on the sci-fi aspect of it and make it entirely fantasy-based, right? Just make it so that the zombies are punishment from God. And, you know, I mean, like, the devs of this game have, in their lore, they've refused to rule out divine punishment. Maybe they're just doing a tongue-in-cheek thing of the people who consider it to be the end times, maybe. But it could also be a case of, if you want to have zombies, you need to explain why they're violating thermodynamics. Because the 3 laws of thermodynamics, as I always like to say, not my quote, stole it from somebody, but the 3 laws are: 1, you can't win; 2, you can't break even; 3, don't even try. And it's talking about energy transfers. And where are zombies getting their energy from? There's not enough people to eat. Do they have chlorophyll? Are they getting it from the sun? I don't know. I mean, it's like the zombies should not last very long without decaying into dust. And yet, here we are 2 years in, they're still coming at us with the full strength that they would be on day 1. That is highly unrealistic in a world where there's no, you know, magic or other things like that going on. So, if you're not going to come out outright and say that the zombies are divine punishment from God, then, well, you're going to have a hard time, explaining to me the logistics behind how zombies actually function. So I do hate to say it, but the zombies themselves, actually, all other things subtracted, the zombies themselves are the most unrealistic aspect of the game, sadly. Not even the worst thing in the world. I mean, a lot of people don't have a problem with zombies in fiction. It's not too hard for people to suspend their disbelief for that. We have 1 steel sheet left, but I don't think we need it. I don't think there's anything left on the van itself to repair. We're pulling out the radio now. Yeah, everything on the undercarriage. The tires, the brakes, the suspension. No repairs there, we just have to replace. Right, yeah, exactly. The way the virus works, there is no military on the planet that could contain something like this. Maybe they could contain it within their own ranks, but in terms of making sure it wouldn't spread throughout the public, 0.0 chance. It does not matter how advanced your military is, how well equipped they are, how well prepared they are. It's just a question of numbers. There's just not enough people in any military anywhere on the planet to contain the number of people that would be popping up with the zombie infection within your borders, you know, within... Sure, you can come up with systems to test for the virus, assuming you could actually accurately test for a virus. Coming up with a system to accurately test for the virus within 1 month. Sure, maybe the best militaries on the planet could do that, but that already rules out the militaries from, like, you know, third world nations and whatnot, those who don't have the the deep technology that the first world nation militaries do. So there's more than half the planet already ruled out in terms of their military being able to coordinate an effective response. So that just leaves you with your first world nations, and basically you're just asking how many people can the military actually save without overextending themselves and falling apart. The lore doesn't give a very solid answer on that, because everything you see in the lore, the military is just falling back. From the very beginning, the military just they established some attempts to control movement. As soon as they realize that's not going to work, they just start falling back. And that's the last we hear about the military in the official lore, is everybody's just falling back. Yeah, honestly, the divine punishment... There's a reason that I actually unironically enjoy the lore of 40k, Warhammer 40k. And that's one of the many things that 40k can do, is you don't have to worry about the laws of thermodynamics. The zombies in that universe, they're all getting their energy from Nurgle. Grandfather Nurgle is keeping them alive and happy from their perspective, I suppose. A lot of the Nurgle glazers will tell you that no, Papa Nurgle is just making everybody happy by turning them into zombies. Yeah, okay. Whatever you say, pal. But yeah, we've got some engine repairs coming up, and what we're gonna do next is put a... I mean, I have a perfect muffler somewhere here. No, I don't. That is a standard vehicle muffler. Did I have an old one? I did? No, it's also standard. Damn it. So I have two mufflers for standard vehicles in perfect condition. Alas. I didn't leave anything in the glove, did I? Spare engine parts. Those can go in the garbage bag, actually. There's a front door here. That can stay there for now. More spare engine parts. I shouldn't have left this light on. This light right here is battery powered, so I shouldn't have left that on. So we're done with the engine repairs. I'm gonna leave that. I am gonna have to track down a new muffler. This one on the floor right here is busted. Oh no, this one on the floor is fine. I've got too many on the floor. I really need to start getting the busted ones separated. I mean, to be entirely honest, I think the devs, lore-wise, they don't need to go nuts. They've got a really solid foundation. It's whatever they choose to build on top of that foundation right now. That's the biggest question they have to answer at the moment. And they don't need to build too much to satisfy the player base here, because the player base, whenever you have a good, solid foundation, like you do now, people can fill in the blanks. And it's really, really fun for the people to fill in the blanks with speculation. I mentioned 40k, but that's half of the reason the setting is so popular, is because it's not as solid about its definitions in the lore. People can fill in the blanks with whatever they want, and go out there and start arguing about it like the nerds they are. I say that affectionately, trust me. I'm one of them. I'll go out there and argue about the lore with the best of them. I still consider myself a tourist for 40k. I have only read... Well, okay, I've read most of the Horus Heresy. I am not a tourist for 30k. But the 40k nerds will tell you that 30k is a very different thing, and they're correct about that. That is actually a correct take. 30k is a very different universe. Not quite as grimdark as 40k. It's working there. It's working its way there, right? It's on its way to be... It's got the grim, and it's getting darker. That's the best way to put it. I think I need to start deleting some of the shit. I have no need for any of it. All of this broken mufflers and suspension and whatnot. And now these front doors do not want to be deleted, because front doors, if I need them, I can repair them. So I'm going to put the stuff that is possibly repairable just separated a little bit. Now these car seats, like I mentioned before, they are technically repairable. But I'm not going to be spending duct tape or glue on them. Every bit of duct tape or glue that I spend on anything other than a pipe bomb is kind of wasted in my mind at this point. I actually kind of regret using a couple of those earlier, but that's okay. So I'm going to take the car seat on the floor here. And we're going to put that in the driver's seat of the ambulance. I have not yet. Dune is one of those universes that I have a little bit of passing interest in, and so I would like to get into it someday. I have not pulled the trigger on that yet. I'll definitely do it at some point, but I have not yet. And I probably will start with the books, because while I have heard good things about the movie, whenever a series comes out that has good books, I'm always going to start with the books first. Same with The Witcher. Like, I kind of, like, dipped my toes into The Witcher a little bit, and I kind of liked it, but then I saw that there are books about it, so I was like, no, I'm gonna read the books before I continue playing the game. I know that I have heard good things about the game, and I trust that. I trust what I've heard about the game being good, but I feel like I'm probably going to enjoy the game more if I read the book first. That's kind of what I feel like right now. But that is, well, that's a long time in the future for me. I've got a lot of things on my plate right now. Oh, I can't start this vehicle. I don't have a battery. Let's just take the temp battery out for now. We will find more batteries. Batteries are not hard to find out here. We just have to find one in a decent condition and then charge it. Okay, so I remember what I left this van here because I wanted to take the rear right tire off of it. And then the rear right, nothing, just the tire. Everything else is regular. And the other parts are nothing to write home about. I need my jack in one hand, tire iron in the primary, put the pump in my backpack. I just left them on the floor here because no need to take them from my other kits. So we'll just move the news van out of the way for now. TBA what we'll do with it. It's actually kind of weak. It does have a ham radio in it, but that's... we don't really use ham radios for anything right now, objectively speaking. Oh, I don't have the key. Oops. Excellent. Yeah, I definitely am glad to have it on my to-read someday list. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and hotwire it then. That shouldn't have happened. Oh, I don't... Okay, it's not starting because there's no gas in it. Doofus moment. We're in the middle of a gas station, but of course we didn't actually put any gas in the tank. So we got a 2-liter bottle here. We just put a 2-liter in. And, you know what? The first thing I'll do, I'll just park it next to the pumps over there, get it pumped up. Because remember, this is a 100 quality engine, so it should never fail to start. Assuming it has gas and a battery and everything. Oh, okay. I forgot ambulances they actually have the gas port on the correct side. Step vans are the ones that lie about it. For the step vans, you'll see the gas port, but visually speaking, it's on the wrong side. So a 100 quality gas tank with completely full of gas, well on its way to perfection here. And now for the tires. I never did take the one tire off of the news van. I'm going to do that now, and I'm going to replace it with the lowest quality performance that I have in the stack here. Basically, the way I do this is I have a whole bunch of tires. I put them either in the trunk of the vehicle or on the floor. And then I can just, I can see an entire list of everything I have available just by looking on the floor here. Perfect. Okay. So I don't want any of my best parts on the news van. That's just... The news van is basically just there to be pretty. I might store some important stuff in its trunk later, but for now it's a TBA vehicle. This vehicle is much more important. So this vehicle will get the best of what we have. Do I have any windshields left? That is an ongoing problem with me is windshields. I tend to go through them quite a lot. So I'm actually going to take the windshields from the news van as well. Okay, the seats are clear of obstructions. I'm going to rotate the seats. I'm going to take the passenger seat out, put that in the driver's seat here, and then take the driver's seat over to the ambulance, because that's higher quality. That should constitute anything that's missing, aside from the undercarriage. Light bar is something we can fix long-term. We don't have any local replacements. We do actually have, sorry, we have one light bar in the area, so we can do one fix. I think if you have one light bar, that'll get you like 20% at max level mechanics. Yeah, just the light bar and the headlights and taillights and whatnot. And then we've got ourselves a perfect boy. The light bar that I was carrying around, I think, is in the ammo truck here, yeah. So light bars, they're just something you find in a, just like go to a fire department or a police department that has garages, and search through the garage area. You have a decent chance of finding a light bar. Not guaranteed. Not guaranteed, but there we went from 9% to 29%. Light bars don't need to be you don't need too much integrity, as long as you don't set it and forget it. Like if you turn on the light bar and leave it, and then run away, to attract a bunch of zombies, that'll work, but the zombies will destroy it. So you don't want to be doing that too often, unless it's a vehicle that you don't care about. This one, we found a 100 quality engine. We definitely care about this one. Now, if you're still trying to level up tailoring, there is a few circumstances where you can use a broken up tire for armor. My experience with leveling tailoring so far is that was a waste of other materials, such as duct tape. But I don't know, depending on your circumstances, that may or may not be something useful for you. In my circumstances, it definitely did not feel very useful. I think it would have costed me a bunch of duct tape to make something like that. And like I was mentioning before, duct tape is... that could be more pipe bombs right there. I don't think it's always going to be instantaneous for me to remove parts like this. I'm going to enjoy it while it is, though. It is a fluke of the current build. And now we go to put on some new suspensions first. Most of my suspensions are in the Tradewinds truck here, so all I got to do is stand in front of the Tradewinds trunk, and I can see all of my best suspensions in a ascending list here. And we're going to put all of my best in this ambulance, because it has the best parts. Now, I don't know this for sure. I do think suspensions and tires may contribute to your vehicle's alignment. So if you're driving a very long distance with your vehicle, your alignment is going to be affected, theoretically, by having even traction levels for your left and your rights. It may also be affected by suspension. I'm not sure about that part, though. Tires, I feel a little bit more confident saying that it would affect it. But that is, of course, if it's actually factored in. I don't know if it's factored into the calculations right now. We'll do 80, 80, 77. Yeah. There's also a weird thing going on right now where sometimes if you put a tire onto a vehicle, you pump it all the way up, the traction levels don't seem to change after you pump it up, which shouldn't be the case. It should, the traction should be influenced by how close to being full the tire is, based on what the game tells us. But I've noticed if you take the tire off and put it back on again, it updates. So right now, I think what you want to do in the current build is fill your tire up after you put it on, and then take it off and put it back on again. That's what I'm going to be doing, because that seems to update the tire traction. And what have we got here? We've got some great tires. Yeah, we've got a bunch of great tires. 86, 85, 87. 287s? No, just one. I really wish that it would order the list based on quality. So it looks like the front left is going to be a little higher quality than the other three. That's okay. And now, here's where we inflate it. And then we take it off and put it back on again. Yeah, so the wheel friction is 2.3 now. I'm gonna double check that with the other one. Oops, lost the engine. So the next one is 87%. So we're gonna put it on, and the traction is gonna be 2.3. Okay, never mind. Maybe that won't. That probably won't change then. That's okay. I don't need it to. Perfectly fine if it doesn't. That could have just been a fluke with our other ambulance. For anybody joining, welcome. We're just doing some mechanics. We started fixing up this ambulance the other night. This ambulance is special because it has the engine quality of 100, which means it does not fail to start ever, which means it's actually on par with my other best ambulance, the one that I brought here from Riverside. Beautiful. So all four of my tires have the same wheel friction now. So theoretically, based on my theory right now, it should not have any problems whatsoever with alignment. But I don't know that for sure. That is an open question. Now, all these light bulbs that I have here, we are going to put the red ones in the tail light and the white ones in the front. I don't think tail lights actually matter at all right now. I'm just doing this because I want to. These pinkish light bulbs can go into the back. And the white ones can go in the front. Now your light bulbs, your integrity for your headlights actually matters now. It didn't used to matter anywhere near as much, but now it matters a lot. Beautiful. It's already up to 78% and it's still missing a radio. I think we have a ham radio here. I'm going to put that in here for sure. It is, I think I have a military ham radio on the, Actually, I have a military ham radio. I know it for sure. I have a military ham radio in the CNN van here. CNN van is fun, but it's a decoration compared to the ambulance. The ambulance is objectively, measurably useful. Oh, I didn't even look. I think we're up to, that should be over 80% total. Yes, 80.86% total condition with a engine quality 100 engine. That right there, that's worthy of a screenshot for me, for my records. This is the, if the other one is the princess, then this is the prince. Oh, look at this. We have some guests over here. I didn't even realize. Let's deal with these guys with extreme prejudice. So I'll come over here to the lamppost. Getting blood all over my parking lot. If there are anybody else, that'll bring them to the yard, and we'll deal with them. Now the ambulance, because I'm not immediately going to be using it, we'll go ahead and park it over here next to the ammo trucks. And we did resort our ammo recently. So we do not need to re-up any of our ammo supplies. Let's leave behind the vehicle repair stuff. The handy knife and the wrench stays in my Alice kit. I like the wrench because it is as a short blunt enthusiast, it's actually a fallback weapon for me. If I run out of everything else that I'm carrying, then the wrench in my Alice kit is actually a fallback weapon. In addition to just, you know, being a general tool that I always want to keep on me. And we are really hungry, so we're going to have a salad. Like a literal whole salad. We're going to eat the whole thing. I hear footsteps. Sounded like right side. Oh, look at that. He's not even knocking at the door. What a polite guy. Oh, now he is. Okay. Not so polite now. Wait, this way, please. That's it. You almost got me. Why don't you come off of my lawn and die up here, please? Now I need to check to see if I'm going to get any more guests on this side. Because if there's one, usually there's more than one. And they're going to be spilling out of this corner, most likely. So I'm just going to monitor this for a brief moment. If there are more, they'll make themselves known pretty quickly here. Yeah, like this one here. Get a long-distance shot on this guy. Or at least I would, but now he's in the road. Honestly, I should start moving some of these other vehicles that I'm not currently, I don't have purposes for these two yet. These are USL and Kentucky Labor here. These are standby vehicles for shipping activities in a future date. So these actually can be left in the same spot as the ambulance. I fixed up all of these for later. Kerr Holmes is actually keeping, it's actually keeping some of these windows blocked. It should be, I should pull it forward a little further. I'll do that future date here. I think USL actually still needs a little bit of vehicle work anyway. Definitely still needs engine work, just going by the color of the light. And because it still needs engine work, I'm going to park it on this side. I like the appearance of this vehicle. It's a shame. The engine quality on this one is actually pretty bad, so I would never fix it up to be one of my best. But it's really good. I would definitely use it as a hauler. Right now, the only hauler that I have that has a 100% engine quality is Jorgensen & Sons up there. That one that I've been using. I was using it earlier in the stream here. But yeah, we are concluded with our... Oh, I have rope in here. I completely forgot about this. This rope is important because I've got loose logs in the trailer here. I need to make a stack. And then what I'm going to do is leave 2 rope behind so I can get 2 more logs and make 1 more stack of 4. I should have known I would have rope somewhere else. And then what we're going to do is take another empty bowl. Have I made it back to Jericho yet? Yes, actually, at the beginning of the stream. That's what we did at the beginning of today's session. Didn't do too awful much there. We just rebuilt the animal pen, or rebuilt the animal door, rather, just the door, and collected some logs on the way back. Like most of our time earlier, this stream was spent collecting some logs on the way back. The hauler right there is just basically full of logs right now. But I would say that we have successfully completed our vehicle upgrade operations. And now, we've got a little bit of exploring to do on this side of the map still. I want to say that Butch is actually starting to reach peak usefulness. once we've explored the rest of the residential on this side of the map, Jericho is going to take over as our primary base once more, because we've already concluded our operations at the Grand Ohio Mall, and this building, we've wiped out the first lair. We've looted the, these are storage units here. We've taken care of those. Most of the rest of these places are not really anything worth looting at the time. But I need to explore this section, so that's what we're going to do now. We're going to head down Market Street to base here, and then we're going to check these residences on the outskirts. Going to see what that looks like. I'm going to refill the ambulance before headed out, because we're down to 3/4 of a tank. Why not? Now all we're going to do is scout out and then head back, because we don't have the fatigue to be, I don't want to be pulling any all-nighters, and we've got about, I don't know, 4 more hours before we have to hit the sack. So we're just going to explore and then head back, sleep, and then if we found anything useful, then we'll deploy and take care of that. Speaking of useless, why don't y'all get out of the road, please? Way too close to my base here. A couple to the north here. Now these guys are far enough away, I'm not going to shoot them. I don't want to be pulling them from too much farther away from here. So we just melee these guys down. Window. It's funny because it's just a window shop. That's all it is. The Comic Sans font really drives it home. I'm gonna actually turn on the AC because it's getting pretty hot outside. It's funny because IRL, it's actually snowing. Just had our first snow of the year in our local, I live in Northern Virginia. We just had a little dusting. Probably enough to get this kids out of school. Now here, these zombies are part of the mall parking lot. Questionable as to whether I want to. I don't want to get into too big of an engagement here, because again, the mall, we've taken care of the mall. And there are now respawns inside the mall. But there, whatever respawns are there, there shouldn't be too many near the front. All the respawns that I'm thinking of were near the back. One of the only reasons I'm going out of my way to kill these guys is because the mall parking lot area is actually still technically clear. We recently wiped out the building to the south here. And if I make noise here, it's actually going to pull, like this guy, for example, who would be going towards my base, is now going in this direction. So it actually benefits me a little bit to go loud here. I'm going to steal this, because I have a shortage of windshields. I'm stealing this guy's windshield. Performance brakes on this guy. I may have actually used up some of my best performance brakes recently, but I'm just going to file that in my memory banks as a useful nearby asset. Now, all these guys here are probably stragglers from the building to the south. Whatever it is, I think it's like an add-on to the mall. There's another slow one. I'm not going out of my way for her. But if I need anything else from the vehicles in this parking lot, No better time than now, while the parking lot is still relatively clean. This right here, this is the aftermath of what I'm referring to with the building to the south. The building to the south it was one of those big Louisville buildings, so probably something close to 1,000 spawned in. We killed a few of them by hand to lure the rest of them up there, and then blew all those guys in that big pile of bodies right there on the north side of the screen there. That was one pipe bomb right there. We get a lot out of our pipe bombs here. You get a lot. Yeah, it looks pretty, but it doesn't have that much good part on it. Oh my god, I can't... That was a really good windshield, and I accidentally hit smash instead of uninstall. I am such a doofus. I am such a doofus. I'm gonna come home with the side windows as a consolation prize. Big doof moment. Big doof moment. Let it never be said that I don't make really stupid mistakes. Oh, no, this, look at this. Look at all that green. This is one I gotta take this one home with me. Way too many good parts on this bad boy. Except it's locked. It's locked, and I don't have the key. So now I actually have to smash the window. I've already towed this vehicle out of the way, so I don't even know where it originally was. So if there was a key on the floor, alas. Now, the vehicle is in good condition, but there's nothing in it. Sometimes when the vehicles are in good condition, that actually means that there are, that there's like, it might be a survivor vehicle, so there might be good stuff in it, in the trunk and whatnot. But, not in this case. So I took the glasswork off. I'm going to put the glasswork in the trunk. And we're just going to tow this vehicle back with us. I mean, look at that. Performance tires on it. All of them in the 80s or 90s. This is a beautiful vehicle. I want every single part from it. So we just tow it back whole cloth. This would be a good time to test if I can tow it forward. I don't know if traction on... I don't know if you want a vehicle with high traction on it in order to tow it forward, but if there ever was a bonus to having good traction on both tire sets, this would be it right here. Nope. No, we're not going to make it to second gear. And even if we do, it's going to suck. Yeah, we're in second gear and we're bottoming out. That's the test. If you make it to second gear when you're trying to tow forward, but you start bottoming out, don't bother, just tow it in reverse. That is the current meta with B42. I mean, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be better to tow in reverse. On every once in a while, the stars will align and you can tow forward. This is definitely not one of those times. I couldn't even say if I've found whether it's easy to reproduce the circumstances where I've been able to tow forward. I don't remember the last time all the things that had to go right for me to be able to do that. So, because I wanted some of the parts from this van, we're going to take them off now, put them in the van that we're towing. So we're just going to take home a bunch of vehicle parts. And that would constitute a very successful afternoon for me, by my standards. We didn't get very far in our exploration, but honestly, that's kind of okay. That is kind of okay. I need to not have zombies incoming right now. And I wanted the brakes from this vehicle. Because of that, I'm going to need my... I always carry around a jack and tire iron in my glove compartments. Oh, the tires on this are old. Except only one of them is not shit. It was the brakes I wanted, so we'll leave the not shit one there. The shit ones can stay on the ground. Okay, nothing else. Maybe the glasswork. I mean, if it's right in front of us, we'll take it. And that's pretty much everything. Oh, hello there. Ah, duct tape on the glove compartment. Yes, please. The cooler has a cold pack in it. Cold packs are resources to make, whatchamacallit, smoke bombs with. Nothing else of use in here. And I wanted to take the passenger seats. Because it is 75% and I don't have any other spares. Muffler, 80% performance is actually not bad either. We'll take them both. So we're coming home with a vehicle full of new parts. That makes me very happy. Love to see it. Okay, let's get out of here. Vehicle part kit, back into my glove compartment here. And handy knife back in the outskit. Alright, we're out of here. So this is why I like ambulances so much. Not just the light bar, storage, the ham radio, but also towing power. Anything in the game can be towed, at least in reverse. And I know on at least 2 or 3 occasions I've been able to tow forward. But like I said, I have lacked the ability to reproduce that, so still trying to figure out towing forward. I don't even bother to try often enough to actually fully understand it. Now, because this van is going to be a part carrier, I actually need to leave it in the same row as the blue vans there. Yeah, it really is. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Okay, I can understand if you have a really, really, really weak vehicle. Sure, maybe that kind of makes sense. You would want to tow in reverse instead of forward. But for all the vehicles in the game, no. I mean, basically, it's every vehicle except the Corvette right now, which is... I like the verbiage to describe kind of how stupid that is. But I know I'm preaching to the choir on that. That has been talked about extensively, and I think the devs have answered that with radio silence. I do not remember if they have ever said anything whatsoever about vehicles and towing. But that was a very successful op, and now we're just a couple hours out from our bedtime. We're going to have a bite to eat, and then we'll do some cooking. Oh, we already ate. No, we didn't. Here's a salad. Alright, so now we've got beef, kale, and potatoes. That smells like a, stir fry to me. One unit of beef, one whole potato. And last slot, we'll do some kale. Sweet. These are all going to come out really nice. I think each of these are going to be over probably over a day worth of food each. I always judge food. If it gives at least 60 hunger reduction, that's a day for me. I think you degrade 60 and some change over the course of a day. I don't remember the exact number, but 60 has always felt close enough to me. So we toss those into the oven here, and we'll get a little bit more sorting done while that's cooking. We don't need empty cans in here. This truck right here, I call it Meals on Wheels. Basically, whenever I change my forward operating base, I bring Meals on Wheels up to the newest location. So it keeps almost the entire contents of a grocery store in it. That way, whenever I leave behind a forward base, I'll leave a little bit of non-perishable foods behind, but the vast majority of the non-perishables will go forward with me, and they'll just be added to Meals on Wheels as we go forward. Couple more units of duct tape for over here. This is the bomb making area, in addition to that cold pack. At some point I'm going to make a, I feel like I need to have a vehicle dedicated just to bomb making at this point. Yeah, definitely. I can, that's one of why the mod that adds trailers, very, very popular mod. I completely understand why. I mean, it's a lot easier to have one major vehicle with everything in it than an entire fleet. But since the vanilla game doesn't give us the ability to do, you know, like an entire RV sort of setup. Yeah. Nice combo right there. And it looks like all three of these came out to be the 60s. So every single one of these is a daily bread for the next couple days. I rename it to 60 stir fry. I always rename these to include the number of hunger they initially reduce. So if I start eating a quarter or half or whatever in the future, I will know how much that is. We'll take 2 in our backpack, and 1 I'll leave in the fridge. You know, there is one thing that I could do right now. There's some zombie blood all over my base, and I don't like that. And I have a broom and a bucket with some bleached water in it. And so I can go fix that. Doesn't matter that it's just an outpost. I went through the effort of cleaning this place up, so it's going to stay clean. It doesn't have to be perfect. I don't really care about the lot beyond the walls area here. Alright, we're about an hour early for bed, but that's okay. At this point, maybe as an overnight activity, I'll do laundry. That's fine. It's, we should still have enough water. We'll be a little bit short on water. I think we should have about 80 liters up top, if my math is right. Shield your eyes, children. Can't show this on YouTube. I've got some boots here. Make sure that my feetsies don't get injured while we're doing the laundry. And we have so much surplus water over here, I can actually just wash everything else and not feel too dirty about it. I would, but usually every time whenever I'm doing a living on the road sort of situation, I will always find some place like this gas station to set up in, and at that point, that's when I start moving the other vehicles, the convoy, with me. So I'm never usually at a loss for a crafting surface, because usually wherever I set up is going to have at least one somewhere. And we'll just move all this to the dryer. Oh, you know what? I can wash up my Horde truck. We may need it. Who knows? If we find another survivor house in the dense beating heart of Louisville, we're going to probably need to clear it out again. So we'll go ahead and wash this bad boy. Just leave that there. It's our car wash right there. We have a couple of hours to burn overnight. I'm gonna kill our guest here, I suppose. What does USL look like? I think the gas tank's fine. The gas tank's actually fine and it's full, so I don't even need to think about that. Some of these vehicles have got good gas tanks, and they could use a filler-upper. This one's small, but it's mostly full. This one's regular, also mostly full. Oh yeah, the news van is actually in perfect condition. We're going to take the news van up to get this pumped up. Alrighty. Now that I think about it, I'm actually, I am going to use the news van as a, I'm going to use it for vehicle storage, vehicle part storage. So that white van that I just brought back, very unremarkable looking thing. I would like to use a prettier vehicle if I'm going to have something just sitting there holding parts for me. So yeah, that's what we're going to do with the news van. That'll give us something to do overnight here. The news van is going to need a trunk fix, if that's what we're going to do. Yeah, we'll do a steel sheet in the trunk there. Brakes and suspension are both regular, so this doesn't need any further part reorganization. Well, I've got the garbage bag full of engine parts. We'll also top up the USL van here. There's one tire on the USL truck that I would want to replace eventually. Yeah, SWAT is extremely rare. That's one of the reasons I'm rocking the hat. It's actually the rarest, single rarest hat I've ever found. Because it is, imagine we've spent close to 700 hours on this character, and we have found a grand total of 1 SWAT truck entirely. Unfortunately, there was no SWAT bulletproof vests in it, which was something I really wanted, but I couldn't get what I wanted. Alright, the news van is now a vehicle parts storage van, and I can put it in its correct place. And the white van is slated for full disassembly later. But otherwise, that was a nice, successful overnight activity, because it has now come up on our second bedtime at 3:40. 4 a.m. is our second bedtime. So that was a successful expenditure of time there. Yeah, I don't think that we can ever truly rely on finding SWAT in actual police department POIs. The SWAT van that I located where I found this at, it was just in some random parking lot. It wasn't even like an event, right? Sometimes you might see like a roadblock event, and you'll be like, oh, there's SWAT vans blocking the road. Allegedly, that's possible. I have not seen it. I eagerly await the day I see something like that. Alright, and it is 4 a.m. Our laundry should be done in the dryer. If I can just start putting all this back on. Now, the way the laundry system works is, I've noticed a couple of these things are not 100% clean. They may look 100% clean, but I think a couple of them still had a little bit of, Oh, I don't see it. Never mind. In that case, we might have gotten lucky. Because sometimes what will happen with laundry is you'll use up all the water that you have, and it'll get, like, everything mostly clean. And then there'll be, like, some things will have, like, a little bit of dirt and blood left on them. And I wish we could, honestly, I wish we could do that with regular washing, like hand washing. I wish we could partially wash things, just use up all the water that is available to us. If we could do that, I would in a heartbeat. But we can't, so I just, I just consolidate water into laundry machines and then do that. Alright, good night's sleep. Yeah, no, 100%. The devs absolutely should do that. I was playing this Nintendo 64 game from the mid-90s. It's so old, it's just a few years away from where this game actually takes place. And even back in that game, they made the joke of spawning a police car near a donut shop. That is just a timeless classic. If there is any sort of donut shop in this game, there should always be a police car nearby. Alright, I think we've got a day full of exploration ahead of us here. We have got our perishable food stocked up with us. How is my flashlight battery? My flashlight battery is going to be replaced before we leave. I have no idea if and when I'll need to burn the rest of that battery, but I have so many spare batteries that I'd prefer not to have to even use one of my backups. I always carry backups anyway, but why use them if you don't have to? Alright, now we take our princely ambulance out with us, and we are going to go do some exploring. We've already got our route planned out, and that route starts with Yeetus Deletus of this bad boy here. Good night. No uninvited guests around my base. You know what? I'm going to do a quick circle. Just a quick circle around the base. Make sure that nobody else is wandering too close. Now our target is survivor homes. And survivor homes are actually have a chance of spawning one of the few things we still need. We want to complete our book collection. We have looted every single book in the game that could be possibly looted, with one exception, Longblade 5. We have not found a copy of Longblade 5, which is why we have grinded all the way through level 9 and a third of the way into level 10. We would have been level 10 on Longblade a long time ago if only we had actually found the book, but we haven't, so that's alright. I mean, I'm not okay with that. At Longblade level 9 with a sword, I'm still amazing. But I want it, so we're gonna go looking for it. Survivor homes are one of the only places that has a sizable chance of spawning a Longblade book. And you can get almost anything cool from it. You can get SWAT vests from a survivor home. So even though we may never get lucky enough to strike lightning again and find another SWAT truck, we could actually theoretically find a SWAT vest. I think it's like a 6% chance in late game survivor home loot table. Yes, okay, so we have hit not just the Louisville State University, which is here. We have also hit many other massive libraries on the map, including the Ekron Community College. And what I learned from that is that all libraries and most other bookshelves in the game pull from the same loot table. The same loot table has chances of every book except for aiming, reloading, longblade, and napping. Napping is a very odd omission. I don't understand why this Louisville State University, which probably has Paleontology 101, why the fuck wouldn't that have a napping? I don't know. That's a very weird oversight in my opinion. But aiming and reloading, okay, fine. You want those to spawn in gun shops. We looted enough gun shops and we got all 5 volumes. So that's functioning as intended. But Longblade, I think the intent behind that is that you're only supposed to be able to find it in survivor bags, survivor homes. And sort of we got the first 4 volumes of it. We got the first 4 volumes exclusively from Survivor Zombies, I think. And then I have had other characters find the 5th volume from Survivor Zombies. Now, what is a Survivor Zombie? You'll see them if you drive around the map a lot. I need to not get mad about it. Yes, we did just run into a fucking rat. And yes, it did just cause damage to our windshield and our hood. And it got blood all over our fucking hood. Yeah. Yep, that is exactly what just happened. In this game, rats are apparently so big that hitting them causes the same amount of damage as if you ran into a fucking zombie. Yep. That's the current year right there. Now, I'm not interested in this construction POI right here. That is full of zombies and probably not much loot. If I wanted bricks, I could go in there and steal a pallet of bricks, but no, that's not worth the zombies. Okay, so everything over here is still under construction. Interesting. Yep. Yep. 100%. Now, obviously, I didn't measure what the hood was before we hit the rat. But you know what? We've got it measured now. Now it's 85%. It's currently 85%. If we accidentally hit another rat, we'll take another look at it. Now, I'm not going to get into a prolonged engagement here. I mostly just, if I'm going to be going down this road, I would like the exit to be nice and exitable. This doesn't look worth it at all. I'm just surveying this. It doesn't look worth it at all. This is going to be very difficult to drive. We've got a mix of gravel and dirt, and because the overgrowth system allows dirt roads to just infinitely spawn trees, this is actually going to be very hard to navigate. With a truck, at least, we could navigate this on foot. But I want to say that we're not going to be able to find anything useful. I would just like to confirm that, though. We are gonna take a look at it on foot. It's not like I couldn't fight a ground war just with what I have on me. I'd rather not have to do that, but I'm capable of it if necessary. But we're not going to stop and engage anybody. We're just going to look around. See, look at this. This house, it's looted and trashed. And what does that tell me? That tells me if it can be looted and trashed, then it may be a valid target for the survivor home mechanic. So we may actually want to just look through all these, see if any of them have their windows boarded up. Now, if you want to be safe about this, always treat these trees as if they are hard corners around which there could be any amount of zombies, because the trees do block your line of sight. Yeah, no, there's no meat. There's no meat. The rodent meat can come from raccoons right now, but if you butcher a rat, all you get is a skinned rat, and there's no way whatsoever to actually cook it into something that will not make you really pissed off. So, yeah, I don't even look at rats as a source of anything right now. In fact, to me, all they are is minus 5% hood integrity. Dodge them as if you're playing Frogger. I've actually been rather cruel to rabbits in this game. Rabbits are objectively useful if you're trying to get a lot of protein in your diet. Rabbits are the best source of protein right now, and you want to keep your proteins between 50 and 300. Right now we're at protein floor. We're at minus 500, and that's because we are strength level 10, and we don't need to be grinding strength experience anymore. But you want to build strength experience, you've got to keep your proteins in the good zone, and rabbits were very useful for that for me. But now that I'm done with that, rabbits might as well be minus 5% hood integrity, just like fucking rats. I would accept a little bit of wheel damage for hitting rabbits, but it should never be more than that. Anything smaller than a fucking, anything smaller than a raccoon. Raccoons are just big enough, yeah, you'd maybe take a small dent to your bumper if you were going fast enough, maybe. You'd still liquefy them, though. There wouldn't be a corpse left. Yeah, nothing of particular note down here. I just wanted to confirm that. Yeah, that is basically everything down here. I'm glad I didn't try bringing the vehicle here, because this would have been a nightmare to navigate with the vehicle. Now, the only thing about these houses that are under construction that I would find genuinely interesting if I hadn't built the base yet, is sometimes you'll get these houses that you can actually use carpentry to disassemble all the walls, but it will still have something like a fireplace in it. That is actually something, that right there is a platform where you could build your own house kind of style base, and you could use the fireplace there as part of your construction. That is something that I've thought about doing in the past, but unfortunately, fireplaces, you can't really, you can't build your own, and there's none that I've located that are near a water source. If I'm going to do a custom base, it's going to be near a water source, or I'm not going to put in the effort. Not that I mind building 1 billion rain barrels. That's not necessarily that's not the problem. The problem is I want infinite water. I want, if I'm going to build a base somewhere, it's going to be somewhere where I do not... Okay, you know what? We're getting stutters. Look at that. See, we're getting little half-second stutters. That is the sign of a memory leak getting to terminal terminal velocity. So we're just going to close and reopen the game. That's all you got to do. When you start seeing little half-second stutters, and it doesn't have anything to do with your hardware, just close and reopen the game. That I've found is a lot safer than letting it get worse, because it will get worse. Whatever that memory leak is, I don't know what causes it, but it gets worse over time. We're only about 3 hours, 20 minutes in, so I'm surprised that's probably because we drove back and forth a few times. I have had people in the past blame my simple stat bar for causing the memory leak, even though it hasn't done so in any previous build so far, and this has only been a problem for the latest build. I'm almost 80% sure that the memory leak is... I don't know if it's directly caused by it, but it's definitely not helping the fact that there's a problem with the music system that results in sometimes multiple tracks playing. If that continues to happen, even though we've got the music turned off and we're playing the music ourselves, then that would explain everything. Now we're super sweaty right now. Super sweaty. I'm actually going to take a few layers off. Just put them in my backpack. We lost a bit of chest protection. Whenever I need to fight in like super hot weather like this, and I need to be running around a lot, I actually have a coat of arms to wear on my chest, and that actually brings my chest protections back up to 100%. Just gonna go around this group. Ideally, my ambulance won't be camped right now. Yeah, it's fine. I remember to shut the engine off this time. I never checked the vehicles on this side of the parking lot. I shouldn't get too distracted. I should just come back for the vehicles later. Yeah, I should just come back for them. I mean, there's a lot. Heavy-duty vehicles is what I'm looking at. And I spot 4 vans, 2... At least 1D6. Yeah, 1D6, 2 vans. Sorry, 4 vans, and then there's 2 vans up here. Now we are getting a few stutters on this area, but there's an explanation for it. That is going to be all those corpses up there that we're driving past. Until they go away, that will always cause a brief stutter when we load them in. But yeah, no, I need to... What I should probably do is just make a little note on the map. Make sure nobody's around right now. There we go. I very much enjoy the... this is not an mod, by the way. I used to have a mod that let me draw freely on the map. I don't need it anymore. The base game, as of one of the recent updates. Lots of vans. And so that way I remember to harvest a few useful parts from there before I move on from this area completely. Now that I have yet another vehicle that can store parts in it. Alright, so we've ruled out that entire corner of the map that I've seen. We wanted to explore this area, mission complete. Now what we want to do is take a look at the houses here. We have fought our way to this house that I've crossed out here. That was a survivor house. So basically there should be almost no zombies until we get to the edge of Terrace Street here. And I say that, take that with a pinch of salt. Migrations could have backfilled it at this point. But what I want to do is take a look at... Ooh. I almost completely forgot about this. We were doing a map tour near the end of last stream. And I was a little bit brain dead at the time. But I did manage to mark on the map that we've got another survivor house here that I have not looted. So, here's what we can do. Let's explore our way down to... Let's just use the progress we've already made. Let's go down to Terrace Street, make sure it's clear, and then fight our way through this way. And, because there were quite a few zombies here at Doorstop. I barely managed to get this mark on the map before getting, having to bail the fuck out. So, we're going to make our own little path to get in there. And we're going to start by going in this general direction. Yeah. Hang on, where am I at right now? Let's use Market Street. Let's use Market Street, so we want to take the next right. Take the next right, head south, and keep going south until we hit the L bend. And the you store it right there. That was what we did at the very end of last stream. However, we did not clear any of the zombies from this. We actually just kind of ignored them because we were able to get past them without causing any problems. Ooh, another fire department. This is like the 4th in Louisville right here. Louisville's got a lot of fire departments. Has it been... Okay. So we just had another rat. I was so distracted by the fire department. We were at 85% last time. Hey, we're still at 85%. Okay. Does that mean we hit it with a different part? Oh, I would be so sore if we hit it with a different part of the vehicle. I hate these things. I hate these fucking things so much. I don't even care if it didn't do damage that time. We've been lucky a lot lately. Like we've been accidentally hitting zombies with the side of our vehicle and not taking any damage. So we probably just got lucky. If it can happen with zombies, it can probably happen with. Oh yeah, look at all that airman thread right there. Okay, so we have a perfectly intact fire department right here. Our priorities have shifted ever so slightly because we've actually got. If we start clearing an angle of approach towards that survivor house, if we start from here, we can make use of some of the other progress we've made. Unfortunately, if we get out and start fighting our way for the fire department, we're gonna pull heat from the junkyard lot back there. So I need to fall back further. Something I talk about a lot on my streams here is an angle of approach. What I mean by that is a direction that I can start fighting from, where I'm not going to get massive groups of zombies coming up from behind. So right now, because just yesterday I was at this you store it here and I was looting this place, because I was just here yesterday, I have a secure angle of approach from behind me. Basically, the opposite direction my van is pointing in right now. That is my secure angle of approach. So what I'm going to do from here is just get out and start fighting towards the south. Because we are so hot outside today, I'm going to put my coat of plates on. So that's going to take care of my chest protection. My arms are going to be weak. There's no stopping that. There's no stopping that, unfortunately. There's literally no way to get your arms protected without either a massive combat speed degradation or more discomfort that I'm willing to carry around for. Now, we do have a big chain link fence here. We have a really big chain link fence. And a whole lot full of shit that I don't care about. So there's going to be a lot of zombies coming up to hit this chain link fence soon. If we start shooting right now, that's what's going to happen pretty quickly. So I'm thinking about how to deal with that. And I have an idea. And it's a little wacky, but it might work. Fire bombs are very easy to build now. Like, very easy to build. So easy that I might actually have the materials to build one, even though I don't have one built already. I do not. Okay, so if you want to build a firebomb, all you need is a 1-liter container of gasoline and a rag. And you can build something that you can throw at a chain link fence, and that will cook it completely. And that is what I'm thinking about right now. When I look at this chain link fence, this corner here, it's going to be swarming with zombies the moment we start shooting. So what if we make it swarm with zombies and then set them all on fire and then fall back and shoot elsewhere while they cook? We could do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a bottle of some kind here. Shouldn't be too hard to find a bottle somewhere in this storage. Checking cars for things like water bottles and whatnot. Somewhat unrealistically, zombies never seem to carry around bottles of water on them, like, ever. You know, another thing, there's so many trash nodes in here. We could actually probably do some trash foraging. I think a plastic bottle is actually not uncommon to find in trash. If nothing else, we'll get plenty of foraging experience. So whenever you're foraging for trash, this is one situation where these looted and trash POIs are actually really useful. Because every time you come up to a little node full of trash, that's another thing that could potentially spawn something for you to forage. You do have to differentiate it from the stuff that's already on the ground. What I'm looking for to differentiate that is the experience. Right, I just got some experience, so I think I just found 2 things, yeah. But whenever I see an item pop up that doesn't give me foraging experience, then I know it's not something that I'm uncovering. Now, when you're foraging for trash, you can find almost anything. But if memory serves, I think certain things are a little bit more likely than others. And I think a plastic bottle might be among those things, but I'm just using intuition there. I don't know any of that for sure. If I don't find one within, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 more minutes of searching, I won't go nuts with it. I have a billion plastic bottles elsewhere that I could always just run back and grab one. And for this particular operation, it would be worth it to do that. Because I saw quite a few Zeds in that, junkyard lot. All of this stuff, but no, wait a minute, does a jar count? A jar might count. We can actually check. All we gotta do is check the recipe. If we look at firebomb for the recipe, make firebomb, possible items, water bottle, sports bottle, orange soda, industrial dye, hair dye, bottle. Okay, so we can't turn a jar into a, damn, that kind of sucks. With the right lid, you could probably actually make a Molotov out of that. Yeah, no, foraging, when you're doing trash, you can find wacky stuff. There are many things that you would never guess that you could find. You can actually find, now, of course, again, I've always mentioned this in the past when I was talking about foraging, when you're looking for something specific by foraging trash, good luck. I mean, the only reason I'm ever going out of my way to do it right now is because I have a suspicion that a bottle might be slightly more common than other things. I mean, and I wouldn't mind getting foraging experience at the moment. If I don't find what I'm looking for, then a couple thousand foraging experience is nothing bad. Not at all. Now, foraging does get you tired now. Look at this. My endurance is just about to hit the first moodle. So we're actually just going to sit down and take a quick break while we eat. And we're going to kill this zombie first, of course. God bless my hearing. If anybody has ever tried playing Project Zomboid on a like a TV or a console, basically, if you've never tried Project Zomboid with surround sound, give it a shot if you have the capability. I cannot recommend it hard enough. If you guys look at my over-the-shoulder cam, it's a little hard to see, but I've got speakers all around me here. That's because I'm using a 5.1 home theater system with my computer, and the benefit that gives me is I can echolocate zombies like 20 times easier than I could back when I played with headphones. It is like night and day. If you ever and I mentioned that because like if you have like YouTube TV on your television, like a smart TV, try watching one of my streams there, because I do stream in surround sound. So you would actually you'd be able to see what I'm talking about if you have that capability. Very highly recommended. It got to a point where if I had a surround sound system and I had to choose whether to put it in my living room or at my desk, I'd probably pick my desk first. That's how much of a benefit it's produced to me. Not just in this game, but I discovered the joys of that back when I was mainlining Darktide. Yeah, this was a hoarder's stash here, full of garbage. And I do believe we checked the vending machines here. I almost always do that as a course of action, yeah. Oh, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go upstairs, because there is an upstairs to this place, and it is also trashed. I'll check that. I don't think I checked these dumpsters. Nah, nothing. Sometimes dumpsters are friggin' loaded. I have seen dumpsters be very loaded in the past. If I don't find anything on the second floor of this place, we're gonna bail out. We'll find it elsewhere. Hey, look at that. That's what I was waiting for right there. We have read all of the forging books up to a certain point. Where are we at? Under survival. Oh yeah, we're forging level 9, so we don't even need to read any more books. We are at high enough level that all we gotta do is, we found a first aid kit, but there's nothing in it. All we gotta do is just finish forging. If we forge enough, we'll get there. I'm not gonna, continue forging until I get to level 10. I actually expect the grind is gonna get harder now that we're on the last level. So I'm not gonna go too nuts with that. Now, as a clumsy person, if I were to run over one of those rats, I would actually trip. Something I got to be aware of. I do it without really thinking about it these days. If I notice rats or mice when I'm trying to run around indoors, I just stop running. Burned that into my muscle memory. Okay, this is the last room. Nothing in here. We are out of here. No bottles. That's okay. Oh, you know what? I'm an actual literal doofus. And that's because there's a gas station. There's a gas station just a little ways to the north here. And the gas station is absolutely going to have some bottles of something in it. Now, just that discharge there is already going to start pulling them into that corner, and that's perfectly fine. When I come back, they'll be, some of them will already be lined up to start cooking. But yeah, I can't believe I forgot that this is here. It's looted and trashed, but there's going to be bottles, definitely. I haven't looted this place yet, have I? No, even if I have, there's still bottles. This is a 2-liter bottle. But here's a 1-liter bottle of water. What we're going to do is actually just put that water that's in there into our own water bottle, so we're not even wasting it, and then we'll dump the rest. So there's one plastic bottle right there. Now, one slight problem is that the game does not differentiate between the types of plastic bottles. So there is currently in my backpack a plastic bottle that is a 2-liter, and a plastic bottle that is a 1-liter, which I just put on the floor. I'm doing that because now I'll take the seltzer water, put it in the 2-liter, so that I don't have to worry about accidentally filling up because when you right-click to put gasoline into these bottles, It doesn't show you the size. It just says empty plastic bottle. So, yeah. A little bit of convenience lore there. These are both going to be 2 liters as well. I'll take them. I mean, soda's always welcome. And, yes, we can take the, we could take the game room machine. Unfortunately, we already have a bunch of arcade machines at our base, the gas station. We just don't have a game room yet. Gotta find an actual place to put them. Alright, now if we siphon gasoline into these plastic bottles, we can be confident that it is just going to be the 1 liter bottles. So we have 2 1-liter bottles of gasoline. Now we just need 2 rags. That should be easy, very easy. We'll check the shelves here, and if we don't find anything, then we'll rip some zombie clothes. I may actually have some rags carrying around in my ambulance. See, I used to always have a few of these 1-liter bottles, along with some rags, to make the gasoline bombs whenever I see fit. I kind of fell off on that, though. And the reason I fell off... See, look at this. I have like 9 empty plastic... These are all 2 liters. Doof moment on my part. That's alright. We'll find some rags. This young lady here has got a skirt. Fun fact about a skirt, you can shorten it and get a free clean rag. That might not be enough, so we'll also take her top. In order to shorten the skirt, you need scissors and a crafting surface. I think we have... Yeah, we carry around shears these days, so we can use those for anything. Oh, we can shorten the crop top, too. Oh, shit, I don't want to do that. Because I'm carrying around... That's not a crop top, that's my formal shirt. I do not want to crop that. The sleeves on that shirt are, covered in leather strips. I don't want to ruin that. Alright, so we got some clean and some dirty. I'm going to clean the dirty. This is an acceptable use of toilet water here. We do not drink toilet water, but we will wash things in it. So now we can, using a crafting surface, we can whip together 2 fire bombs. And we have some leftover rags after that. And I will resume carrying around some empty 1-liter bottles so I don't run into this blowdown in the future. There we go. Rags in there. We're going to put 1 fire bomb, leave that in our inventory, the other in our backpack. Actually, the other one. I should need more than 1 for this. If I need more than 1 for this, we've made a mistake. We did pick up some chips. Those are going to go on my driver's seat with the rest of the chips. My tactical chips in case I get hungry and I forgot to meal prep. Always have backups for everything. Alright, so this is where the fun begins. I don't know if we're going to do a big combat section. I don't know how much of a threat this area is going to be. I'll get a mark just in case. If anybody doesn't have time to catch all of my streams, if you want to ever go back and watch one of my previous streams, what I've been trying to do lately is get timestamps to put in the pinned comment. So if you're just kind of dropping by to see the interesting parts, feel free to drop by in the future on one of my recordings, and you might see a timestamp in the description with more interesting parts. So because we're about to enter a combat section, I know some folks like to see that a lot. I will capture a timestamp starting as soon as we get ready for that bomb. It'll probably be 3 hours and 50 minutes. I'll just put that tentatively. Alright, 35000. Yes, okay. And let's get started. Like I said, I don't know if this is going to be a combat section or not. This might be... We might just be throwing a bomb and letting them cook. We'll have to see where the majority of them come from. Alright, so I already see some trees shaking. And I already hear some fence slamming. Lots of fence slamming. Okay, so this is where we throw the bomb. I don't even know exactly where they are. And I'll be real with you guys, I don't care. We hit 1 or 2 of them, and that's more than enough for me. And so we're going to fall back a little bit. Now, what's going to happen there is a lot of them are just going to start going to that corner where they heard the boom, and they're going to set each other on fire. And that's exactly what I want. The trees are burning, but the trees burning doesn't actually remove their the line of sight problem that we're going to run into. Even if the tree is burned, it's still going to block our line of sight. That's whatever. I don't need to see it to know that there's a number of them back there cooking. And while they're cooking, I'm going to need to start killing anybody who arrives. And what I'm going to do is I'm also going to snipe. We're going to snipe. I've got my MSR 700 in the trunk here. So I'm going to take that. I'm going to take the bullets, put them in my backpack, and we're just going to shoot them as as anybody else arrives down the road there from outside of the fence. We're going to shoot them. Now, we don't want the fire to spread too far from there, so we're going to go ahead and plink anybody outside who is on fire. We may have only had a limited effect with that firebomb, because it looks like there's nothing on the inside that's still on fire. If there was, we would actually be able to see it. Damn. Well, you can't win them all. We have made very good use of firebombs on the chain link fences in the past, because the fire does go straight through them. But I think the fact that there's no fire on the sand there, I think that also means that we're not going to be... It's not going to linger as much. Yep, there's somebody in there. Somebody on the inside there still who's still smacking the fence. And there's nothing we can do about that because I can't see them. Too many trees. We'll just try to keep our distance. Now, why do we want to not have so many zombies smacking fences? If we get stressed, we lose our capability to aim. Your aiming goes down with every level of stress you get. We don't have any accumulated right now, so that's good, but we don't want to accumulate any. If we just leave a bunch of zombies smacking the fence, that will be bad for us every time we drive past here. I don't think we've woken up this Finnegan Research Group lab building yet, and I kind of want to keep it that way. I think that's a big POI. Like, despite the relatively small size compared to other buildings in Louisville, I think that is one that's going to spawn like 500 per floor. So I'm gonna keep my distance from that. They do not spawn in unless you get within a certain distance of the building, and I'm perfectly okay with the way that works for now, because Louisville is already tedious enough as is by yourself. In the future, if we have if I have a whole team of NPCs, fire support team with me, then yeah, maybe I could deal with more zombies in total. But for now, no. I'm gonna keep the gun in my hands for now. We might need to do some more sniping as we progress. I don't know what this POI is, but whatever it is, it looks like it's been looted and trashed. I remember seeing at least one to the north there. So head on a swivel. But the point of discharging here is that we're going to start bringing them from the fire department around the corner. And also anybody who's to the north who wants to play, as it were. Like this guy. This is why I didn't want to use 223 to make any bombs with, because these bullets, because of how far they can go, are very valuable to me. I'm never using 223 for anything other than an 8x scope rifle again. There was a point in time where I had so much 223 that I was like, well, if I take the scope off and I just use it as a very short distance weapon, I regret doing that, because now 223 every shot of it is a shot that could be long range. So expending it on short range ever just feels wrong now. Yeah, that's a very good piece of advice there. In fact, I don't know if I ever. The only time I'm ever walking while there's a bunch of zombies around is usually if I'm trying to keep their movement within a certain threshold. At this point, the fact that they keep going around the side of my ambulance is becoming annoying. Just back up a little bit here. Now, because I have the action economy to do it, I'm gonna peel the firefighter gear off of the firefighter's Zeds, because they are every firefighter piece of gear, even if it's just, you know, broken up into pieces, it's still a it is still something that can give you airmid thread. So if I want more airmid thread in the future, I just come back and pick up the busted up firefighter gear. Yep. It actually saved us recently. I couldn't tell you exactly which part. It was something after part 70, I think. We rounded a corner, and we weren't expecting anything around that corner, and when we saw something around that corner, it was already in front of us, so we just nudged it with our elbow and kept running. Yeah, the fact that I was running around that corner is a habit that was rewarded with my life. Because they were well within grab distance. That could have ended very poorly. We got a lot of fence thumpers to the south there, but I will not be using any fire bombs this close to a fire department. Irony aside, we don't want any chances of the place catching on fire. Yes, a brickwork building like this will catch on fire, if you let it. From this distance, the chain link fences might as well be a shooting gallery. Okay, here we go. Looks like we do have a combat segment ahead of us, of some sort. Mostly from south. They're a lot from the tennis court. We're not getting a lot of kills through the fence here. So I am going to fall back a little bit. Like, shooting through the fence, we're not getting kills quite as often as I think we would be getting if we were just shooting them straight up. Hello there. You guys don't belong here. Why don't you get away from my ambulance? I'd rather not have... You can and will shoot your own ambulance glass, or you shoot your own vehicle's windows by accident. If you accidentally aim too close to your windows, you'll accidentally hit them. So, don't. I think that might be enough for a pipe bomb. I think I might update my timestamp here. 3:57. And we're going to set a pipe bomb in... we could do it right over here. Let me, I'm gonna punch through the group a little bit here and see what it looks like down here. Lots of fences. I don't like how many fences there are here. See, we got 10 stress just from driving past everybody there. Hello, okay. That's almost a roadblock. We're backing up. So there are a lot of zombies that I would prefer to move, but it's going to take some effort to move them, because as long as they can... If they see me, then they will stop trying to go around the fence and just try to go through the fence. But if they don't see me, then they'll just try to go around the fence. So what I'm going to do, as silly as this sounds, I'm actually going to off-road a little bit up here. Maybe I'll just kind of chill right here. Yeah, I'll just chill right here. So that I'm on the other side of the fire department. That might let me get most of the people down from the south without having to worry about them going around the fence or trying to go through it. I need to keep my head on a swivel because we do not have a secure area here. Other side of that taxi there. This is actually a tough shot. Got him. Okay. I'm going to try moving up just a little closer. We might be out of cell range from the ones further to the south there. Okay, I'm going to put the rifle away for now. Into the backpack, except I can't. I'm just going to drop it. Can't afford to be too weighed down right now. So we want to keep the player out of line of sight of the fences. That, I think, will contribute to them going around the fences instead of trying to go through them. Okay, let's put the rifle away now. See, there were a lot down there, but I'm not sure how many of them are going to heed the call. Heed the siren's call, as it were. Falling back just a little bit. I'm going to survey to see how many we've got the attention of. A lot of them are still working their way around the fence, but... Now look at that. A lot of them are like... It's like they don't know how to get to me, and that sucks, because I want them to go around the fence to get to me, but now that they can see me, they're going to start smacking the fence. Damn. There might not be an opportunity for a pipe bomb here. If we can't get them to bundle up, we're probably going to have to deal with these guys by hand. Threaten me with a good time. Unfortunately, I am getting a little sleepy. That's not going to stop me. We've got a good roll. We've got good weather. For all I know, it might start raining tomorrow. So we're going to actually cut the ambulance engine. And we are going to have a cup of coffee. Where's my coffee? Don't fucking tell me. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my coffee. So we're tired, but we can still shoot. But since I'm tired, I don't... Fuck, what did I do with my coffee? I must have put it somewhere. Might have made its way into Meals on Wheels by accident. I have 2 in the ambulance as a backup, because, yes, this has happened to me many times. I forget what happens to my backpack coffee, so I have some ambulance coffee. So we're just going to let the sound of the gunshots bring them around gradually. So not as much of a combat segment, but just general, general fight. Skirmish. It's a skirmish, not a fight. Yep. I mean, that's probably how I've survived so long, but yep. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. I'm so glad that you recommended that. We are definitely going to be doing a lot of that. The 1911 with just, a single mag. That's all we need for now. For a 45 auto. So I still don't enjoy fence thumpers. But a smaller number of them, yeah, we can tolerate that. If anybody is not familiar, my gun loadout right now is, we've got a short-range gun. This is the 38 Special. It's the ankle holster revolver. Right now, it's the only thing I can put in my ankle holster, so that's our short-range weapon for now. Maybe someday we'll have a 9mm concealed carry in the game, but for now, 38 special 5-cylinder revolver is the only thing that'll fit in the ankle holster, so that's my short range. My medium range is the 1911. Thus far, it has been the big iron, the M625, but I can be expending that same cartridge with a little bit more accuracy in the form of a 1911, so that's exactly what we're doing here. Now this is what I wanted to see, but they're still a little bit too diffused to call this a fight. This just means we got some shotgun opportunities. The shotgun on my back, I saved that for opportunities where they're bunched up enough for a multi-kill, like this. As long as I'm at least hitting 2 of them with 1 shell, it's worth the shotgun shot. And then, of course, the big iron, the actual proper big iron, with the scope on it. That is my that's my intermediate range weapon. I do try to use it sparingly for just opportunity shots, because if I go nuts with it, I will burn my ammo supply without breaking a sweat. You only get 20 bullets to a box for 44 Magnum. Oh, you know what? That's not a bad idea at all. But yeah, the coffee maker. Yeah. I think the same goes. The same as with tea. If you make tea in the coffee machine. Wait a minute. I might be wrong about that. I think you make tea just by cooking it, like you used to. But I think they fixed it. So we've actually got a little bit of stress buildup because of this bullshit here. But getting a few multi-kills with the shotgun will erase more than half of our stress just now. I don't know what it is about multi-kills with the shotgun, but they are very cathartic for a girl. It'd probably be, yeah, that'd probably be true for anybody. Now, there's still going to be a lot of them inside, because a lot of them that we were trying to lure before, a lot of them made their way inside, but not around. Oh, look at this. She got a shotgun. No shells in it, though. What a shame. That's right, you can reach through fences. No clip can be engaged if they're on their face. Okay, I think I'm more or less secure to just start going around now. It looked like there were going to be enough here for a pipe bomb, but they were just so diffused. And we have been able to cook off enough stress that we have successfully gotten out of the first noodle, so we no longer have to worry about shooting. We got Agnes here with the duffel bag, but she's not going to be anybody special, unfortunately. Whenever I see a Zed with a duffel bag, activates my almonds, but... Oh, he's still alive. Now, it looks like we had quite a few Zeds over here, enough to break through this door. The doors were intact. Damn shame there's no fire marshal trucks inside here. Guess they were all on calls when they got needed. Alright, we have successfully fought our way to the fire department. Now we've got a few stragglers, but otherwise, I'm feeling good about this. Keep my hunting knife on my chest there. I can individual targets if I don't want to be making too much more noise. I can poke them. Good way to get knife experience. We're almost up to level 5 with knives. I think we were close to the halfway point last time I looked. Where are we at now? Short blade, yeah, we're still close to the halfway point. 713 out of 1,500. Now, we have to sleep soon. Honestly, we could probably sleep in here. Fire departments have the bunks. Surprised that most of the doors in here are still intact. Civilian ham radio, perfect condition. Probably going to take that. Slated for later, though. And the stairs. They got their own door. That's fantastic. That makes this a bit unique among the fire departments I've seen. So, if you want to see if there's a zombie at the top of the stairs, pull out any gun and aim at the top of the stairs. And it will turn red if there's a target to shoot. In this case, that means it didn't turn red, so there's nobody directly up here. And I am a little disappointed. I thought this was going to be a multi-story building. Like, multi-story as in... What's up here? Just the helicopter, okay. So, no bunks here. Weird. Maybe they're above the garage? I don't know. I suppose you'd want to keep the grunts with the whatchamacallit, with the trucks. Now this is where we would be most likely to find a light bar in one of the containers in the garage. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Nothing there, nothing there. Oh, 2 red. Okay, 2 light bars here. So that new ambulance we found, that's 40% more integrity for its light bar right there. Firefighter gear. Okay, lots of cool stuff. But I think those are all the garage cables there. Laundry room, same deal. Now that means the dorms are most likely on this side because there's also the, I see the exercise room over there. We haven't been making too much noise on this side of the place, so we will need to do a perimeter check on foot here. Now I'm actually, I'm gonna put my underlayers back on because this is unknown territory, and I'm gonna be going indoors. So because of that, I want my protection to go back up. So every single thing I just put back on is 10% more bite protection on each level, including my arms. So we're not, obviously we're not nowhere near 100%. I haven't put on my heavy armor, but we're better than we were sleeveless. I'll check the interior and then the perimeter, and then I do assume we'll have bunks upstairs here we could sleep in. Nice and quiet in here. Alright, now same rules going upstairs as before. Clear. And what I like to do is focus on the corners. I didn't know that there was a corner here, but I realized that there's only 4 possible tiles that there could be up here. So I had a feeling that we would need to turn around as soon as we came upstairs. Stairs are your worst enemy right now in this game because you cannot see anything on the upper levels. Jesus fucking Christ. Knock on the fucking door if you're gonna be in there. Fucking asshole. I hate it when they do that. Whenever they stand directly in front of the fucking doors. We're good. We're good. He didn't even wind up, but that was a class 2 because he was within range to wind up, but we pushed his ass before he winded up. He was actually glitched for a second there. I don't know if you guys caught that, but his arms were just outstretched and he was just standing still. I've noticed that happens sometimes when they're supposed to be knocked down. So I think what was supposed to happen there is we should have knocked him down. Private shower rooms. Now this is an upper class fire department. Ask your local firefighters if they got their own private shower rooms. They're gonna probably fucking laugh in your face. This city gonna have budget for that? Fuck no. You guys get a prison showers at best. And here's the oh, this is not the bunks, but we do have a bed here. Oh, fuck, my fucking heart rate probably still over 100 from that. Oy. Cereal. Cereal's always good. We've got more perishables for the rest of today, but still. Huh, apparently you have to go through the med bay to get to the bedroom. Now what that tells me is that we've got multiple doors to sleep behind, so I'm not even gonna worry about the perimeter check. Because we've got a good place to sleep with a pillow right here, and like 3 doors the zombies are gonna have to fight through to get to us. I think we'll be okay for tonight. I mean, if they break through all 3, I've still got a good weapon in hand, and I'm facing the direction they would come from, so just a couple of factors that I'm thinking about before I actually sleep somewhere nowadays. And one factor I should have thought about before going to sleep, I should have taken my armor off, but that's alright, we only lost about 5 happies from that. Yes, we literally have happy points. If we look at my happies here, we've got 96 out of 100 happies. We lost 4 happies because we slept in our armor. We'll actually get some happies back, though, because our stir fry is pretty good. And we're pretty hungry right now, so we will have... and if we ran out of stir fry, we've got soda. I've got bubblegum soda I could eat, or drink, rather. And that would give me some happies, so... Now, whenever you're exploring a potentially unsecure POI at night, I don't think, in the current version of the game, I don't think zombies actually react to light. But that could just be the fact that my footsteps are so loud that they're going to react to my footsteps before they react to anything else. Because in my experience, zombies only ever seem to react to sound. So if, like, let's just say that I rounded this corner right here. If I rounded this corner and there were like 5 of them down the hall, it would not be my light that spooks them. It would be me in my loud-ass footsteps. But there's probably nothing to worry about at the immediate moment. In fact, because we have like 3 intact doors to sleep behind here, I'm actually going to mark this place with an S on my map. I use an S with like a red circle around it to indicate it's a place that's safe to sleep, but not much else. And I just use an O for a circle. So we're looking good. As far as exploration goes, we didn't get quite as far as I would have liked, mostly because of how many zombies I saw in front of this area. So we're doing all right, but we could do better. There is a coffee machine right there. List top 10 things I wish I could power with batteries. Coffee machine powered with batteries would be amazing, but all we get are battery connectors for the lights right now. Now here's something, another thing I could do. I could steal that pillow from one of the beds here. I think there's only one, actually. Yeah, we saw one on that bunk. Here we go. So this pillow, always check the beds, even if it doesn't look like there's a pillow. Because, look at this. There is a pillow here. It's just really hard to fucking see. So if you're looking for a pillow, note that they could hide in places. So we're going to take this bed downstairs. We're going to put it in the janitor closet. That's just a little something I sometimes like to do. Like, if I have a place that I can sleep in out in the field, I'll sometimes move the beds to somewhere more convenient, but also still secure. Carrying a little too much. Can I can't put anything else. No. Damn. Tell me I can't carry both parts of the bed at once. I'm gonna pull out one of my military backpacks and carry it in my Arcan that way. We can still do that. When it comes to beds out in the field, fun fact, if you are organized and you have a few military backpacks, you can actually fit a medical bed specifically. You can fit a medical bed into a military backpack because you get 36 room in the backpack, and medical beds only weigh 15 for both parts, and they give you a good quality night's sleep. So you can have a medical bed in a backpack to carry around with you. That's my preferred form of sleeping bag. And so that pillow we picked up, I'll just leave it on the bed down here. And now we have an even more convenient spot to sleep when we're in this area. I don't think I'll actually, like, try to base up here or anything, but it's always useful to have places to sleep out in the field. I've lost track of how many different places I've marked with an S, because technically it's a safe place to sleep. And now we're going to go get our ambulance. We're just going to bring it straight here. Gym mats. Oh, it's a low quality sleep, but it is yeah, you can definitely sleep on them, and it's better than the floor. I don't need to be carrying around this soda. I can pull this out of my backpack. I'll leave it in the ambulance. Backpack is getting a little full. Now I think I'm just going to take the ambulance back to where I just was and park it in the garage and then sleep again. Because as a restless sleeper, my bedtimes... Restless sleeper, in my humble opinion, just means go to sleep twice. That's kind of how I like to do it. You'll still get a little tired later in the day sometimes, but, well, that's why I started carrying around coffee, really. So this is one of the many reasons I like vehicles with light bars. Without the light bar, where did I go? Even with the headlights, I can't see myself. But with the light bar, you get a little AoE light. I wish so much, if there was just one small thing that I could get the devs to change about the game, let us replace light bars with just bright white halogen lights, like from the street lights, and just make them AoE lights that just remain stable, pointed in every direction, so I can just have a floodlight, just a mobile floodlight vehicle to drive around in. That's all I want right now. If I could have just one thing. Oh, I should have put my water in my backpack. Looks like we got fog today. Light fog, at least. That's alright. I've had worse. I'm gonna leave this bucket outside. Highly doubt that I'll need water anytime soon. Like, you know, boiled water, but whatever. I'll just leave a bucket outside just in case. I'm pretty good on buckets back at Jericho and Butch. This shotgun I picked up is not not needed at the moment. I've got a bunch back at Butch. And I've got so many shotguns at Jericho that I could not fit more if I wanted to. What I'm going to do is get some trash bags full of loot here. I need to put this soda into my trunk. There we go. Put it in with the rest of the happy generating material. Now, we do have a little bit of room in the trunk. It's very unimpressive how much room we have. It's not much. Yeah, so we get out, I've got some garbage bags I always carry around, and that's what I'm going to start putting my loot in, minus the, this griddle pan and this mug. Those are part of the Butch kit. Those go there. Everything else can start going into the garbage bag. And what I'm going to try to do is separate the garbage bags from my loot. I'm going to separate it into stuff that can go back to Butch versus stuff that is just going to go back to Jericho. Jericho really doesn't need much right now. Jericho is very well equipped. In fact, it's so well equipped that there's some things I definitely would not want to even bother trying to bring back. Rope is going to go straight in my backpack because I actually need that in the immediate. Memorabilia is going to go back to Jericho, so that includes that, and I guess the fountain cup, why not? But the cereal and the milk, that can stay out here. Hacksaws, this, if I had a better condition one. Hacksaws, every once in a while, you don't need them until you do, right? Sometimes I have a bunch of spares, and then sometimes I forget to have a bunch of spares, and suddenly I need more. I'll put one in there, why not? Same with pipe wrenches. You always have enough until you don't. Look at this, a firefighter axe head in the trash that's in almost perfect condition. Wipe that off, put some Febreze on it, it'll be fine. Box of batteries, hell yeah. Welding rods, duct tape. Now the light bars I'm going to put in, I'm going to put those straight in the trunk of the ambulance. Keep them separate from everything else. I do have enough room in the ambulance for a little bit of stuff, but a lot of the stuff that we're collecting right now is actually just going to get left on the ground in trash bags, and then we're going to come back to those trash bags later. Ooh, okay, we found a tool roll with an angle-headed flashlight in it. Now this is important if you don't have one already. I got a bunch of angle-headed flashlights already, but this one is important for me because it's in black, and black matches my kit. Angle-headed flashlights come in 2 colors. But yeah, we're gonna put that in my backpack. Everything else in here is nah. So with the light bar put in there, that's a full trunk. Like the ambulance trunk is. Now that we put the light bar in there, that's 100% full. So everything else is either going in garbage bags or it's not coming with us. I've got firefighter t-shirts in every color already. Many of them. Whenever I find a walkie-talkie out in the field these days, I usually just try to disassemble it before going anywhere, because then I can get the parts and bring the parts home, but not have to worry about the bulk. Now this is interesting. They've got a lockup for the fire department, but there's also a back door to the lockup. I don't know what's going on there. That's not usual that you would have a back door to a lockup, but whatever. So even though this firefighter axe here is dull, it's actually still useful to us. All we need to do is sharpen it. I don't think I couldn't tell you if I've ever seen a firefighter axe spawn in a fire department that didn't have a good head. Like sometimes you'll see a firefighter axe with a, like with one that's not sharp or like one that has a bad handle. But I couldn't tell you if I've ever seen one with a bad head. Usually if it's going to spawn a firefighter axe, it'll spawn it with at least a good head. Not 100% on that, but I feel that's a pretty reliable statement. Oxygen tank with almost nothing left in it. Long johns are useful if you don't already have a bunch. What you do is with long johns, you can fit, you can put leather strips on almost every slot with those. But this is another full garbage bag. We'll just leave this out here. And that's all the shelves, actually, I think. Yeah, that's all the shelves. Oh, a glass bottle in the trash. We could make a firebomb out of that. I don't know if I will, but if the need arises. All right. Into the passenger seat goes my armor. I said, there it is, okay. The forearm armor can stay with me for now. It is a little uncomfortable, but it is actually useful enough that I'm not worried about that part. So we will come back here if we need to sleep, but most likely we will come back here to just loot, pick up that loot there. We have another bucket. I'm just going to leave it here. I mean, you know, bucket of water. Threaten me with a good time. In fact, the bucket that's already filled up there, we're going to use that to wash our, we're going to use that to wash the van. Become a member. Oh, I haven't set any of that up yet. I don't, I have sort of a long-term plan for YouTube. I don't really have much of a short-term plan for YouTube, but I have not set up any monetization features yet. Actually, I'm not eligible for them just yet. Believe it or not, you need to have at least 500 subscribers and a certain amount of watch time. I have got literally thousands of hours of watch time. A small group of people definitely love my stuff. But I do need to have at least 500 subs to even enable that. But even if I had 500 subs, I wouldn't have enabled it just yet, because I have sort of a plan, like just a general plan that I would want to roll out before I start doing anything monetized on YouTube. I also, this is not necessarily a fault of the members-only feature, but I absolutely fucking despise how often I see members-only videos in my related tab. And that has kind of turned me off of that thing entirely. But it's not the fault of that feature, it's just YouTube. I wish YouTube would stop recommending that bullshit. And I can't say this out loud because YouTube scans your transcripts for things that involve the naughty no-no things. So I cannot tell you exactly what it is I'm doing right now. But if you zoom in a little bit on my screen, you can see that I have a few things here. Again, like I said, I cannot say this out loud. But YouTube is not yet at the point where their AI is going to start scanning through 4K video to look for things like this. So there are some things here that you can do to get things that you don't want out of your related feed. Very highly recommended. Very, very highly recommended. You know what? You're right about that. Yeah, yeah. If and when I do get that set up, that is absolutely something that's going to be on the list of things to do. But now we have a goal, and that goal is we're going to take a peek at this area down here with the dirt road. Okay, the map shows a dirt road, but this is not dirt, this is gravel. It's also not really a road. We couldn't even fit a car on this if we wanted to. I don't know what's going on here. Temporary housing for construction? Construction crew, maybe? I don't know. But whatever this is, we're going to have to investigate it on foot. So we're going to just take a quick peek down through here. I don't have any high expectations for it, but we'll see what there is. Exploration is the name of the game today. Always treat these trees as if they are a hard wall. They're dead set on the floor there. Whenever you see them spawn in like this, always assume they could stand up if you walk near them. So, what do we got down there? We've got a lot of tight corners, and not a lot of anything that I would want down here. I'm not going to engage that group. I don't see anything worth fighting for here. There are construction lights. I have so many of them right now that I probably don't need them, but you know what I'm going to do? I saw two. I've spotted two so far. I can fit two into a backpack, and then I can just run away. Hello. Into the backpack, please. There we go. There is another one there. I'm not going to grab that as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave those in the fire department with the other loot that I picked up recently. I'm not so greedy that I'm going to, like, start grabbing all of them. Just those two. I'm going to consider that area explored. It's just a bunch of trailers. Might be a potential staging ground if you wanted to approach this place from the south, but, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if I would ever do that. Trying to approach Louisville from the east side here doesn't seem like a solid strategy from a logistical standpoint. But if you are just starting out, you don't have a lot of logistics, maybe, I don't know. I've never considered going to Louisville early game. There's a reason we haven't gone anywhere near this place until now, and that reason is because I consider Louisville the end game of Project Zomboid. I like to wait quite a ways before bothering to come here, so that when I do come here, I have more than anything I would ever want. And now we'll just take those floodlights and just leave them here. And if and when we come back for this loot, we can grab it. Floodlights are always useful because you could put some battery connectors on these and leave them at your fighting positions. Make them viable long after you don't have a generator there anymore. B42 acquired hatred for trailer parks. I believe it. I believe it. Hello. I almost... See, now that the weather is bad, somehow I notice the rat before I run into it. Raven Creek. I've heard the name many times. It's one of the map add-ons, I believe. Sounds like it is a map add-on with lots and lots and lots of Z. But here is one of the things we set out for initially. Residential. We are looking for boarded up windows. Boarded up windows equals survivor house equals chance at Longplay 5. Now this is a catering van up here, but it's also a step van and it looks really pretty. And because of that, I'm going to take a peek at it. We do not have a secure angle of approach for firearms right now. If I were to start discharging here, we would get them from I just saw a few in this forest here. So we can't start shooting unless we've cleared our 6. And our 6 encompasses not just this mini forest here, but also that trailer park behind us. We would start pulling people from there eventually if we started going nuts with guns, so things to be mindful of. Noise awareness is 100 times more important than noise discipline. Now, in terms of food, we've got 1 bite of our stir fry left. Then we will be out of perishable food, but we have a whole bunch of soda, so we've got multiple days of food left before we have to return to our field base and restock. Telling me I can't start shooting, but you're also showing me a billion zombies. I see a guy with a hiking backpack, but I didn't see any armor on him. Do I need to sharpen? Yes. Let's sharpen before we engage here. Now what I'm going to probably do is split this group up by doing a sneaky sneak. We're going to, after we sharpen this, we're going to kill this guy, and then we're going to sneak up and see if we can pull half the group by sneaking. I wouldn't recommend doing that. Trying to finish your sharpen before a fast shambler gets to you. That was a bit of a flex. I understand their movement speeds well enough that I can pull shit like that off. This wasn't the guy that I was seeing, was he? If so, then definitely nobody with a backpack of interest. It's just a high school girl with a frickin' short hair. All the girls would have made fun of her for that. YOLO. A little more than half of the group, that's fine. Y'all think I need guns to kill you? Guns just make it easy. Alright, so what have we got here? Engine, quality 70. 30% chance to fail to start. Equals 0% chance I'm going to do anything with it. Hair dye. An entire bottle of pink hair dye. That's what drew me in here. You know something I might do? Take a bath. Not that it was really required. I mean, rain, in my humble opinion, rain should help wash off a little bit of blood from you. But we're not allowed to have good things. I was actually kind of hoping that the rain might ease up. That's alright. Not too upset about it. Ooh, look at this. Oh, this is, this I think is the bombed out neighborhood. Like, I think we might start seeing some houses, a couple more houses in this neighborhood might be bombed out. Oh no. If it was bombed out, they wouldn't have bothered putting cones up. This might just be a, just something that was a house fire at one point before the apocalypse. Now, I could just probably drive through this place. I have opted to do a little bit more footwork here. These corners are so tight that it's just, I'm not feeling it. I can explore this place on foot much easier than I can trying to keep my princely van not damaged. Consolidate my seltzer water here. Yeah, I'm just gonna sleuth this on foot for a minute. Oh, I've been here before. This particular intersection, I remember seeing this with the busted up ambulance right here. I remember seeing that and being pissed off because that is an actual roadblock right there. So that means I'm at New Venture right now. So I have explored this area, but what I haven't explored is fucking... Thanks for that, Jabber. I didn't need that. I actually shouldn't still be logged in, but yeah. Let me make sure that wasn't anybody who should be calling me. Every once in a while I'll get a call that went to a phantom line. No. That was just somebody who got line 3 for no reason. Okay, we're good. False alarm. Yep, 100%. So I'm trying to break my way to that neighborhood there to the south. I am killing these zombies here because I see a PB&J on the table there. Threaten me with a good time. I had a feeling there would be more. That's why I was playing this real safe. This is still Louisville. It might be residential, but it's still Louisville. I think I can pull this off, as long as there's nobody else coming. Did I make it? I might not have made it. Nope, I didn't make it. Damn. I was really close. I shouldn't have flexed. I was trying to do a flex, but no. I might have actually made that if I hadn't gone for the push, but no. I'm gonna prioritize safety over flexing. See, this one, I'm not even sure I'll make this one. This fast one decided to spill out of a fucking wind. Yeah, fuck you too. One of these days, I'll get my sword sharpened. One of these days. Now I'm gonna start again, and there's another one's gonna come up out of nowhere. I have in the past attempted to fast forward while doing this in a very unsecure area. Never again. We don't, not when it's very unsecure. Okay, we're good. If you keep your blades sharp, they will last a hell of a lot longer. I think you almost always lose sharpness before you lose durability. But you can't always stop what you're doing and sharpen. Like right now, if I lose some sharpness, I can't stop what I'm doing and sharpen right now. Why don't fuck the windows, dude? I'm right here. Oi. Come get the human. Thank you. Whenever I see a zombie attacking a window for no reason, it awakens some deep hatred in my soul. Yes, it does. You're correct about that. Sometimes I'm willing to take that chance, but yeah, it's no good. Not a good habit to be in. Give me that PB&J. I don't care if the bread is like 2 years old and it's dust by now. I have learned from personal experience that peanut butter and jelly don't go bad anywhere near as fast as bread. Now, the one thing about residential loot is every once in a while you'll see cardboard boxes in the closets. I think the cardboard boxes in the closets actually have a chance to spawn books outside of the standard book set, up to and including Longplay. But if that is the case, every time you find a cardboard box, it's going to be something like a 2% chance. So you're telling me there's a chance? I would not go too far out of my way to look for cardboard boxes in very small amounts. But that's one of the reasons I hit storage facilities. Because storage facilities have, you could sometimes find a garage full of nothing but cardboard boxes. That gives you a lot more rolls at a chance for a book that you're looking for. Alright, now this was the road that I wanted to look at, which is why we went through that house. Right, nothing, nothing, and nothing. Nothing and nothing. Probably also a little bit of nothing. Maybe with some nothing on the side. I can't even imagine trying to navigate this with the van without getting out and fighting constantly. Or taking some hits, which is, we're not about that life here. I don't care that I've stopped getting diminishing returns on my trunk repairs. It's still going to make me mad. And so I'm going to still avoid it. But we've only got a couple of houses left in this particular section. Yeah, we just want to get to the end of Heisenberg Street and then Bricklayer Street, and then we're done here. Which is why we're going to do a little sneaky sneak. Hey, look at that. We got a level 1 upgrade in the sneaky sneak. Hell yeah. Alright, nothing here in this cul-de-sac. I'm gonna give the old cross hook to those zombies who are chasing me. We just sneak through this backyard between these houses. I stick towards the bushes because I can at least see on the other side of them. So we're about to be hungry again, and I don't have any more perishable food. So you know what I do have? I got me a juice box. Got my thippy. Got my thippy that's going to shut the hunger up a little bit. Just a little bit. And then we're just going to take a peek at the edge of this road, and we're done here. No boarded up windows on any of these houses. We're done here. We have observed the entire neighborhood. No survivor homes. Moving on. We came away with a peanut butter and jelly. And that, you know, ladies and gentlemen, that in and of itself, that's a victory for me. Very small one, but a victory nonetheless. Oh yeah, no, that's, I would never want to do that because that sounds like something that might get nerfed someday. And what I kind of try to do, and this, I don't always succeed at this, but sometimes something I try to do is, I try to, look at things that are probably gonna get nerfed someday and just guess that they're gonna get nerfed and then try not to rely on things like that. But yeah, that is absolutely something you could do right now if you just wanted to get, sneaky sneak points. You could, get together a huge group and then try to give them the split. Or, never let them get aggroed onto you fully in the first place and then try to sneak past them. You could always do some wacky stuff like that. I don't know if they would ever try too hard to nerf that, because that would be, it'd be a bit difficult. Maybe they would have to put something like an experience rate multiplier that would scale with group size. And, like, make it so that it, you know, inverse to the group size. So, trying to sneak past a single zombie would give... Oh, look at this. Skeletons from our previous pipe bomb activity. I always love feasting my eyes on successful work. Beautiful. Yeah, I hate that. It does make sense, but I wish it was more consistent. I mean, zombies don't attack anything else that makes noise. But I guess sirens, for some reason, they decide to attack those. But this particular end of this road, we actually have a clean angle of approach behind us here. Because we fought our way down to this house, which is, I'm marking it with the cursor right here in the top left-hand corner of the screen. We fought our way all the way there because there is a survivor house there. So if we start fighting to the south from here, we've actually got a clean angle of approach. Proof of war. Absolutely, 100%. I would fight for a PBJ after the apocalypse. Now, looking at New Venture Street, the end of this road, it just cuts off at a dead end, but then there's some houses, and then there's another road right on the other side. Speaking thereof. Okay. Yeah. I think I know what I'm doing next. I think where I just was, I think we're going to be going back there for a very different reason. Now in this game, if you want to drive somewhere, your minimum is a 3x3 road path is what you're looking at. That is actually easier to accomplish than it might seem for a lot of objectives. And in this particular instance, what I'm going to be doing is we're going to cut through that forest. And I'm going to cut through that forest because I've been to that area where our destination is. I've been there before, and I have hated it so much that we're going to turn one of those dead ends into a not dead end. Sub losers. And in order to do that, we're going to need to fight all the way to that corner where we just were. And then we're going to need to get creative. I think we can do it. It'll take a little bit of work, but I'm going to do it. Because I hate that area so goddamn much that I'm not going to be fighting in there any other way now. So, what our goal is now is we're going to build a road to connect the edge of this area with the edge of our destination area instead of having to go all the way around. So I'm going to cut my ambulance off here, and we're going to start killing some Zeds. Because we are taking this area after all. Now we're still in insecure territory to such an extent that I do not want to be using guns to pull people from across the map right now. We're surrounded enough beyond this cell that I don't want to be doing that. So we're going to stick to melee for this op. Oh, I just said that. Oh, I just said, yeah, no. And I need to learn some self-control here. See, even if we use up our sword completely, we've got like 3 replacement swords for it. We've got many, many swords here. Alright, so, using my drive-o-vision here, what have we got here? We've got 4 tiles between this gate, or this fence and this house. So we've got our inlet right here. We are going to have to blow out a fence, times 2. That's okay. I've got the tools and the talent. We're going to get the axe, we're going to get the sledgehammer, we're going to get started. Before we actually get started, though, we're going to identify somewhere to sleep. Because we are going to need to sleep again, and I don't want to go all the way back to the fire department again. Do a perimeter check around this house. It's got intact doors and windows. Hello, losers. I see pancake mix. I see pancake mix. The game is threatening me with a good time again. I see pancake mix, I see margarine, I see canned corned beef. Give me all that. This is not where I'm going to be sleeping, but I will absolutely steal from it. Okay, so there's nowhere that is, there's nowhere that I could put a bed in this place that doesn't have windows. This is one of those homes of people who really like their windows. That's alright. We're just going to board up the window here. my standard for sleeping somewhere is that it must be a must have at least doors and or boarded up windows. This guy had a 38 special in his cabinet, so I'm just stealing all the ammo from that. No pillow on the bed, but there was one in the nightstand, so now there's a pillow. And now we're just going to disassemble a little bit of furniture so that we can board up the window in the bedroom. Couches will get you a fair few nails. I said a fair few, really only one in this case. Launching the game has been moved to the build menu. Now, if I really needed it, I could, there is a box of nails on the driver's seat of my van, actually specifically for scenarios like this. But in this particular case, I only need like 2 nails for one window. It's fine. I'm not building an entire base, I'm just building a safe place to sleep. That's all we need right now. So Zombie could break the window because I boarded it from the inside, but that's no problem. It'll take them a minute to get through 2 planks if it's just one Zed. I don't need to wash anything right now. Most of what's in here I'll just leave here. In fact, some of the reading material I picked up I'll leave in there. So we are pretty hungry. I suppose we could build a fire. I would like to build one inside if I can, but that's going to take some work because you don't want the fire to spread. In order to make sure the fire doesn't spread, you actually want to make sure that you're not putting it on wood. And even if we remove the wood floors, there's wooden floorboards underneath these floorboards, so it's actually a little bit tough. Now, if you put a fire outside of a place like this, a temporary base where there could be more zombies, that could lead to very weird situations, as has for us in the past. So I won't be doing that. There won't be any outdoor fires here in this particular area. I used to think that tiles wouldn't catch on fire, but no, tiles catch on fire. You could put I put at one point a campfire on top of a tile floor, thinking that it would just, oh yeah, sure, it would burn the tiles, it would cook them a little bit, but they wouldn't actually catch on fire to the point where it could spread, but no. Nope, that's not how that works. Now, if we had a sack, we don't have a sack, but if we did, I do always carry around a shovel everywhere I go. So we would be able to quite easily move some of this gravel, and we could put it on the floor inside, and then we could put the campfire on top of that, and there would be no risk of the fire spreading anywhere. Alternatively, you could just not leave the fire running. If you just don't leave the fire running too long and shut it off every time, then you're fine. So that's what we'll do. 3 stones coming right up for a campfire. Now, why am I going for a campfire? I want pancakes. We picked up pancake mix. We're going to make pancakes. It's happening. 100%. You're not going to put pancake mix right in front of a place where I'm going to be sleeping and not have me make pancakes. That's not how this works. So we're just going to put the campfire on the gravel right here. And something I should have acquired a while ago, we're going to get an axe. And it's going on my back. The shotgun is going to stay with me because I don't have room to put it in the trunk. Nope, too heavy. Into the backpack it goes. We're going to need the axe for more than just firewood right now, but that's what we're doing immediately with it. So we've got twigs and splinters for kindling, and everything else for fuel. Now, when it comes to lighters, these days I always carry around a lighter, an improvised battery lighter. As somebody with high-level electrical, it is my privilege to be able to make a lighter out of just a battery and some simple electrical parts. Lovely, lovely capability. Very happy about that. Oh, hey, Hassan. Yeah, this is just a field house, just a place we're sleeping for tonight. We made a campfire because we're going to make some pancakes. Because, yeah, we ran out of perishable food. Now, for pancakes, we need a bowl of water, I think. Let me double check this. Yep, we just need a bowl with water in it, and there's a fork in the cabinet already, so we've got 2 bowls. We're going to fill them both with water. And then we just need a crafting surface. And we can do that twice, right? Or that used up all the pancake mix. Okay. Well, that's a shame. Looks like we only had enough pancake mix for 1 set of pancakes. Oh well. That is okay. So, what do you do with pancakes? Well, you cook them first, but you can put things on them that... some things that I was able to put on pancakes, I was surprised about. Now in my backpack, I've got peanut butter and jelly. You might be able to put those on the pancakes after you cook them. It doesn't look like anything I have right now can be put on pancakes. Survivor homes that evolve over time. Yeah, that'd be cool. Absolutely. Higher level survivor homes should, that'd be really cool if they came with more stuff. Canned fruit beverage. I don't think we can put any of that on a pancake. That bread is rotten. We do have some milk and beer here that is not rotten. All that crap is rotten. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cook the pancakes. I think I do have some stuff in my backpack that I would be able to put on the pancakes after I cook them. Namely, I'm almost 100% sure I can put this marmalade on them. But that's... yeah, this fruit jam here, I should be able to put that on there, but that would be after I cook it. It does not, no. So the pancake we just made, it's just a bowl full of water and pancake mix. So there's no sugar in these pancakes, unless the mix has sugar in it. In that case, well, we'll just have to use our imagination as to what the mix has in it. So here are some cooked pancakes. And yes, now we can put margarine and fruit jam will actually increase the hunger reduction. By a tiny, tiny amount, apparently. And we'll just slap some margarine on there, and we'll just eat these pancakes straight up. Look at that. Our girl is going to be happy for that. That gave us a little bit of happies. What else? There is some other stuff we could cook right now. I'm not too worried about too much cooking, but just keeping it in mind. While the fire is going. Yeah, we got some canned stuff. I remember seeing canned tuna inside. Yeah, and we've got corned beef. So what I'm going to do is take, open that canned tuna that's in here. Canned fruit beverages are mostly just for other things. I'm going to empty out anything that's in any of this. And we're going to use the corner cabinet for everything we're going to leave locally here. Okay, so canned tuna and corned beef. We're going to open both of those. Don't open and eat, just open, please. And so now I can use the corned beef and the tuna there to make myself a stir fry. And we can actually put some of this peanut butter on a stir fry too. So tuna, corned beef, and peanut butter. That sounds odd, but honestly, I'm thinking about it. Maybe some seasoning would make it better, but we're good. We're going to go ahead and put that on the fire now. And while that's cooking, we're going to prep another one. Because we still got some more in those cans, and it's going to go bad. Canned food seems to go bad pretty fast after you open it. So I think I'm going to get my other griddle pan here out of the trunk. And we'll fire up another stir fry. This will keep us going for the next day or two. Now, while those are both cooking, I'm actually going to disassemble one of these. I'm going to use the electronic disassembly bench that's already here and disassemble a couple things. There's a little bit of foodstuffs left. I'm gonna leave these in the. I'm gonna leave them in the corner cabinet here. I don't know how many nights I'll stay here, but at least tonight, maybe tomorrow night. I don't expect to run into too much resistance as we start moving south, but for my buddy Justin, just in case, we will do what needs to be done. That came out to be exactly 60, so we got ourselves another 60 fry, which means we're sustaining ourselves on perishable food for yet another full day. Now, if the rain hadn't been a factor, I would probably just go foraging for some materials to put in here. But nah, with the rain, your foraging distance, even at high level, is reduced rather significantly, so... And now we make sure to put out the fire, because if we don't, what is going to happen while we sleep is zombies will wander up to the fire and catch on fire themselves, and then wander up to our door and then catch the place on fire, and I don't want that to happen. Yes, that has happened to us before, and it was fucking stupid then. It was even worse then. I mean, at least if this place catches on fire, there's a billion ways in or out of it, but it happened to us, when we had no ways in or out of a place. That was a fun experience. So, in my day job, we have an event called Free Talk Friday. I don't remember the last time it's actually happened. I just got an email saying it's been canceled. Imagine a big corporation giving people a chance to talk freely in a big old Teams meeting. Imagine that. I have a feeling that there's a reason they keep canceling it. Alright, so here is our destination. And we've got Zeds already, so we're going to... For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we're building a road right now. We're building our own road with blackjack and hookers, and the reason for that is I don't like the place we're trying to go to. There are so many fucking dead ends to it that we're not doing that again. We're making one of those dead ends not a dead end, and I don't care that it's going to take us a little bit of effort to do so. Yeah, that's right. Just cut your homies down like a tree. What you gonna do about it, bitch? Get out here. Square up, bitch. Them dukes up. Come on. Too slow. Uh-oh. Oh, that's right. Come over here. Right over that fence. Good night. Unfortunately, I just created a couple of corpses on my designated road, so that's not good. But, well, I mean, easy targets. So, time to cut some trees. Now, this particular cluster of trees, we're gonna clear the other. We're gonna check the other side of it before we start cutting. Doesn't have to be like, you know, clear for forever, but this needs to be clear enough that we're cutting. Cutting trees does make noise. Probably stating the obvious there, but you know, always have noise discipline, noise awareness. Yeah, we're good to do a little bit of cutting here. Okay, it might not look like it. We've already got a clean road going all the way to the end of this yard. And now we just need to eliminate 3 tiles of this fence. And then we can start cutting more wood on the other side there. And I got my sledgehammer right there. Bushes are not technically in my way, but you know what? Now they're definitely not in my way. Now sledgehammering makes a lot of noise, like a metric lot of noise. So possibly even more than cutting wood. I have seen zombies react to sledgehammering from a rather absurd distance. So I'm going to put away the sledgehammer now. Probably actually take a quick break because the muscle strain that we accrued from sledgehammering, if we just continue cutting wood, that muscle strain will continue to get worse because axes is a two-handed operation. So we're just going to chill for a second. Maybe I'll have a bite of this stir fry. Yeah, I'm about ready to eat it. And we're just going to wait till that muscle strain there on my health tab on the left side is ready to go away. A little bit of fast forwarding. Boom. Now we observe what it looks like out here. So already, some of those trees look a lot more blocking than they actually are. Because remember, 3 tiles is all we need. Now whenever I do this, sometimes I'll like to have a... Sometimes I like to have a some sort of marker to indicate where the road is, but we're not going to be doing this. We're not going to use this road too many times, like back and forth 2 or 3 times tops. Because remember, we don't have a lot of room for loot. So if this place has a lot of loot that we want, we are probably going to have to go back and forth at least once more. But yeah, this tree right here, and then just a few more probably, are the only ones that actually block us right now. This is a big one, so this is a, you have 4 logs when it breaks. Do I need to sharpen? Yeah. So, using these 3 tiles as reference where the ambulance is, I don't even think we need to cut anything else. I think we just got another sledgehammering. Now, when we get to this part, there's going to be Zeds in this neighborhood times a number of them. So we're going to want to go on the other side there. So kill his ass. We're going to need to turn here. She's going to take a minute to get to us. I'll give her a minute. Okay, so because we're going to need to turn, I think we can make use of this fence opening here. So what that means is we just want to probably cut these 2 trees right here, and then turn south. Yep, okay. So I have no qualms killing anybody over here. Now, one of the things that I do when I make my own little custom roads here is if I need a marker for the roads, look at all these logs that I just got. I can actually use those logs with the placement system to just place them at the correct rotation and make my own little guardrail sort of looking thing. So that way, if I'm driving this road, I have no, like I said, I'm not sure how many times I'll need to use this road, but if that number of times is non-zero, then I know exactly how to follow it. Keep an eye out for the logs, and then we're good. Honestly, this tree might be superfluous, but we'll remove it anyway. It's really just this one right here and then more fences. Now, if anybody watching today, if you were here for yesterday's stream, you'll have an understanding of why I'm doing this, because we were in this neighborhood yesterday, this neighborhood here. We were here yesterday. We were not having a good time yesterday. Look at all these dead ends. Everything here is a dead fucking end. And I hate that. I was having a very bad time because, you know, zombies would box us in. We'd have to back up. We'd take some hits. I hate taking hits. So, yeah. We're not dealing with that shit no more. This is why we're making our own road. And now it's already 4 a.m. So before we actually continue here, I'm going to do the sledgehammering and then I'm actually going to fall back so that I can get my next sleep for tonight. And we are going to continue the looting operation with a fresh start in the morning. Look at that. It's almost like a road. Something like that. Get the sledgehammer out. Yeah, we're definitely using this guy's driveway. This probably doesn't even block us, but you know what? I can afford to do 3 sledging, so we're going to do 3 sledging. Before the muscle strain turns red. If it turns red, actually, that's too much pain to sleep. So we're not getting all the way to the red. We are just headed back to our safe house to sleep. And then tomorrow we will actually use this road and do what needs to be done. This will be the trickiest part, of course, because, you know, these trees block my block my view, so I'll never want to go through that too quickly. And here's the safe house. I haven't done that in quite a while. Last time I did something like that was when I was doing Ekron. And I did it for a similar reason. Ekron has got... certain areas are very easy to navigate. Other areas are not quite as easy. What I was doing was making my own little custom road from the... there's a little roll house that's actually not far from the community college, but it's just far enough that you can sleep there while also dealing with the mega horde that's in the community college there. The Ekron Community College, if anybody is not familiar, it is a fantastic strategic resource if you want to get like a massive library full of books without going all the way into Louisville. The community college in Ekron is actually probably the second best on the map, with LSU being the best. There's very, very few books that I didn't have after my Ekron community college raid. And most of the books that I was missing after that raid were actually just books in categories that never were spawned there anyway. I've mentioned this before, but those 4 categories, aiming, reloading, napping, and longblade, for some reason never spawn in libraries, no matter what kind of library. But successful road. Now we've got... I remember there being a group down at the end of this road, but thanks to the fog, we've got very little point of reference for that. We're just going to do a quick survey before we start fighting. Our target is right here. This is our target. We saw this yesterday. We're having a bad time, like I said, but we managed to spot this house and get it marked on the map. So this was our destination, and now it is. So we're going to fall back a little bit. See, look at this. We even ran into the stop sign because that's how bad of a time we were having back here. But now we have had our vengeance. I don't know where what's compelling these guys to go this direction, but they're backfilling, and I don't like that. Are the fucking Zeds trying to pincer us? What would have compelled this young lady to come over here? I would ask her, but I don't think she would give me a very coherent response. Everybody over here, just for some reason, it all seems like they've been going over this way. Backfill motherfuckers. Alright. We're gonna have a bite to eat. I've already been at this for about 6 hours. Not bad. I appreciate everybody sticking around. I've noticed my average watch time is actually really high. Usually when I have a lot of viewers drive by, they, you know, people will see what's going on, and then if it's not their fancy, they'll drop off. But the average watch time is almost over an hour. So there are definitely some folks out there who just enjoy the background noise, and shout out. Appreciate you guys. Mucho appreciations. Just one coming out of this building. Not going to be able to knife him. Alright, this way, sir. Thank you for participating. I'm going to double check down this road. I think that whole group... No? Oh, they split up. They split up. Okay, we got 3 over here. He didn't want to participate. Oh well. What do we got over here? A truck with a plastic bottle in it. I'll take the plastic bottle. Hell yeah. That is another potential firebomb if I want it. Garbage bags. Actual trash in the garbage bags. I'll take that. I'll take the wire though. Any good parts on this bad boy? I'm always in the market. Engine is 56. Windshield is 88. Yeah. I don't even know if I have room for that, but I'm taking it. He threatened me with an 88% windshield. I mean, if I don't have room for it, I'll put it on my ambulance before I leave here. 88% is great at this stage of the game. Remember, we can't make them. Glass making is a profession now. Can't make no windshields, though. That's the one glass item that if I could, I would. Everything else that we've been making with glass making is pretty much just a meme. I'd have lots of jarred produce right now if jarred produce actually worked. But it all goes rotten for some reason right now. I've lived too long. Looks like we got multiple still alive inside. Don't live, dead inside. So whenever I deal with a survivor house, I identify the doors and then the weakest window. This one's only got one barricade on here. We're actually going to unbarricade this right now. And we're going to fall back, let her break that. And she can flop on out. Right this way, ma'am. Looks like you got a bone weapon there. Oh, we're axe in one hand. I don't know how that works. Ooh, look at all that. This girl, fucking hero status right here. She got an M9. She got a 1911. She got gators. No ID card. Nothing to remember her by. R.I.P. lady. Rest in spaghetti, never forgetty. I'll take guns though. Nowhere to put them, but I'll take them. We're gonna start a loot bag. Garbage bag in the offhand. And some of this variety stuff that I've already picked up that I definitely would want to come back for is gonna start going in the garbage bag. Not my own shotgun. Hello. Revolver in there, please. I do hear the lady scratching that door. She's not gonna break it anytime soon. Shoulder holster, but those never seem to spawn with anything in them. Alright, so I have a point of ingress now. And as we can see, there's only going to be one on the inside, on the other side of that door. So we can break this, get rid of this glass and climb through. And we should only have the one. I didn't actually want to hit Q. That was unironically a mistake. But that's okay-ish. We've already made a lot of noise here. We just want to make sure that... Yeah, we'll deal with incoming. We do have a few incoming. 2,500 hours in this game, something like that. And I still accidentally hit Q. That's what happens when you have big hands and you gotta play normal WAS. Other games I play Southpaw. I just never learned Zomboid for Southpaw. I would, if I was learning Zomboid from nothing right now, I would probably go in there and rebind my keyboard. The funny thing was, when I first started playing Zomboid with my friends, I was almost 100% convinced that it would be one of those games that we would all pick up for like 2 hours and then put it down and never touch it again. I was almost 100%. That's why I never bothered to change my key bindings. I just learned the defaults, and next thing you know, I was playing it by myself. And playing it by myself, and playing it a little more, and a little more, and a little more. That's always how it starts, isn't it? But in my particular case, I was so convinced that it was just going to be a one and done that I never bothered to set controls, so I started learning the defaults, and then next thing you know, I'm not a Southpaw all the time anymore. I know, right? Yeah. The garbage bags, the amount of time it takes to transfer a bag between containers is, I believe, proportional to the weight of the bag itself. So, and again, I don't mean the bag with the stuff in it, I mean the weight of the bag itself, right? So whatchamacallit, most backpacks weigh 1.0 encumbrance, and pretty much everything else is a little bit bigger. But garbage bags only weigh 0.1 encumbrance, which is why they're actually almost instantaneous to transfer, even when they're full. I think there may be one or two other bags that are like less than 1 encumbrance that are pretty quick to transfer, but garbage bags are the most readily sourceable ones. I think it is safe to search here. Now, these guys were dead when I got here, which means they could always get up the moment I walk over them. Looks like they're good. I shall take their precious memories and carry them into the future. See, this one, still carrying around her wallet with an actual ID in it. Hey, okay. Look at this, boys. We found a copy of Longplay 4. I came in here with no expectations. I really did. Like, I had a feeling like I know there was a chance but that chance has been chanced many times already, and nothing yet. This guy had a frame pack. So this frame pack that I'm carrying is actually something you can build now. It requires leather and some tailoring skill. He had some canned food, choco cakes, money. I'm sure that'll be good again someday, right? And a bunch of canned food. But what he really had is a destination for all his loot that I'm picking up. Not even as big as a trash bag. Yeah, I'm not going to take the frame pack with me. That was just a interesting thing to see. Like your own custom whatchamacallit, regular backpack, regular size backpack. Okay, garbage bag on the floor here is full. Starting a new one. Now, whenever you do a survivor house, make sure to check 100% of every container. Leave no stone unturned, because every container will spawn more than it normally would. That doesn't guarantee it's going to be good, but more than it would is always okay by my book. And none of these are necessary to me. I will take an empty pan. I can make those, but I've found so few of them recently. Circular saw blade half. Bloody Japanese wrestling deathmatch. Large and medium handles, they're so easy to make, I'm not interested in those. Steel rods, yeah, I'll pick it up. If I get anywhere close to being full, I'll leave it behind. Not much in the kitchen. But yeah, you know what? I'm going to take this copy of Longblade 4. Just as a, I'm going to put it on the wall. Be like, this is the closest I've ever gotten to Longblade 5. That is a very true statement. Brochure, Louisville International Airport. It actually shows us the interior. If you zoom in a little bit here. Look at that. I'm going to hold on to this, because this is a place I've never been. And may actually go to someday. It is in the general side of Louisville that we're on right now. On the east side, far east, like past the end of Louisville. Well, it was a survivor house, and that's about it. Couple of armor schematics. It is a bit cute, but there's nothing that matches it. No, this is the third key to this residence. Sport knee pads, I've got a billion of those. Catcher's vest, nah. Improvised gas mask, no. I have like a billion actual gas masks. Yep. Unfortunate. That was the last container in this place, I believe. Well, we did our due diligence, and we came away with a little bit of loot. And I think the fog is lifting. Just checking around if there's anything low priority I wanted to take with me. I'm not seeing it. So, like I said before, I don't have any room at all in my ambulance. So we will come back for that, for those bags of loot. We've now got bags of loot stored here and in the fire department further north. I I've started picking up these plastic bottles again. I'm going to carry around at least 2 or 3 of them now. Griddle pan I'm done with. That can go away. We are hungry for some food. We are going to eat some more of that stir fry and move on. And look at that. The fog is lifting. So, after we eat that stir fry, we'll take a peek at the map. We will mark off this, this location. Fifth survivor house, I think we found in total. Now, it looks like, unfortunately, most of this place has now been searched. I do not foresee much reason for me to be exploring this particular neighborhood. In fact, I see so little reason to explore this place any further that I may just... that's another dead end there. Glad I checked that. If there was a part of me that was just like, keep going forward, keep going forward. No, we're not that scared. We're just staying ahead of them for the moment. We're gonna zip past these guys. Look at everybody here. That's a lot of people. But we're being patient about it. We're not trying to rush anything. I don't understand why I just slowed down there. I think that stop sign, the corner of the stop sign was actually nudging me a little bit, but that's okay. Double checking the map again. We are now on Shelby Road. Now, Shelby Road, I do want to explore some of these inner areas, but I'm not doing that with the van. I'm not doing that with the van. We're going to do that on foot. So what we're going to do is use the van. We're going to fall back with the van, and then we're going to come back on foot for a minute and take a quick peek at the residential between these streets. See if there's any freaks between the streets. Now look at this. Is there a way through here? There might be. Yeah, look at this. Okay, that was scary looking for a second there. But we do have a way through here. And that's important. That's important. When a dead end is not actually a dead end. Damn it, don't get out right now. An accidental hitting a V is no good, but no, that's an okay spot because that brings us back to where we have our sleeping house right up here. I need to mark on the map that I now have 2 ways through that are not shown on the map right here. Because I did not actually get the custom road that I built last night. Didn't actually get that on the map. Let's do that now. In order to do that, I'm going to sit here and then connect my current position to the edge of doorstop there. I'm going to use red dots because it is very difficult to traverse. And I think so. There is a curve. I'm gonna try to get to where exactly the curve is. This is good practice for my custom road through Indiana. That's right. I built a custom road through Indiana for this character. We haven't needed to use it, but who knows when we will need to use it again. When we do, I want my markings to be as good as what I'm doing here. Now all we got to do is connect this to the street corner. Boom. Now, you know what? Despite the fact that we have a road here, this area is just so annoying. I'm not going to come back for those loot bags. I'm going to move them to our safe house. And I'm going to leave them at our safe house, because our safe house is a hell of a lot easier to access than the front yard of this house. So what we're going to do is put military backpacks in both hands here. So yeah, see, look at all these fuckers. If I were to bring one of my vehicles here, every single one of them would be on me. We're gonna do this on foot. I have come to a new appreciation of doing a few things on foot in this particular side of Louisville. So we've got all that loot. It's in our backpacks, but it's also still in those garbage bags. We're just gonna leave those garbage bags back in our sleep house. So we don't have to go back through here, but now if we ever have to, we have got the road at least. Never even got an S put here. This is more secure than the fire department. This one gets an S with a blue circle because it's actually boarded up. All right. And it was at the top of Bricklayer here. At the top of Bricklayer, there is another way through. I want to get that marked on the map too. That was just pure happenstance that I happened to notice that. I think I might have seen it before, and I was terrified to try it before because I had a lot of heat on me at the time. But this time I'm got a little bit more cool of a head. I'm gonna kill every single one of these guys because there is a shortcut here. Oh no, it's not this particular road. It is the other road. We have to go back up. But I'm gonna kill these guys because they're right in front of me. From their mortal coil, they have been released. Amen. We were very close to running into that stupid fire hydrant. We're good, we're good. Okay, here it is. Hello. Trying to use a custom road here, if you don't mind. Shall come out of there. This is an example of just rolling a nat 1 on the stupid trees. The trees that grew here. Look at how big those got. Into the pile, sir. Oh, well, okay then. That was more than I was expecting. Am I pulling out the shotgun for this? Yeah, I'm gonna pull out the shotgun for this. That's my van right there. Oh, I can't pull out the shotgun. It's not on my back. Skill issue. Might have lost my shot for a multi-kill there. Oh, maybe not. The ambulance is pulling them together for me. I hope none of the buck hit the van. If it did, there's nothing I can do to stop it. Probably just would be the rear windshield, but still. It's glass work and it's on my favorite van. I don't want to shoot it. Get over here. One of the problems right now is the van makes constant noise. And we're only making brief noises. So the fuckers here with really low attention spans are actually getting stuck on my van, despite all the shooting. One north, two, falling back a little further. We're not 100% clean in this direction, but we're clean enough to consider it an angled approach. I had a feeling there would be some up here, but I sorely underestimated exactly how many. Due north. Unknown number in the house, at least two. Not on the front door yet. Sounds like whoever's in the house, there's probably at least three all grouped together, because it sounds like a door just got broken. We heard splintering for a second there. Okay, yep. Falling back further. I was afraid of this. That's fine. We've got a nice open area to the north here, so we can... If more come, we can see them. Hey, some lady with a shotgun there. Thank you for your service. That's right. This side of the road, please. I need to drive there. Good night. You need your badge and your gun, officer. She doesn't have her badge. Unlicensed deputy over here. And there's one on my 6. Whenever there's one, I start getting worried about there being more than one. We used the gun up here, I thought. Or were we... I can't remember. The ones I killed up here were not quite recent enough for me to remember. We've been going quiet for quite a few days here, so it's not exactly helping us now that we are going loud. That's alright. We've temporarily lost the ambulance, but it's I've had much worse than that. I've lost my main vehicles to such ridiculous circumstances that one time I had to spend more than a week getting it back. That was an adventure. That was back when first time I hit the Ekron Community College. I didn't know it was a community college. B42map.com labeled it as a community center, and I was looking at it on the map and I was like, hey, there's bookshelves here, but it's just a community center. There shouldn't be too many Zeds. I got there, I saw it was big, so I was like, alright, maybe a couple hundred. I parked in front of the front door and I tooted the horn, and I got out and started killing. And, well, about 1,500 came spilling out of the front door. And, yeah, I was unprepared for a fight of that scale. We had to fall very far back from our vehicle and, just spend an entire week killing the fuckers before we could get back to our vehicle. Oh, look at that. Okay. Am I gonna need... Yeah, you know what? We're gonna need some combat music for this. Unprompted combat segment at... what are we at? 5 hours and 53 minutes. 5:53:00. And open up a new VLC. Let's get... You know what? We're gonna do some... I feel very transgressed and violated by these Zeds right now. Can't be doing that too often. A lot of slow ones. We can do some Raven Guard here. Back, fall back, and attack again. sharpen check. We're good. Fast one comes to me. Slow one comes to me. Bandana goes on the face. We got a big old corpse pile here. 2 south. Hello. Can you put it on, please? Out of the road, please. Come on, flip over that fence, would you? You can come on across. I don't know what just happened, but, my keyboard stopped responding. That's not good. That's not good at all. If I get bitten because of that, I'm not accepting this. Keyboard is responding. I don't know what just happened, but I lost control there. Here's the thing. I'm going to resume. I'm going to smack the spacebar. If I do not successfully push this guy back, we're doing something. Because you guys saw me just stop for no fucking reason just now. I should not have stopped for no fucking reason just now. But I did, so I don't know what just happened. God damn it. I haven't had this happen ever. I've never had my character just stop responding for no apparent reason. So we've got this guy right in front of us. I'm going to unpause and I'm going to hit the spacebar. But if we take damage from this, of any form, wow, we've been at this for 6 hours. We could, I've got a rollback save, but yeah, no, like I said, if for some reason Annie is glitched and we can't do anything, we're not accepting that. We're going to do what we need to do to get out of this, so. Okay, we're good. We're good. I don't know what happened. You guys go back in the stream yourself and look at, see what just happened. I have no fucking clue what just happened, but for some reason she should have been backing up. That was what was supposed to happen. She was supposed to back up. So because something just happened that feels like, I don't know. I have no idea what just happened, but what I'm going to do is just fall back briefly, close and reopen the game. That's all I'm going to do. Because whatever happened was not supposed to happen. And, I don't know. Maybe closing and reopening the game will help. Also, my hands are shaking like crazy. I hate that. There's nothing gets me more heated than a loss of control. That should not have happened. Alright. Let's put on some more combat music. Alright, so closed and reopened the game. And, we're good. Just a bit of a, I don't know. I'm gonna, what was my time code for that? That was 5:57 something? 5:57 something. I'll go back and look at that, see if I can figure out what happened later on. For now, we're good. I might need to fall back for reasons that have nothing to do with the game being unstable. I'm unstable now. That was so fucking, my hands are shaking. Don't put your 700-hour character at risk if your hands are shaking. Fire Nation had herbalists but died eating good mushrooms. Holy shit, that's terrifying. That's terrifying because, I mean, I don't have herbalist, but I've read the book that helps you identify poison mushrooms. So if that's not reliable, thanks for the heads up. I ain't gonna touch that shit. Did he back up, or did they back up their save? Because that would have been... I would absolutely trigger a save backup if that happened. I mean, that's just the game being dishonest there. That's not a valid reason to accept, to take an L. There's no L to take there. That's just bullshit. Oh, that, I see. Yeah, whenever you use a lot of mods, there's... I mean, of course, this is why the devs don't want to take bug reports of people with mods. They're just, they don't like it, because it makes it hard to... makes it hard to figure out whether it could have been something from a mod or not, but, yeah. Alright, so we're gonna put the combat music back on, because we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Like I said, I have no idea what just happened, but, the fight is not finished. So we're gonna pause our chill music, and, I continue to be transgressed and violated by this situation. Oh boy, okay, that is terrible. I very highly recommend any streamer would, I mean, if you're gonna go long, please back up your saves. Copy the whole save folder, put it somewhere, please. Because, I mean, you know, it's B42. Even if you're not playing it with the mods, I'm not playing with any mods that would, I think, make the game very unstable. I still pack it up every single time. I'm terrified of something stupid erasing my progress. I'm fully prepared to accept the L if it's, you know, if that zombie had grabbed us and it had been me, just my skill, I would have taken the L. Yeah, absolutely. But, I'm not that. Glitches are just the stupidest way to die, and I don't think anybody should accept that if they don't have to. That is a locked door. I ain't doing that. I may have overestimated how many were left. But we don't have our van yet. It ain't over till the van lady sings. Ah, that guy who was hitting the door is outside now. Right this way, sir. Introduce you to the ground. Now, I've got no bearing whether there's anybody on the blind spot here. But now that I've gotten that close, I want to say we're probably good. Go back over there. Come over here. Fight me where I can see you. Alright. Yet another one inside the house there. Gonna erase these two. Not getting any crosshair in the blind spot. Am I? No, we're good. 700. Yeah, we're a little bit past that. So 750 was when we started the stream. I think we're about a week after that. We could update it. Hang on. Let me get to a safe place. I can give you a total. Fun fact about Zomboid when it comes to days survived. Oh, look at everybody from this direction. Yeah, we're not done with this fight yet. Not in the slightest. We're just going to fall back a little bit now that we have the ambulance. And we're going to continue the fight here. And I'll get an update on what our current day is. We can get a rough estimate from this. We're at 2 years, 1 month, 6 days. But that UI that I just showed you only counts as if every month has 30 days, so I don't like to use it. Because even in the game, months with 31 days actually have 31 days. We're already tired. We're gonna have some coffee. We're gonna have a drink of coffee here. I think we're gonna keep using this corner. I feel safest right now in this corner. is my safe zone. Danger ground. We will defend ourselves. Alright, we're good. Oh, we're gonna do an ammo check, all calibers. We've got way more 38 special than anything else right now. So we're gonna start using the, whatchamacallit, M36 more. M36 is my close range gun, so we've had a lot of longer range shots lately here. Not too far. Yeah, QOL is, I mean, honestly, I don't blame anybody in the slightest. It sucks that the guy who does Common Sense is kind of taking a break from modding, I guess. I don't know, did anybody ever get a statement from him? I don't think he ever even put out a statement. Like, you know, if you're making a mod that 3 million people subscribe to, I'm not gonna say that you have a responsibility or anything, but I mean, come on, man. If you're gonna take a step back, then just let people know. That's all you gotta do. Alright, we've almost got a drivable path. I do need to get this guy's corpse out of the street. This guy that I'm standing on right now, he's my one mistake. Otherwise, we got a drivable path. That's what we're after here. I'm just a man who loves his roads. And that's right, we are doing the Call of Duty thing. If the gun doesn't kill him, then the knife does. Nice. Right on over that fence. Too late. Alright, come across the street, pal. Bring your corpse to where it needs to be. See, when I don't bring their corpse where it needs to be, then I gotta do this. Keep my roads clean. Britta's. You know what? Britta's is a pretty good one. I do not know if it's been updated anytime soon, though. Britta's adds a lot of stuff that I like, and then a lot of stuff that I'm kind of, like, questionable on. The armor is a little... the armor feels a little bit superfluous, but the, if I remember right, I like the guns. I haven't used it since B41, though. Okay. So if anybody's noticed, we are playing combat music from a different game here because, well, I mean, I have combat music in this game. We can't play the game's music. The game's music tends to break within like 2 minutes of playing the game now. So we just have the volume turned off in the game's music, and we're rocking Sly Cooper. A little bit of Sly, a little bit of Coop. Alright, the road is clear, and I no longer see massive groups. So I'm feeling a lot better about this area. Really? Yeah, that was another thing about Brit, is that I felt like it added bags that were like 20 times better than what the base game's bags were. Which, I mean, I guess, you know, if that's what you're into, then cool. But what I kind of was looking for in B41 was games, or mods that wouldn't throw off the game's balance too much. I failed that job. When I was rolling B41 multiplayer with the homies, we had a very unbalanced situation, but whatever. No big deal. Alright. I no longer feel transgressed and violated by this situation. We can go back to some chill here. This guy right here had a suspicious lack of zombification scars. This one right here. I might bury this one. See, whenever I see a zombie with, like, almost no scarring whatsoever, my brain meat tells me that they are either a recent convert or, like a very recent convert, most likely. I'm gonna go ahead and bury this one. Just this one. All the rest of them look way too zombified to be, But anybody who lasts this long, respect, even if they didn't make it any further. Yep. Just in case that was a former survivor. Didn't look like it, but it could have been. I mean, hell, that could have been a survivor who just went out for a jog and met an untimely end. In any case, R.I.P. World War Z teaches us, do not write their eulogy. So don't get too caught up on getting sentimental over them. I mean, honestly, at this point, I just consider everybody here a trapped soul that needs to be released from their prison. So deleting them is an honor. It is my honor and privilege to pull them away from this moral coil. If there is any fragments of them left in there, they'll be thanking me for it. I don't think they would find it very amusing to be trapped in a body like this, just walking around trying to eat people. Sounds like a nightmare. Where are you going, dude?
Hey!
That's right. Right this way, please. I don't think I need to move her. She's fine. Now, of course, does that mean that this road is actually clear? Probably not. I'm going to check this road on foot before moving any further. Clear minor obstructions while we're at it. See, this is only 2 tiles wide, so it's not. It doesn't qualify as a road, but those 2 tiles have nothing growing on them. So because of that, we can actually sneak through. Got one coming out of the trees here. Coming out. Now, we've actually successfully gone through this road once already. So we actually know it's traversable. I'm just trying to make sure that wasn't a fluke. I do see one going south. He's not locked onto us. We're going to rush through here. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think I still have the axe. Yeah, I still have the axe. So it doesn't cost me anything to remove that one obstruction right there. Oh man, trying to... I had somebody, one of my chat, back when I was doing like streams on an inverted shift schedule, one of the folks who would watch me when I was like playing overnight, they asked if Zomboid would ever be the kind of game you could play a pacifist run in. And so the first question I had was, of course, do you consider pushing violence, right? Pacifist non-violence is pushing violence, because if you can't push zombies, then you can't play this game, in my opinion. Now, if you can't kill zombies, but you can push them, then you could probably get some things done. They would be very, very, very slow and very, very tedious. One of the most... that would probably be the most annoying thing I've ever done in my life, trying to do that. But, it would be a lot more feasible than if you couldn't push them. If you couldn't push them, I don't see anybody having the tolerance for that. Like, even the most patient man on the planet. I mean, I can put up with... As you guys have seen on this stream, I have put up a lot of silly stuff, but, I have my limits. I mean, playing this game without a stat bar, that's beyond my limits. I will not play this game without a stat bar. And that's mostly just stems from the inconsistency, right? Why can I know my weight down to the exact kilo without a scale, but I can't tell how tired I am until it actually hits me and starts cutting my damage in half? That's just not how people work. That doesn't make any sense to me. And so instead of having my immersion broken by the inconsistency, I'm just going to give up on that side of the immersion altogether and have a stat bar, like I do in almost every other survival crafting game I've ever played. You want your hardcore angle, you want your survival simulator. You've got a lot of other things to explain before you can have that. This game does not meet those thresholds in the slightest. But now we can actually just drive straight through this area. And that's good. Get out of there. Fuck up out of those trees. And I think we can put the axe away now. I could have put it away a while ago, but it was a miracle that I didn't. Was it? No, that's right, I can't put that griddle pan in there. Because then I wouldn't be able to fit the axe. Okay. We are edging ourselves on storage space in the ambulance here. That's why I haven't been able to actually carry any of the loot that I picked up back with me yet. That's why we're just creating supply drops and moving on. So despite only having 2 tiles wide, that's apparently enough for a diagonal road. I'm going to have to file that into my memory banks for the future. So, let's go ahead and put a marker down. That's all we need. The red indicates that it's not very safe or secure or reliable, but it's doable. So 2 dead ends have been eliminated from this area, and after what I went through yesterday, I would go through more hours than I've spent on this to eliminate a few dead ends from this place. But we do have a couple of things we could look at in this direction before we turn back and hit the sack here. We did not successfully pull anybody from this far away. A few people, but the vast majority of this commercial area horde is still in the middle of the road, like they were when I left them. But because they grouped up, I can do this. Goodbye. Goodbye, Ed boys. And look at this. We've got new residential exploring now. So if we see any boarded up windows, that's what we're looking for. Give me them survivor houses. Oh my god. I wish I could say that. I wish I could say that that was just a joke. But no, I could probably still recite the intro. I knew a couple of the other songs by heart, but no, I don't remember any of the other ones off the top of my head. Start playing them, and the brain meat might dredge some up. I actually attended the first BronyCon back in New York back in the day. Long time ago. I didn't go to any of the ones after that. The first one was rather momentous. Got to ask Tara Strong a question or two, and she completely gave a non-answer. Like one of the most laughable non-answers ever. It was something to do with whether they were ever going to do a feature film. And she said something about replacing them with celebrity voice actors. And I was like, wait a minute, that... Nothing about what you just said has anything to do with my question. She had the agility of a politician with that one. Which kind of tells me that Hasbro was probably considering it at one point, but then they gave up on it. I haven't been following it for so long. They might have even made a feature-length film. Equestria Girls does not count. I don't care what anyone says. Equestria Girls is not. Friendship is Magic. I will die on that hill. No, I mean it's an open secret. I mean, if you look far enough back on my channel, you actually see some YTPs I made using source material from the show. Two of the videos on my channel are actually used using source material from that show. It's also how I got into writing, so I'm not particularly ashamed of it. I'm also not exactly proud of it. There were many other fandoms I could have chose that were a little bit less cringe. I think we've successfully explored this side of Louisville now. Look at all that. Look at all that beautiful, bright, cleared map. There's Lament Street right here. That is the only section we have not seen. See, the moment I saw this survivor house with the boarded windows, I was like, yeah, that's the one we cleared already. We've made it that far. Both a good and a bad thing, I suppose. This one right here, we cleared this one about 2 weeks ago, I think. Yeah. Oh, at least I know where I'm at. Quick peek at the map again there. We have got... So there is more residential to search. But we might have hit that tipping point where we no longer need a base in the northeast. We may have hit that tipping point. I'm not going to make any executive decisions on that yet, but I knew it was coming, especially once I realized we were done with the Grand Ohio Mall. Because once you're done with that, northeast Louisville is going to start falling off quickly. I can tell that just by a quick peek at the website map. Okay, we got a lot in this road right here, but we can actually fix that. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull out of the road entirely, and we're just going to toot the horn right here in this driveway. And if my calculations are correct, what this is going to do is that road to the right side of my screen right now, I think that's going to pull a mass group of them out of that road. So we're going to have to crush through one guy right here. And then, look at this. Most of them are out of this road. I say most. I think we actually did take a side hit just now. Yeah, we took a side hit. But we're past diminishing returns on this ambulance, so we can keep repairing it without any problems. I'm happy about that. I really am. I'm a lot less afraid of taking damage. Now, it's still inconvenient. It's still very inconvenient. I don't want to have to go all the way back to repair it too often, but now I know I can, and I won't continue to lose the ability to do so. Winx Club and Totally Spy. I never got into any of those, but I have heard of them many times. Totally Spies was that used to be popular a long time ago. I thought it was kind of past its prime. Speaking of past its prime, we actually went right past the sleep house, and we're gonna sleep there once, but then we're gonna empty the loot and we're gonna go back to the fire department. Actually, yeah. I don't think we're going to sleep here tonight at the safe house that I marked. It is still technically safe, but that's a technicality. I mean, look at this. We got zombies right in the front yard from that recent battle that we had to the north. So I don't consider this place anywhere near as safe as it was previously. We're just going to gather the loot we stockpiled and move back to the fire department, which is far enough away from any recent fights that I don't think we'll pull anything. All I left here of any value was a little bit of non-perishable in the cupboard, which we'll take. Bowls are one of those things that normally I wouldn't consider, but I have a lot until I don't. Alright, that's everything. Multiple griddle pans in here. Threaten me with a good time. Everything else I got more of in Meals on Wheels. Room can be left as is. We're out of here. Now these bags, what we do is the same thing we did before. Military backpack in both hands. Well, Avatar is amazing. Avatar is just a great show. I have nothing bad. Okay, you know what? I'm going to be real with you guys. Avatar is amazing, and I love it a lot, but it was the precursor of a lot of cringe, of a lot of modern cringe. There's a fair bit of cringe that people who watched Avatar and misinterpreted what made it great were like, hey, people like this, right? So let's do more of that. And they were very wrong about the this and that equation. I'm not going to take that statement any further because I'm not interested in making... I'm not interested in, like, taking big sides in the culture war here, but... if you guys know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Avatar did a lot of great things, and then other people were like, hey, look at that, they did this. But it had nothing to do with what... It was the writing and the characters that made it good. The world building, Mike and Brian had somebody to actually rein them in. God rest Aaron Eahas, I have no idea what he's doing these days. Actually, no, he's doing another show. I've been meaning to look at that. Fuck, what was the name of that show? I need to stop forgetting about this. Thank you for reminding me. Aaron Eahas. He is the guy who wrote... Eahas, 1E. This is the guy who wrote some of the best episodes of The Last Airbender. The Dragon Prince, that's what he's doing now. Okay, the Dragon Prince. This is supposed to be on my get list. I need to get some copies of this at some point. So yeah, Aaron E. Haas, great guy. He and his ex-wife were behind some of the best episodes of Atla, Avatar: The Last Airbender. And we do still have some loot at the fire department. I don't think I'm going to be able to take it back. We have 2 full trash bags here. And that is probably more than we can fit, like, no matter how much we swing it. So I think we're just going to sleep here tonight and come back to the fire department tomorrow. Must pick a side. Yeah, no, you're not wrong about that. I'm not even gonna talk any further specifics on that, but the culture war is a lot of just, there's the signal to noise ratio is some of the worst that you'll ever find anywhere, because people pick certain things that they want to get really passionate about and then ignore everything else. They ignore why the war is even being fought, and that's silly, because if you don't understand why a war is being fought, can you really contribute anything meaningful to it? You could answer that question from the perspective of a military commander, sure. Yeah, the grunts don't always need to know exactly why the war is being fought. Still think they're going to do better if they know, they actually believe in the cause, you know? If there is a cause to believe in. Sometimes there isn't. But yeah, that's, even my tiny little platform here, I don't want to use it to contribute to anything culture war related directly. Indirectly, I don't really care. I mean, you can't exist on the internet and not indirectly contribute to the culture war, because it's very all-encompassing. But you can limit your impact, and I think that's a healthy thing to do to somebody who doesn't want to be in the trenches. I have seen what the trenches look like. I've seen what they look like. I don't want to be there. But we are now on our way back to the gas station base, which should just be right up here. And we are going to drop off that loot, sort through it a little bit, and get our next sleep at 4 a.m. like we should. And then we're going to brew some more coffee, because actually earlier when we had that fight, I drank my last coffee and that was it. So here's our gas station base. This is Butcher. Lovely place. Keep it very bright so I can see what's going on at night. First thing I'm going to do is have a bath. And in this context, a bath means I'm going to put my clothes in the wash. We may need to cycle the laundry, the laundry water. That might be an overnight activity right there. So I got this rain barrel up here that's filled up for the container info. It's got 58 liters. That might be enough. I'm gonna put 2 buckets in it. If memory serves, I think like 70 was more than enough for a full armor washing. Because the the washing machine does it more efficiently. So if you don't have infinite water, lovely little thing to do. Nothing will beat infinite water, though. Let's hop up the generator while we're up here. And time for laundry. And get the bandana in there too. In this universe, baseball hats don't get dirty, even when you're killing a bunch of zombies right in front of you. Now my underlayers are mostly fine. Well, actually, no, I've been sweating a lot. And they look dirty. The socks actually look fine. But everything else... Yeah, elbow pads and knee pads get the worst of it. Because they if you think about it, the elbow pads they get both limbs. Your forearm and your upper arm. It intercepts blood from both of those. So they always tend to get dirty the fastest. Did I forget to put my own boots in there? I did. Oops. Oh well. Worst thing has happened. So now we need to wash ourselves. I'm going to use the buckets upstairs. I could keep using my drinking water. I'm not going to do that. We got some more buckets up here. I'm going to use these to wash me. Each bucket only gives you 10 liters, but we've been keeping up with it. We don't have to get too... It doesn't look like it's getting any cleaner. So we might not have had enough water after all. Oh no, look at that. Excellent. Okay, it just it kind of updates itself like every couple seconds there. I actually left this bucket out here to wash the ambulance with. This bucket right here. This is my car wash bucket. So both of us get a bath. Yeah, it looks like it's about to finish, and the knee pads still have a tiny bit of blood on them, so we did use up all 50 liters of that water. But yeah, imagine getting all of your clothes washed using less than 50 liters. That's impressive. Usually if you want to do a full clothing wash in like a sink, that's well over 100 liters every time. Oh, and it's gone. Hell yeah. And that should be everything. So we can actually cut it off early. Then I can get it in the dryer before I go back to sleep again, which is now. You know what? I can just set it to... I don't remember. There was a reason that I keep these separate even though they're both combos. I don't even remember what that reason is. It might not be relevant anymore, but you know what? I'm going to keep doing it for now. All right. Well, as a quick recap for anybody joining, we are doing good things here. We always do, but we have explored lots of loot, though. Like, lots. We have successfully gone through most of the residential on this side of town. We have identified 2 survivor houses, make that 3 on this side. And we have looted all of them. These little red marks with the... that almost looks like an octet. I feel like if I draw too many of these, I might summon Slanesh or some shit. Yeah. I'm not going to be drawing too many of those, especially not... I'm not going to draw 8 of them at the compass points. No, I'm not going to do that. No. 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 We are loyal to the Emperor here. We are filthy loyalists, through and through. But yeah, we've got a lot of residential left to explore. We're definitely not going to get to all this on this stream, but we're going to see what we can do. A lot of this right here, we're going to use Jericho as our power center for that. Which is why I've been, in the back of my mind, I've been thinking about when is an appropriate time to close up shop at Butch. Because when that happens, when you close up shop at Butch, that's going to constitute the end of operations for all of North Louisville, for the most part. Because we have explored almost everything that I want to see up here. Yeah, I mean, there is some unexplored up here. What is this? Is this anything that could possibly be anything that I want right now? I don't think so. LSU, everything in LSU will have respawned by now. This entire area that we spent a lot of time and ordnance fighting our way through, all that will have respawned by now. So this is persona non grata right here. And what is this? This is all townhomes. Townhomes have an extremely negligible chance of being a survivor home. I think it's non-zero. I think it is non-zero, but I would never go out of my way just to check a townhome. If I do check a townhome, it's just because it was on the way to somewhere. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. What sucks about the circles in this game that you can put on the map, the circles all suck. This is the closest, I guess, right here. We could do that right over here. Hang on. Oops, I drew 2. Just want 1, and then we gotta scale this one up. My only complaint with the new system is that we don't have the ability to scale things before we put them down. Except for text. We can do text, just not symbols. Perfect. I like it. It's not a perfect circle, unfortunately, but that's what we're dealing with here. That's the closest to a round circle, right? These circles, these are O's. They're always, like, permanently italicized. Now, there is... I don't want to forget about this. There are lots of vans still left at Grand Ohio here. So, I don't think I'm going to cease operations up here just yet. We are definitely moving in that direction, though. Today is Friday the 5th. I did have a couple of other things on my agenda today, so I won't be able to do Zomboid all day today, but tomorrow I'm definitely doing a long one. Tomorrow being Saturday, of course, everybody's got to stream hard on Saturdays because that's big day on YouTube, so tomorrow for sure. But today I think I'm definitely upper capping myself at 8 hours, but I'm thinking about the operations for in-game tomorrow here, or in-game today actually, because we are just ready to gear up and then we're set to go. Let's gear up now. Bandana can get put back away. That can hit the wear button. Someday we'll be able to do elbow pads all at once. Minus the weapons, we're in great shape. If your character is ever depressed, take a bath. Gives you free happies when you do that. We take really good care of Annie, so she doesn't need free happies right now, but if we needed free happies, a bath is a very easy way to do it. Alright, we're going to toss another steel sheet into the trunk of the ambulance because it took a few hits, and there's no reason not to now. Like I said, we get diminishing returns with repairs on trunks for vehicles, and for the longest time that pissed me off. But I have finally used this ambulance for so long that I've discovered there is a floor to that. Once you get down to 67% being the cap, it apparently doesn't seem to fall any lower, which I am very happy about. I was afraid that was not going to be a thing. Never happier to be wrong about something. So we're at 93%. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I thought 67% was the floor. It's not. Our max repair now is 66. It hasn't gone down yet. Like, just repairing it now didn't make it go down. But I think the fact that we took damage is what made it go down. So I may have been wrong about that. Maybe there isn't a floor. Maybe there isn't... So the fact that it didn't go down, the potentially repairs didn't go down this time, it might just be because it doesn't go down now until you take more damage. So if it goes down again, then we're... Yeah. Okay, so there is no floor. There's just sort of a pit, and it's getting a little harder to sink any deeper. Because it used to go down by multiple percentage points every time, but this time it didn't, so... It makes me sad. This shotgun we just picked up off of a zombie, and I didn't do anything with it because I was meaning to take the shells out. Free ammo is always welcome. No, so hoods are completely separate. Hoods are, they're their own item. I mean, obviously, yeah, sure, we could put, if it was the hood we were working on, yeah, we could put a different hood on there, and I do that a lot. Because, I mean, I take a lot of hits on the hood, and there have been many times where I have needed to swap to a new hood because, I mean, honestly, if I can't get all the way back to 100% on a hood, then I'm gonna get a new one. There's enough hoods on the map that I'm not worried about that. It's the trunk, because the trunks are, obviously the trunks are innate to the vehicle. You can't swap out for a new trunk. The vehicle is the trunk, as far as this game is concerned. So we can put away this shotgun here. Anything in these containers for the most part, minus the bomb-making stuff. Almost anything in these containers will just stay here as a local cache if we ever want to come back to this area in the future. So all of that small form food that we picked up, choco cakes, beer, all that stuff, all goes into Meals on Wheels here. Basically, my strategy with this truck is I just keep it with me everywhere I go, and then whenever I set up base in a new place, it's basically my cupboard, because the trunk is accessible from a wide radius, and all I got to do is stand next to it to see all the ingredients I have available to me. It's great. I wish I learned how to do that sooner. Better late than never. Now, cookware is actually kind of heavy, so I don't want to carry around too much in these Meals on Wheels at once, so we put an upper limit on that. And when we start getting full, we start doing things like drinking the soda. 2 liters is pretty heavy. Got a spare M9, also slated for repairs. Toss that bad boy in there. Now we have these rope. We picked up some rope out in the field. That is for the trailer here that's got some logs in it. So we'll leave the rope in there. These garbage bags on the floor here are things that I brought back with me. Get the guns sorted now. We don't need more than one 1911 auto magazine anymore, so we can actually leave those behind. Now, a perfect M36 revolver and 1911, I'm not going to leave them here. I'm going to put them in the, this is the gun bag that I carry around with me of perfect things. These are basically slot-in replacements if I need to replace my current loadout with something else. We have a destination for the 1911 magazine. The pickaxe can stay here too. And the canned food can go into Meals on Wheels. We only picked that up because it was on a survivor zombie. Almost the only stuff that's in here that actually needs to go back to Jericho is like the hair dye and the long johns. Except the trunk is completely full, so it would need to go in here. I mean, even the long johns is a bit of a stretch. Memorabilia, that all goes back. And the windshield is going to stay here at the vehicle repair shop until I make the executive decision to close up shop here, at which point we need to actually convoy the vehicle repair shop trucks back to Jericho. Now, Jericho, when we close up shop in Louisville, Jericho is going to have a lot of stuff left in it. Because, I mean, when it comes to going back and forth between here and my actual main base for the entire map, my main base for the entire map has nothing to do with this area. And it never will. The respawns are nightmarish up here. When we're done with Louisville, big win, of course. There's a lot of stuff left to explore here. But when that time comes, we will close up shop at Jericho, and probably about 90% of what's there will stay there. Even most of the memorabilia is going to be left for a cenotaph project if I ever get around to that. I've been thinking about that for so long. I've always wanted to make a cenotaph using the ID cards. I have not actually pulled the trigger on that, and I don't know if I ever will. But if I do, that's what the memorabilia here is for. I also collect it because it's fun. Sometimes I don't have a reason for what I collect. All the rest of this can stay out here. Our collection of pillows grows. We've long since passed the point of actually needing more pillows. Even though we've already read every skill magazine in the game, we actually can reread them and it'll reduce stress. So if we actually get to that point, for now, anything that is book related, I would pick that first. Alright, so we have sorted through all those bags of loot we brought back so far. We do have a windshield that needs to go into the shop. Let's bring that over now. And also we'll stop by the gun, the ammo trucks. Ammo trucks, we've got everything we would ever want. Opening a couple of, we're just going to open one bag of 44 Magnum here. So that's all we need on this side. Empty 1911 auto magazine goes in here. Windshield for heavy duty goes in over here for now. Some of this stuff is TBA in this trunk. Some of it is stuff that just needs to get disassembled. I might keep that camera. Literally some of it's trash. Let me get the trash out. Okay. Everything left in there is not trash, but not really useful. Trash into the trash can. This M9 magazine that I picked out of the law enforcement zombie is just one round short of being full. Now that it's full, I can put it into the collection of full M9 mags back here, of which we've got 35 now. Make sure I don't have, I do have the driver's seat has a battery on it. That needs to happen. Okay, that's my bag sorted finally. Took me a minute, always does. But we've got a home for everything and everything in its home. .45 auto. Definitely need more boxes of that opened up. I've been using lots of .45 auto, and I love it. I like it. I love it. I want more of it. Now, we do have a lot of 38 special in the vehicle here. That being said, we don't have a lot of 38 special outside of this vehicle. So, we don't want to be going nuts with it, even though we have a lot right now. So I've got 2 light bars that I'm taking out of the trunk. These are light bars I found at the fire department here in town. And what we're going to do with those is we're going to turn those into repairs to the ambulance that we found earlier that is functionally equivalent to the one in front of us. The one in front of us has a perfect engine, and now the one back here also has a perfect engine. Second one of the kind that we found, for a total of more or less 3. We've got one that's got a 99 engine. But what we do now is we've got 2 light bars on us. So we take 1 light bar out of our backpack and effect a repair. This will bring it from 29% to 49%. And then we take out this other light bar and repair it, and it's going to go from 49% to nice percent. Hell yeah, we now have an officially nice light bar on this bad boy. B-E-A, beautiful. I need some more coffee. I drank all of the coffee that I had on me, and that is going to be fixed now. Should have some more mugs somewhere. If not, we'll just get them. What? Oh. So, generally speaking, I like to have 4 coffee on me at all times. 2 should be on my person, and 2 should be in the ambulance as backup. Something failed recently, and I didn't have the 2 on my person, and I'm not sure exactly where I went wrong there, but, well, I drank them at some point, most likely. So we're just going to go make 4 coffee now and just get all that sorted out. 4 mugs of water. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now we add some stuff to the coffee. We still got some mint left. This mint is almost a year and a half old now. We grew it last year and dried it out, so it's still good forever, basically. Next time we plant crops, spices I'm going to plant a fair bit of, because honestly we can get a lot more out of it now. But yeah, I like to do a little bit of mint and a little bit of sugar. That's it. So 2 of them into my backpack. And 2 of them into the ambulance. We don't need to be carrying around soda in the ambulance, at least not too much. The ambulance is really parched for space right now. In fact, these 2 paperbacks is probably more than enough for now. The leather strips, well, they don't take up any thread, any space, and the armored thread is fine. 4 bandages is overkill. We just need 1 replacement lighter, and then, we should have 2 bandages in here, but we only have 1. Maybe that's why I had those. Okay. Alright, I'll put 2 of them back. But yeah, I do have antidepressants in the glove compartment, so I shouldn't need to carry those around. And these comic books, well, we're gonna do paperbacks instead of comic books. I think paperbacks are the best happiness to weight ratio that you're gonna see in this game. Imagine thinking about things in terms of happiness to weight. That is terminal logistics for Zomboid right there. We have reached levels of logistics that shouldn't be possible. You have a small bit of stir fry left, but it's not going to be much. So I do think I'm going to make me another fry here. A little bit of both of my main staple perishables there. Get those cooked up. We got some more perishable food. You know what? While those are running, I'm actually going to wash my weapons, but I'm not going to use the main drinking water. I'm going to use the side barrel here. Now I don't have to look so ugly. Look at that. Girl's pretty right now. We mastered the drip, and we mastered the weapons. So we came away with a 60 and a 45 there. Stir fry and 45 stir fry. Alrighty. Okay, so I'm thinking about... I'm always thinking about logistics. Brain always is trying to solve little problems in the back of my head. We've got a lot of wood up here. Like a ton. Metric ton of wood. I'm going to separate the non-wood loot into a garbage bag where it always should have been. So that's everything except for those 3 things there. It's only like 6 encumbrance, but there may be more in the future. Is that everything that I had in the ambulance that doesn't need to be in the ambulance? Brain meat is telling me maybe not. That's pretty much everything. Yeah. Ambulance is more or less sorted. Alpha bag is getting a few more things in it at this point. There we go, and now... Yeah, ambulance is sorted. We are very much sorted right now. Okay. I did have a few extraneous attachments that I'm probably never going to use again, but I'm going to put away the duplicates of them. Just leave them here in this cache. You know, I do have a couple of other things I need to do today, but I might not even be able to do them. We have snow. There was some snowfall this morning. It was really pretty. I haven't looked outside since this morning, so I might actually need to take a quick peek outside and see what it looks like. So I'm going to do that. I also have to step away for a minute. So I'm gonna take a quick step away IRL and see what the weather looks like. I mean, if it's that bad, then I might not have anything else to do today. So we will take a quick break here. And I shall be back probably less than 2 minutes or so. Catch you guys in just a moment. Alright, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Doesn't look like there's too much snow outside. It's actually, there's more salt on the sidewalk from them putting down the salt so that it wouldn't freeze. There's more salt on the sidewalk than there is snow on the road right now. The asphalt is mostly clear, so we are definitely... I do have some stuff to do later today then. But we got a bit of time left to get things wrapped up here. Let's take a look. I have decided I'm not going to hit Louisville General Hospital. I have hit a hospital in Louisville once already, and that was fun. But we've done one hospital. I'm not doing another hospital. I know what hospitals are like now, and there is nothing to fight for there. That would be a lot of shooting and a lot of killing for... We don't get injured here. We've used like 6 bandages total. We've used 6 bandages, 1 splint, and painkillers. We've used a lot of painkillers. I mean, there's variety use of those, but that's really the long and short of it there. So it is now August 4th. The month changed over, and I barely noticed it. I'm going to do a quick look through my agriculture look here. You can plant some of the fall crops as early as August, but I'm not interested in early planting. I'm going to plant in their quote-unquote best season, or I'm not going to plant at all. So right now, I think the only crop with the best month that August is listed for is garlic. I probably would do garlic. I mean, it's garlic. It's not like it's that important. It's just you put it on your food. But yeah, we've gotten pretty much every single recipe for crops unlocked, so we can just scroll through this and look at the best months and see that there's nothing for August, except for garlic and wild garlic. Which is, yeah, that makes sense. Now, where would we plant it? We would plant it at Jericho, because we still got a lot of Louisville operations to do. But we don't have any to plant that I know of. What we could do, though, is we could just go... we could go into the woods over here somewhere and just forage a little bit in the woods. What I think I'm going to do... This little community area here, I have no idea what the zombie count would look like here. But we're in a position right now where we're actually well-suited to try to explore it from here. Because it's far enough on this side of the map that it doesn't really matter which base I use to explore it. It's going to be a trip no matter what. But if we take Germantown Road here, I think we should do that. Germantown Road, we spotted part of it when we looked at the, what is this? This is the trailer park that we looked at. So there is a little bit more to that trailer park than what we saw. I don't expect to find anything substantial there, but maybe beyond that we might find some interesting things. So what I'm going to do, I do think I should take the ambulance, but I may take a trailer with the ambulance, but I don't have any good trailers right now. And that's because this trailer is full to almost the brim. This actually, I think, this is a job for United Logistics Shipping. Or we could use our new ambulance. I mean, there's nothing stopping us from just using the new ambulance. This thing is in perfect condition now. Like, we literally bragged about how beautiful these big green numbers are. This is the best vehicle on my lot at the moment, all things considered. It just doesn't have any kit in it. There's no kit. We probably have enough stuff on us right now. We could establish a field kit, like a fully equipped field kit. I might actually do that. I mean, this ambulance is always going to be destined for greatness. It is, like I said, it is literally the best vehicle I have right now. We might as well kit it out. So what do I mean when I say a field kit? Well, I mean a couple of things, actually. On all of the vehicles that I use the most often, which right now just entails this ambulance right here and the Jorgensen & Sons step van in front of the flag on the other side of the base here. Those two have got enough stuff in them that I could last a very, very, very long time just with those things. And when I say a long time, I mean both combat and, like, you know, survival related. The one thing that I would not be able to make right now is more armor. I do like to carry around armor and spare weapons in the passenger seats of these main vehicles that I use a lot. I would not be able to put certain things in there because I would need to go back to Jericho for the forge for that. But other things, for example, a full welding torch. I would need to find a mask. Whetstone. Duct tape. Box of nails. Claw hammer. Starting to think about carrying around a sack. Starting to think about it. I don't know if I'll go that far. I'm still in the thinking about it phase. I'll let you know. I'll let you guys know if I actually get beyond the thinking about it phase. Twine though, definitely taking twine. A lighter. Water purification tablets are not necessary if you have all the stuff to make a fire, campfire. Griddle pan. And whenever I forget exactly what goes into a perfect field kit, I always just check back in my other vehicles. So the nails, driver's seat, torch, the twine, the duct tape, the lighter, whetstone, claw hammer, all into the glove compartment. The griddle pan, also driver's seat. Hunting knife is for the passenger seat. I think I saw a firefighter axe head there. Battery, spare battery on the driver's seat. Towels. I know I have towels somewhere, I'll find them. Handy knife, backup handy knife. Basically, at this point, I'm just remembering what I can remember, and then I'm going to actually go look at my other vehicle as a reference. 5 bags of chips. Always go in the driver's seat. That should be easy. And Meals on Wheels is just stacked when it comes to small form food here. Now, I usually like to do real chips. Tortilla chips are really light on calories. I like to do real chips because real chips are if I need to keep up weight gain, for example. But I'm not actually seeing any chips in Meals on Wheels. I may have extracted those. Well, that would be a doof. Oh. Okay, then. I suppose tortilla chips. Ah, here we go, here we go. Yeah, look at this. I got plenty of chips. Yeah, 5 bags of plain chips. I must have moved them out of Meals on Wheels and into the cabinet there. Alright, a couple of towels, and then the driver's seat kit is full. What did I do for the other driver's seat? You know, I actually carry around more towels these days than I normally do. I think 2 towels are supposed to be what fits in the driver's seat. And then 4 bags. Okay, yeah. So 2 towels and then 4 bags of chips instead of 5 bags of chips. I recently changed that. 5 bags of chips. That's a little superfluous. I know I have more towels somewhere around here. There's one. That might be it for now. Painkillers, antidepressants, spare bandages, ×2, spare alcohol wipes, forceps, suture needle. Sometimes I would carry around caffeine pills in my field kits, but I have, now that I start carrying around coffee wherever I go, that's kind of fallen off. I just need to make sure that I'm remaining diligent about keeping up with my coffee supplies. Okay, I've memorized most of what goes in there, but I need to double check now. I know of a place on the road in the direction we're going to be going. I know of a place on the road that will have, we'll be able to get a tire pump. We'll be able to get a, jack. And then there's probably somewhere where we can get a, tire iron so that we can have a full vehicle repair kit in the glove as well. I always allocate room for that. Yep, so there's the... You can have... Even when you're organized, it's actually currently broken. Organized people are supposed to have more room for things, but, like, the UI says I should be able to store 6.5 encumbrance on the driver's seat, but I can't. So right now I can only do 5 encumbrance on the driver's seat. This is my ideal kit for the driver's seat. Griddle pan, battery, 4 bags of chips, 2 bath towels, and a box of nails. Passenger seat is basically all tools and armor. And then the glove compartment is what we've been mostly putting our effort into putting together. Some of what I put into the passenger seat includes backup weapons for the main kit, which is why I already have that hunting knife in there. But the main ambulance has got so many backup weapons already that I could take a sword and a machete out and I wouldn't miss them at all, because we've got so many in here. And another thing that needs to go in the field kit is a axe. But we're going to find an axe on our journey, because as we go in that direction, we're going to go past the fire department and pick up whatever is there. So we've already got our backup sword and machete on the passenger seat. And eventually the passenger seat will have an axe as well. And most of the other encumbrance is actually taken up by armor. Here's something I could do. I'm going to take the armor out of Jorgensen & Sons field kit. Yeah. Coat of plates, riding helmets, sledgehammer, bone choker, bone fingerless gloves. We should find... I know we have an e-tool somewhere. We have many e-tools back at Jericho, so I can take that out shamelessly now, because we're going to go back to Jericho and there's going to be plenty. There's supposed to be a sword, but there's not in Jorgensen & Sons, so that's actually a fail. I can correct that because I have a spare sword now. So there's the e-tool, bone choker, coat of plates, helmet, sledgehammer. And already that's the vast majority of a field kit right there that I would ever want. Axe, of course, that we're going to go pick up. Hatchets. Hatchets are easy. I don't even have a very solid reason for carrying around hatchets in my field kits. They're lightweight. I mean, that's always a thing. They're lightweight, they're a backup weapon, and I guess if something goes wrong with the axe itself. Like a doofus, Jorgensen & Sons does not have chips on the driver's seat, so I'm going to actually fix that right now, since we have a surplus of chips here. 4 bags of barbecue chips coming right up. So Jorgensen & Sons, even though we're taking some stuff out of it, we are also restocking. Now Jorgensen just needs a battery. We're actually getting pretty hungry too. I'm going to grab a bite to eat once I get this put in. Now, the glove compartment kit for Jorgensen is actually a little bit out of date. I'm still carrying around caffeine pills, antibiotics. That's a figment of a long time ago. Antibiotics, you would never need them as long as you actually sterilize your wounds. Alcohol wipes, that's what those are there for. I have never gotten an infection in this game because I have never been injured and failed to sterilize the wound afterwards. It's just like Boy Scouts baked that into my brain. If you have an injury, clean it ASAP. And then, you know, get it cleaned up and get it wrapped up. The closest I've ever come to violating that in my adult life was when I took I was on my e-scooter on the WNOD trail, and I took a little fall off of the e-scooter, and I wasn't like, you know, dumping blood or anything, but I had to get the wound covered up so that it would stop, you know, just even bleeding just a little bit. I don't wanna leave blood all over the trail, so I took my my outer shirt off and just tied it around my my elbow, because my elbow was... I had landed directly on my elbow. I am shocked I did not break it. because the scooter itself weighs 100 pounds. It's one of those really heavy-duty scooters. It can go up to 60 miles an hour. So I landed directly on my arm with my body weight plus a little bit of the scooter's weight. And somehow, I walked away with just skin injuries, somehow. The shoulder felt a little weird for a while afterwards, but no breakage. I was very, I've been blessed. I've never broken a bone in my life. I've been very blessed. Very blessed. Where is my, there was one other thing I was going to get in there. And I don't know why I'm scrolling through Meals on Wheels, because that's not it. Take another peek at my ambulance kit, because remember, the ambulance kit is always the best of what I've got right now. A leather jacket. I can't make one of those easily. And shin guards and thigh guards, these are actually really rare. In the correct color, shin guards and thigh guards in the correct color, which is technical black. I've got more thigh guards back at Jericho, but other than that, no, I've got nothing else. Interesting. Okay. So to make room for the shin guards and thigh guards, I don't carry around a hatchet in here anymore. The leather jacket I wouldn't be able to wear for a long time anyway, but that's neither here nor there. Now the screwdriver I carry around, not really for any good reason. I just didn't have room for anything else. Cereal. That's a bit out of date. Respirator filters, but I can't use them. The ability to change the filters in your masks right now is currently broken, so. And hunting knife, that's actually superfluous. So, even though the ambulance is my ideal field kit, it's actually, there is a little bit out of date, but that's okay. I'm not going to complain about that. It's got all the essentials. Beta blockers I am carrying around, and caffeine pills. Okay. I forgot that I was carrying around those in the main kit. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That is very unfortunate. Right above your ankle. Oh, that means your whole leg is going to be out of commission then, for the most part. I guess it sounds like it would be in a thing where even if you have a cast, you wouldn't want to put weight on it. That sounds pretty nasty right there. I hope you heal swiftly. We could do, no, this is fine, this is fine. I don't need to overthink this too hard. I do, however, I want to start carrying around sacks in all of my field kits. So these spare sacks right here that I'm not using, I'm going to start putting these in my kits here. Since we have no need for respirator filters. That's enough for a sack there. Everything else can stay as is. But yeah, I mean, respirator, we can't even use respirators right now, so no need for that. So we can go get beta blockers and caffeine pills out of the medical supplies here, and it won't be a waste of space necessarily. I just need to not forget that it's there. Perfect, okay. Now, if I need tweezers, something has gone horribly wrong. Tweezers are to extract glass or broken bullets from bullets from the body. I don't expect to get shot by anybody. There's nobody to shoot me. There's no NPCs or multiplayer, so that is not really going to be a thing. But glass is... I have not taken glass in the body at all in this game ever. I have never once in this game, 2,300 hours, had to use tweezers. First time for everything, though, so I don't know. Maybe I really should be carrying those, but I'm not going to get too hung up on that right now. So, respirator filters, and you know what? Do I really want to... I'm going to stop carrying around a hunting knife. I don't know why I had that there. That does not need to be there. A hunting knife belongs on my passenger seat. Oh, that's why I was putting that there. Because my passenger seat doesn't have room anymore. Okay. You know what? Fair play. My passenger seat of my ambulance doesn't have room for a hunting knife anymore. Because the shin guards and the thigh guards actually weigh a lot. Each shin guard is 2.0 encumbrance, so that explains that. Okay. I need to trust my past self sometimes a little bit more than I already do. Alright, that's fine. So that means this is the ideal for now. I will go ahead and screenshot that for my own reference, and cereal is the only other thing that I have on me right now that I can put in the new kit. It's been a long time since I've talked about field kits because, you know, once you set up the right field kit and you keep it well supplied, you don't have to think about it again until you need something from it. Then just make sure to replenish it afterwards and you're good to go. We've already eaten food for the evening. we're going to have a bite of kale really quick. Because we do want to kind of use up this kale as quickly as we can. It's not going to last forever. Once we pull that out of the freezer, it starts going bad faster than I would expect. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. Loose nails are no longer required because I actually keep those where they should be. But now that I have the screenshot to reference, here we go. Obviously the cereal, I almost can't forget about that. And that's it, just the cereal. Okay. Good. Yeah, the cereal is probably, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I forgot it was there. The reason it is there is actually, that's supposed to be for, like, you know, if I'm trying to keep my weight gain up, and, I end up doing some unexpected combat with, you know, calorie burning and whatnot, then the cereal is there, I can chug that, and that will keep my weight gain going. But cereal is also kind of rare. I literally don't have any more cereal. Anywhere. Not here, at least. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to carry around pancake mix, not right now. I can take, if I just put a stick of butter in there, but that weighs a little bit much, actually. Butter weighs 0.03 when it's fully unused. What about a whetstone? I don't have a whetstone in my kit in the ambulance. Main ambulance, rather. Maybe we will actually train ourselves with hatchets a little bit. Couldn't hurt too much. If we just take these 2 hatchets with us, that'll fill out the rest of the kit, and I'll be happy. Okay. So it is actually 2200 hours. That is our bedtime, or close enough. So we're going to close up shop here and get a night's sleep, and then as an overnight activity, we will commute down to the fire department, and on our way there, we will stop to fill out the rest of the kit. I know of a place where we can find a tire pump and a jack, and probably a tire iron. If we don't find a tire iron somewhere out there, we'll find a lug wrench or something. We will find something. I prefer tire iron because you can actually slide it on your back. Lug wrench, you can't slide it and you can't use it as a weapon. Tire iron is also like one of those things where it's like, you know, I'm short blunt specialist, so I'm level 10 short blunt, so both my wrench and my tire iron are technically fallback weapons if I get that desperate. As far as I know, I've never gotten that desperate, but hey, first time for everything, right? And we've got both of the stir fries we just made, so that's good. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to take the kale that I haven't touched yet, put that in the freezer again, and the kale that I've started eating, I'm just going to take that with me. There's only 3 left. Potatoes are fine. I don't need to... Once you put potatoes in the refrigerator, they will last a very, very, very long time. The baseline lifetime for potatoes is really long already. You put them in a fridge, and you're taking an already long number and multiplying it, so... Now, the place I'm thinking of that's going to have a jack is in the general this-away direction. Gas station all the way on this side. Here we go. I remember seeing a jack in the garage here. Probably not in the best of condition, but you know what? It doesn't have to be. We even found a rope while we're at it. There probably is a tire pump on the floor in here, now that I think about it. I remember seeing some stuff that I left on the floor in here. Tire pump, yay, nay. Oh, there's a lug wrench right there. I'll take it just in case. Tire pumps are not hard to find if you know where to look. There's a lot of cars that'll have them in the trunk. I know some folks will check every car they see. I'm not quite that dedicated. Not a bad policy, though. I would recommend it. We could get really lucky right in the trunk of this taxi, for example. Assuming we can get into it. Ooh, look at that. That's pretty. If I was into standard cars, this would be a jackpot right here. I'm not, though, so we're going to go ahead and break in. So it had a battery and it had gas in the tank, but it failed to start twice in a row, which means it actually does suck. Hey, look at that, a tire iron. Exactly one of the things I wanted, not everything, but my point stands strong. I'm going to go ahead and park this somewhere where I will kind of notice it in the future if I feel like bringing a... I mean, this is just a car full of perfect standard parts. The important thing about that to me is I don't usually use standard for most things, but trailers. Trailers are very important to my strategy, and those use standard parts, so any suspensions or brakes or tires would all be standard, so I do have incentive to bring that back with me eventually. Looks like the big pipe bombing we did up here is now full of skeletons. I suppose I could survey the heavy-duty trucks here, and also look for any potential tire pumps. That is to the Masterson Horizon. This is a 6-seater, so it's shit. Should have known. Oh, regular, heavy-duty in perfect condition. I'll leave that on the ground, so that I remember it next time I come up here. That's it for that. What do the parts look like? It doesn't look good, but sometimes whenever you get a junker like this, for example, this tire old right here. Yeah, we're going to take that off, just leave it somewhere so that we can see it. Regular brakes, regular sus, don't care about that, so leaving those there, something to grab later. I no longer need this lug wrench. I would prefer a tire iron in every circumstance. Except when killing zombies. I mean, if they're going to be zombies in front of me, then yeah, I'll kill them with the sword. Gas can, always down for one of those. I got 1 billion, but hey, I'll take more. Performance brake, 88. Performance tires, 83, 87. Hell yeah. I didn't necessarily intend on coming out to this lot for vehicle parts tonight, which is why I'm not actually loading them into anything yet. I'm just going to leave them on the ground, so when I do come through here, I can easily pick them up. Performance brakes, regular sus, so I only care about the brakes here. And a decent old muffler, I'll leave that too. Glass work is okay. So basically this little pile of parts on the floor here, I just gotta remember to come drive by and just park on top of that pile of parts and pick them all up at once. Boom. Okay, we're done with this one. Tire pump, found one. Easy peasy. So jack, tire pump, and tire iron, that's on our person now. Put into the glove compartment, and we have our complete field kit. And that is the vast majority of space in the glove compartment taken up with those. Now, in our destination, where we're going, we are going to find firefighter axe times many. So the firefighter axe that we have room for in the passenger seat to fill out that part, that's coming. Alright, there are still more vehicles to look through, but we don't have enough we don't have a lot of time tonight. We are about less than an hour away from our next sleep session, so we are going to go ahead and bail out of the parking lot here and continue down to the fire department, which is our current destination for the evening. Just at the end of this road and a right on Smokestack, or a character's perspective, that is a left. Looks like we got not respawns. There's no way these are respawns. These are probably just people who are late to the party. I can't be going to sleep while these guys are all here, so we're gonna kill their asses. I don't really care about that basketball court all the way down there, as long as they haven't noticed me, which it doesn't look like they have. There's this one guy coming towards what looks like me, but he might be going around that fence. No, he's coming to me, right? Yeah, he spotted us. Okay. Right this way, sir. But yeah, the guys in the basketball court have not taken any action, so they can stay there. That's far enough away. So, of the firefighter axes that are in the bags here, we take one out, toss that into the passenger seat, permanent part of this ambulance now. That is a full kit in the ambulance. And then these bags can just go straight into the trunk. Empty shotgun for repairs, straight into the least filled garbage bag here. I'm struggling with whether to take these lights immediately because I don't need them right now. And that's 30 encumbrance that could be spent elsewhere. I suppose if I run into a situation where I don't need them, then I can hand carry them. They're really easy to hand carry in a bag, backpack rather. Okay, got all that sorted. It's 4 a.m. Time to go to bed. And we've got our safe house here to sleep in. And now, today, we continue our journey down towards the south area there. Multiple tire pumps here. That must be why I thought there were going to be tire pumps on the road. Oh well. We had a successful overnight activity looking around anyway. Nothing else that's here right now is anything I need. Maybe some water. And you know what? Something I've been keeping in my vehicles these days, just right straight in the trunk, is just a spare bottle of water. Who knows when you might need one of those. Worst case scenario, just use it for something other than drinking. Alright, off we go. And our destination is more or less this way. Double check the map. We're going... Yeah, I mean, this is literally... We just take a left here and keep going. And that's Germantown Road, wherever that goes. That is... Basically, we're skirting the far east edge of Louisville now. I have a feeling that there's going to be a little bit less in this area. I could be completely wrong about that. That's just a complete ballpark. I almost forgot that this is here. I looked at it on the map once and then promptly forgot about it. Beyond Birdsong Road here, I have no idea what's right there. We're going to have to find out. So we're going to kind of stay to the east end here and see what we see. I have very briefly gone up south side here. It's not been long. So we have surveyed these houses and no survivor houses over there. So, all right. Course has been plotted. And as soon as I turn the corner, the first corner I turn, fucking roadblock. Normally I wouldn't go out of my way, but I mean, you know, there's nothing stopping me right here. It's close to a sleep house, might as well. I've gotten really good at this, a little bit too good. I can't wait for them to make it so that we have to have a heavy chain and a hook to do towing. It's coming, it's coming. Eventually I'm going to have to start making room in my field kit that I just showed you guys. A heavy chain with a hook is 12.5 encumbrance. So that may be my entire passenger seat someday. Is like half of it may be taken up by a heavy chain with a hook so that I can tow. Because, I mean, right now, obviously, towing doesn't require anything. Based on the precedent that the devs set for the rest of this place, I have a feeling that is very much on the unfinished side of things. Oh, I see what this is. Okay. Just sort of a fairgrounds thing. Yeah. No idea what kind of fair this is. This kind of a thing. My generator senses are tingling. There may or may not be a generator here. We're going to kind of go slowly around the place and just keep our eyes peeled for anything that looks like a generator. Ooh, a little close to that lamp there. brand spanking new ambulance, the freshest vehicle on my lot. That would be one hell of a first way to take damage with it. But I'm not seeing anything immediately here. Yeah, we've explored most of the territory there, and it's not showing us anything. We're backing out of here. Nothing to fight for here. Not going to fight. Looks like a medium-sized group here, but not big enough to be a Survivor Zombie group. This is big enough, but it's also Louisville. Romuald Drone. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Memorial Park. Probably a real thing. I'd say a good 2/3 of Louisville on this map is based on real Louisville. Lots and lots of heavy-duty vehicles in this lot. I actually have a free moment. I can mark that. The zombie density here is a little bit too much for me to get out and try to do anything. I would need a strong incentive to do that. Now that black fan right there looks really pretty. But appearances can be deceiving. Here's what I'm going to do. I have enough time to do this. I'm just going to swing past it really quick and see if the trunk is open, and if it is, we'll see what's in it, and if we can't do anything more, then we don't need to. It is a construction vehicle. Don't care. We're out of here. I can take one look at that loot table and be like, yep, 12 planks, that's a construction vehicle. With all those zombies smacking that fence, I don't want to be lingering here unless I'm going to be getting into a prolonged engagement, which there's nothing to fight for, so we outie. Call me an overpriced sports car, because I'm outie. So we are now uncovering new territory everywhere we look. Just a small wreck easily bypassed, and back to residential here. I think this is going to be upper class, if I'm not mistaken, just based on how far apart everything is. Ooh, look at this, boys. Mail van. Mail's here. Postman Pat, Postman Pat. Really good condition, old tires. Engine is shit. Brakes are regular. Sus is performance, but not really nothing worth writing home about. There's only 10 encumbrance in the trunk, so whatever is in here is probably not going to be substantial enough to care about. I see one Z there. Can I get in the... Yeah. The mail van is, for some godforsaken reason, the only van in the game that you can't access the trunk from the driver's seat. And that is the stupidest thing ever, because if you've looked at a single mail van, you'll know that that's the opposite. These things, any Amazon truck you've ever seen is going to be accessible from the front, but there's nothing in here. Literally nothing in this, so it is pretty, but that's it. Nothing worth fighting for there. Now this is a pretty tight lock right here. I'm actually going to tow this because I have a little bit of action economy. I'm not being chased by Zeds, so there's no reason not to. There's a very tight way in and out of this area, and I'm not going to be fooled by that shit again. Fool me once, shame on me. Or shame on you, rather. Fool me twice and whatnot. It's not perfect, but it's out of the way. I still have a drivable path, that's all I need. I don't have time to... Damn it. Fast shambler, get over here. Any other fast shamblers want to come out of nowhere? You don't have to. you can stay in your nowhere. Corpse dog ass in the middle of the road, that's whatever. Alright, back to exploration. That is a gated community here, it seems. That is an intact house, but no real incentive to look at it. Also an intact house. You're not going to leave a D6 completely in the middle of nowhere unguarded and not have me checking its engine. Engine quality 60. I don't understand what it is with the D6s. They all seem to suck. Except for a few. Like we found a godly one. The white one that is currently Meals on Wheels. That is a godly one. It is inside that house. So I want to explore up here before I start moseying into the gated community. Because what is the gated community but a place that's hard to get in and out of? I might just go through there on foot. Yep. Any suspicion about this place being potentially ever so slightly lighter in population has all been oh, this is not good. Okay. Yep. We got lucky there. We got very lucky there. It's Louisville and it's full of dead ends. The fact that we had a way out of that just now, that was pure sheer luck, 200% luck. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this gated community Oh, it's not. Okay. This is a through road. Sucks for the people who live here, because through traffic is no fun in residential areas in the 90s. But we're going to be filthy, filthy through traffic. Using residential roads to take shortcuts and whatnot. Now, I saw a step van through the woods there. I also saw zombies through the woods, and that's a very tight road up there. So, cul-de-sac here, but nothing. Stop bumping into my van, assholes. Fuck. That was a side hit through and through. We got lucky. Got lucky, no damage yet. Ooh, another Kerr Holmes van. I like that just because it's pretty blue. Matches the aesthetic of the gas station. But no other objective reason to go pick that up. Alright. So nothing in the houses we've looked at so far. Right, this road, this would connect to Shelby, and we've actually cleared to a corner of Shelby, so we could, if we gun it up this road, then we'll have cleared territory behind us. That's not exactly, that's not extremely important, but it's good to know what I can survey without having to worry about zombies, a billion of them waiting for me on the other side. I think technically we just checked most of this neighborhood already. Yeah, that area right there, not a lot to see there. The south is, yeah, we're not gonna be able to check the south from this far away. But we can gun it through this little neighborhood here. Surprisingly low pop for loot. Hey, look at that, boys. We got a target. We have a target, and it's not far from our last one. Hang on, we're right here. Locations. Pew pew marker right there. Okay, got our target. So now we're going to fall back and establish an angle of approach to get here. And when I say fall back, I actually mean go forward because, like I said, we've got a cleared area at the end of this road, all the way at the end of this road. So not only are we checking other houses on the way, we are also moving in the direction of cleared territory. And that cleared territory that I'm talking about is just to the north up here. Now, I may be slightly exaggerating. I'm definitely slightly exaggerating. This street corner was ambivalent in my brain. It's this corner up here. This corner up here, all the way at the end of this street, is cleared, quote-unquote. Because there's the other survivor house that we hit most recently is all the way up here. And, again, quote-unquote cleared. We killed everybody here once already. So there are respawns here now. Okay, well, all I know for certain right now is that we can go weapons free from this point. Come on, flip over. Now, I don't want to be going nuts with guns right now because whatever ammo I have on me is all I'm going to have until we get back to Butcher. Because that's what I get for carrying around an ambulance with an open trunk, as opposed to one that has all my guns in it. I'm going to shoot this one because if there are any more in this forest, I want them out of the forest, and right over here where I can kill their asses before they become a problem. I actually have a bed in the garage here. With no pillow, though. I remember I found a... I went through this place looking for a pillow and I never found one. Since this was a survivor house, I can actually trust myself that I eliminated every single possible storage vector. Hello. Okay. So we've got a non-clear angle in this direction. The important thing about this area is that we've got a corner. So this is the corner we're fighting from towards the other house that we saw there. They could send 200 zombies at me right now and I'd be able to handle them all. I just hope that they don't actually do that. Just because I'm equipped for it doesn't mean I want it. Ah, see? There is some in this forest. We're gonna keep up making noise in this corner. Absolutely not. You're not getting up. Okay. So we've got our angle of approach. I think I've already checked everything on Wellington Heights. I'm like 99% sure of that. But I do see a little bit of unexplored territory on this side road right here, Grenadiers Row. I feel like at the very edge of this is yet to be filled in, so I'm going to fill it in now. I would laugh really hard if there's a survivor house right over here behind the other one that we just, we're going to set up shop in briefly. No, there's nothing back here. Worth checking, though. I mean, you know, you never know. If it's got a kitchen or a living room and a bedroom and a bathroom, then it could be a survivor house. Literally any building that meets that criteria, as long as it doesn't have anything under 500 rooms. There's a few other very obscure criteria that has to be met, but those are the big ones right there. Less than 500 rooms, has at least one bedroom, one bathroom, and a kitchen or living room. So, again, that means there's so many possible candidates for a survivor home. Not just homes. A popular rare one is the March Ridge Apartments. Apparently those can actually be a survivor house. I have never seen that happen, but it'd be interesting to see if it ever did. Now, one thing that this survivor house that I'm going to sleep in temporarily, it does not have a pillow. You know, at one point, I actually did carry around pillows as part of my field kit. There's a part of me that wants to resume doing that, but I don't know exactly where I would fit it. And I think these houses, if I'm not mistaken, all of these houses do not have bedrooms on the first floor. So I'm gonna check the houses that do have bedrooms on the first floor first before I start looking at. I don't like going upstairs if I don't have to. Pillow, ×2. Look at that. One for local use, one for the, one to carry around in the vehicle now. Hello there. Is this your house? I appreciate its contribution to the efforts. I would like to take your cereal as well. And canned chili, hell yeah. I don't really need anything else from this place. I was just looking around. It's only 1300, so we still have time. Shan't be sleeping in such trash. I don't really care about the rest of the house, but that garage is where I'm going to sleep, so I ain't leaving no trash in there. Oh! Okay. I did find a... Okay, here's a container that I did not loot when I first... This place used to be a survivor house, so there's some loot here that is not accounted for, but it is only a... It's just a shelf. And I also didn't check the washing machines here, so... Yeah, nothing there. I don't know why somebody would put the dirty rag in the washing machine, because it doesn't work. Can't put rags in the washing machine and clean them. It doesn't work. No trash can in this house, I don't think. Nope. Whatever, I'll just toss the trash over here for now. Check out my local neighborhood since I'm going to stay here. I'm going to stay at least one night here. Tea bags, always. Baking soda, yeast, veggie oil. Hell yeah. I didn't realize that these red cabinets actually could have things in them. Vinegar would be useful if jarring wasn't broken right now. Most of what I just picked I'm actually going to take back with me, like the tea bags. Those are almost as effective as coffee. And vinegar and vegetable oil are hard enough to find that, yeah, I'm going to take those back proper. And this box of 38 special, I'm just going to straight up open them. That's ammo that I didn't deploy with that I now have. That just means we're going to need to use the M36 a little bit more often. And one of the reasons that I wanted to set up in this garage is I'm also considering, I want to test building a campfire. Now that I have, I've cleared out anything I could possibly want from this place, I want to test building a campfire on the gravel of the garage, because if it works, then I've got indoor cooking. And if it doesn't work, well, shit. I mean, if it doesn't work, then that means that there's going to be a, fire, and I'm going to have to put it out. And I think there might be a fire extinguisher in here somewhere. Oh, there's battery connector, but I don't have a battery yet. I've found a battery. I know of a place I can get one. The neighbors had a radio, and I was looking at it. I was eyeballing it. I was side-eyeing it, but I didn't decide to disassemble it. Now I know for sure. So then I get a battery connector, and I get light. Assuming there's a battery in this. Not always guaranteed. Nope, no battery this time. Damn. Another place you can find batteries locally sourced if needed is just vehicles. Go to vehicles, pull the radio out of the front of it, and you've got a non-zero chance of a bat. Oh, or you could just go to a random closet you haven't looked at yet. I could always do that. Hey, I was not expecting this. I am perfectly okay with it, though. That's coming back with us. Or, yeah, I mean, TBA. I'm pretty sure I have room for it somewhere back at Jericho. I mean, I always do. I've got room for whatever I ever need at Jericho. Pretty much everything I'm picking up right now is just going to get put in the neighbor's house. Wasn't looking for it, but I found it. The garages are a place where generators can spawn, but the chances are deceptively lower than I was expecting. I remember back in the day, I found a few generators in Riverside's garages, and I got it stuck in my head that, oh yeah, we can find garages, or rather garages are actually reliable to spawn. No, they're not. Nothing reliable about it. Nothing reliable about it, but it is a potential possibility. I just wouldn't go far out of my way looking for it. Very aesthetically pleasing. I enjoy it. I just want to get anything else I picked up that does not need to go with me now. Leave that in here. Amps, I don't need those. They just weigh me down. Leather jacket, that's going to stay in the ambulance. Yeah, okay, we're good. Welding torch also going to go in the ambulance. Actually, the ambulance already has a welding torch. Where is the ambulance? I left it all the way down here because I'm a doofus. I started progressing up in this direction, and then I did not go back and grab it again. We are going to kill that zombie that's next to it and then clear this roadblock. And we've got a lot of, we could eat a lot of food right now, so we're actually going to eat half of this 60 fry here. Remember what I just said about radios. I'm going to pull the radios out of both of these before we get them out of the way. Ooh. Didn't turn quite as hard there. There we go. We're about to get tired. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make some tea. Because I found some tea bags while we're out here. And tea does not require a coffee maker. And I think they buffed it so that tea is actually on par with coffee as long as you make it the correct way. I think. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure. But we're gonna have a cup of tea and see if it works. If it doesn't work, then we're not going to make any more tea. Now I was gonna build a campfire in the garage as a test. I might not do it in this garage. I might pick a different house's garage as a test. And then just use the generator there to power a stove so that I can actually make the tea. This one have a garage? No. I could use the neighbor's garage. That is a little close for my taste. If we were to set fire to the neighbor's house, that would spread to our house. So I'm trying to like think of if I set fire to something, I want to make sure that it doesn't spread all the way to where we're making base there. Whole ass convenience store there. Here we go. Perfect test of a garage right here. It's even detached from the rest of that house. So we're just gonna grab 3 stones and a log and start a fire and see what happens. I don't even need to stand there and like watch it. I'm just gonna set it and leave it, and then come back later and check to see if it's spread anywhere. If it hasn't, then we are good to go with our own fire. Now I still don't want to put it next to any walls, right? I'm gonna put it. My theory is that we can put it like in the center of the. Hello there. I'm trying to do something if you don't mind, pal. So we want to put it at least 1 tile away from any walls. Like right here. Because I don't know, I couldn't tell you for sure if it would be able to spread to one of these walls. I have seen walls that probably should not be able to catch fire in this game. Like, I have seen brick walls in this game catch fire somehow. Don't ask me how that fucking works. We don't have any kindling. Let's grab some kindling. Twigs and lighter. So we're just going to leave that sit, and we're going to come back later and see if it's spread anywhere. And if it hasn't, then that is what we'll do in our own choice area up there. This is a sports car right here. I registered that in my brain. Look at that! Look at that! The rear right window is broken. I might have actually accidentally shot it. Yeah. Oh, look at that! The rear right tire is broken too. So we've got a sports car here, but unfortunately we blew out one of the tires. I know that for a fact because it's not possible for you to just randomly find a car like this with no tire in it. We did that. So that's kind of unfortunate, but at the same time, not the worst thing in the world. If I wanted sports car parts. Definitely the engine's nothing to write home about. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, the tire was at 0%, but it still took a couple of seconds to blow up. That's whatever. I'm not like... I'm just parking it here. I think I can do that, even though I only have 3 tires. Huh. Maybe not. Okay. I'm just gonna nudge it out of the way. I do kind of want the driveway to be accessible, so we're just gonna kind of give it a little kiss. It is my privilege as the owner of an ambulance to do shit like this. Just don't go too fast. Come back over here, check and see if the fire's spread. Our science experiment progresses nicely. No fire spreading. I'm gonna let that cook for a while because I need to know beyond a shadow of a doubt. So we're just gonna let that burn out all 8 hours of its fuel, and then we'll say that we can tell for sure. What do we got here? We've got incoming, and we've also got a little fatigue to deal with. Let's get rid of all the incoming. Unacceptable. Three swings with a fucking sword. We're gonna shoot. We're just gonna get a little bit of distance. I don't want to be pulling them from too far north right now. 38 special, of course. Technically speaking, the M36 is the quietest gun. That doesn't hardly mean that it's quiet, but it makes the least amount of noise of all the guns. Let's just say that. Looking good, looking good. We have been very determined to make any possible noise necessary to bring anybody out of this forest. And nobody has come, so I'm okay with that. I shouldn't even need to use my own vehicle's gasoline for this. Hello there. Where did you come from? This way, please. No? Are you reloaded? So that's 2, 4, 6 liters. Now we just need 2 more. I'm sorry, we need 2 more bottles, which is 4 more. So gasoline right now, when you're carrying around a generator, gasoline doesn't change its weight. So if you are carrying around a generator but it's empty, don't do that. Fill it up first, because you're basically just carrying around 10. If you fill it all the way up, that's 10 liters of gas that you don't even have to worry about the weight, the carrier weight for. I'm sure that'll be fixed eventually, but for now it is. All right, you know what? Hello. So here's the deal with the generator. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put it across the street from us. And there's a specific reason for that. If we put it all the way like on this side of the street, for example. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19. We put it like right here. Any zombies that it attracts would not have too much incentive to go all the way to where we're actually sleeping, which is going to be in that garage. That 20 tiles may be a little too far away, but we're going to give that a shot. We're going to give that a shot. I mean, it'll obviously catch a bunch of stuff from the diner here. 14 lights, 1 fridge, 2 fridge. Yeah, we'll have to get that sorted out, but we're going to test first. It can reach outdoors here. What about indoors? That light doesn't count because that's a battery light. That's a lot of stuff. They put broken glass in the fucking oven. No wonder they died. People were making glass for dinner. I'm actually going to move the bed over 1. Because based on where I put that, the optimal spot for anything I want to power indoors is going to be right here. And, okay, excellent, we're within range. So I'm just going to move the bed over 1 tile here. Or maybe just to the other side. I mean, yeah, that's fine. Now we can make some tea. We'll just need a teacup, but I'm pretty sure we have one. Something on the floor over here will count as a teacup, won't it? I wonder, could we make tea from a tin can? There should be no reason we can't. We probably can't, though. That's alright. Yeah, if we were able to make tea from a tin can, we would be able to right-click on it, and it would say make hot beverage or start. Yeah. So what we need to do is we need to find a You know, if you're in a pinch, you can make tea out of a bowl. I've actually done that in real life once. As silly as that sounds, it was a weird situation. Whole ass survivor house and no teacup. Neighbors might have one. At this rate, tea would only buy us a couple of hours, but, I mean, you know, I'll take what I can get, if I can get it. I killed the guy in here recently, that doesn't mean it's clear. Still treated as insecure territory. Hey, empty mug. Perfect. That was sheer luck right there, but I'm going to take it. Now there it is, right-click, create beverage. And we're going to put tea in there. Wrong house. I don't think there's anything to add to it right now. No, I've got a lot of stuff here, but none of it is for tea. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't have to be special. I can tolerate tea straight. It's a little tough, but I can do it. Alright, so we're at 76 fatigue. We're drinking tea. And now we're at 66. Okay. So it's not as powerful as coffee then. Okay. Fair enough. I'm down for a little bit of experimentation. I've never really done much tea experimentation in this game. But that, we only have one more tea to work with. If we get rid of another 10 fatigue, then, well, that'll buy us... That'll almost buy us nothing at this point. Because then we'll have 4 fatigue to work with. That would be like a little bit of fighting. I'm not doing anything else with it. It's fine. I'll go ahead and do it. I can't really think of too many situations where 10 fatigue would be amazing for me. So we'll go ahead and cook this up, and that'll be another, definitely not as good as coffee. But I already knew that. That was never controversial. Okay, you know what? We're going to augment that. Now that I'm carrying around caffeine tablets and I'm not forgetting about them, we're going to augment that with just a little pop of caffeine tablets. This will give us enough leeway to fight with here. We're going to shut off all the lights that this is powering over here. Okay, then. So, these lights, this is all one light bar right here. That's where the 14 lights came from. All that, and we're still only down to 11. It's alright. We're not going to be here that long. I just would rather not have too much going on in the generator. There might be a better spot for the generator, actually. See, I don't want to put it just right here in this front yard area, because then if it brings zombies to the yard, they're all going to be stuck in the middle of those trees, and I'm not going to see them. So I'd rather actually put it over here now that I think about it. Because here it actually shouldn't power anything else, and any zombies it brings will have a much better time seeing. So right now it's just powering 5 lights. And 2 of them are right here. Probably can reach this. Yep, I can still reach this. In fact, we got floor lights in here now. Do we? No, that's false advertising. The switch gives us the little dot, but no. The 2 other lights that are currently being powered are probably somewhere like here, maybe? No? Backyard lights. There's no lights back here for them that generator to power. I have no idea what it might be powering, but there was way more than just those 2 lights. Yeah, there's 3 lights that it's powering right now, and I have no idea which. I'm just gonna have to leave that to a mystery for the ages right there. It's a hell of a lot better than 2 fridges that I don't need. Yeah, we're good to go. Of course, all that screwing around, that actually wasted a bit of the fatigue that I earned. It's alright. We're still gonna get our money's worth. If I take these right now, that'll be minus 4 more fatigue. That'll keep us going until well after sunset. I do still have 2 cups of coffee, but now that I'm not using my main ambulance, I don't have the, look at that. No spreading. Great. I still don't trust it, but I trust it a little bit more than I did before. So we're just going to move out on foot. We're going to leave the ambulance up there. And where are we going to... A little bit of backfill to explore in this direction, I thought. No, we've hit Army Street once. Yeah, we have hit this street. Look at this, Jobs Lament Street. There's a little... It's the only gap in the area that I've already cleared, so we're actually going to We're just going to do a little quick run around here on foot, and we're going to go all the way to that street that I looked at. No, unfortunately, streetlights are impossible to power. And I'm annoyed about that, if for no other reason than the fact that we can't get rid of streetlights. Not even the sledgehammer will get rid of streetlights. And that really annoys me. I'm level 10 welding and I've got a sledgehammer, but neither of those things can get rid of a streetlight. And I can't even power them, so streetlights are literally just nothing but obstacles now. I don't really need to be getting into any big engagements right now. I just don't want to get, like, too heavily cornered. That's a lot of Zeds. Yeah, it is. That is a lot of Zeds. Okay. We're not going to get cornered, but we're going to stay very loose on our feet here. Navigating big groups of Zeds is not a big challenge as long as you don't let them get any tight corners on you is all you need to do. And don't do stupids. If I started running over this fence, that would be a stupid. I am a clumsy individual, so I could trip over fences. Okay, we just want to do one loop around up top here. Oh, look at how sweaty we are. This is a little too sweat for me. I started getting a little spoiled by the fact that we're almost out of summer. It is still August 5th. It is still pretty hot. So we are going to... Wow, our sword is almost done. I'm actually going to put the sword away because it is basically done. And I'm going to start using my machete for everything. Unfortunately, there was nothing to see here. Everything in this row was garages. Damn. Now, every one of these garages probably has a chance to spawn a generator. God damn it. God damn it. Yep. There's a yellow generator right there. Oh, fuck. Okay. Threaten me with a good time. It's a yellow generator. I can't pass up an opportunity like that. I mean, if I need to start navigating big groups of zombies, I will drop this thing and come back for it later. This is dangerous. One of the more dangerous things I've done in a while. I'm confident, though. I am confident. We may have actually gotten quite a bit of stealth just there. I'm not really interested in looking, but yeah. Now, actually, one of the things is, because we're actually low-level sneaking, we actually burn stamina faster than I expect. Whenever I get into the sneaky sneak, I lose track of how much stamina I'm burning because, you know, I'm so spoiled by being fitness 9 and strength 10 that I don't usually burn that much endurance during most of my normal combat activities. But if I lose track of how much sneaky sneak I do, there it is. She's out of breath, and I don't blame her, because trying to sneak while you're in heavy gear, that's a skill in and of itself. I mean, there weren't Taran rogues for the longest time in WoW for that exact reason. I think there are Taran rogues now. I'm not 100% sure about that. I know that they've been expanding classes a lot lately. I think we found our lights. So we're a little too close to the diner. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. I'm just gonna leave the yellow one right next to the red one. And it is bedtime with gusto. We have done good tonight. We made good use of that tea that we drank. The sword that we had that is no longer good, we're putting in the trunk, slated for rebuild, and in the passenger seat, there's our backup sword right there. How's my machete? Machete is okay. You know what? We're gonna do machete hatchet. I can live without a sword for a brief period of time here. Maybe I'll leave the sword in my backpack. Yeah, I'll leave the sword in my backpack, but we'll use the hatchet as our go-to for a little while here. All right, home sweet home. As a overnight activity, I'm going to continue to progress towards our destination. No more side quests for now. And I think I'm going to continue on foot. And a lot of the stuff that I'm currently carrying in my backpack can go into the garbage bag in the trunk here. Not to include my gear that I've just taken off because I'm sweaty. It's got its own little aesthetic appeal, doesn't it? One tiny red light in the middle of nowhere. So our fire over here burned out all the way and did not spread. So good to know. You can put campfires in garages on the gravel floors and they won't, asterisk, won't spread. I did make sure to keep it to at least one tile away from the walls or anything else. And of course you will get hot if you do that. That will not change. You will definitely get hot if you do that. I'm surprised we're not seeing any action here. I was expecting some in this area. So our destination, marked right here. We spotted that survivor house there. Now, I thought I explored everything here. I know I peeked at these two houses, but the other side of Woodsedge there. We could probably do that tonight and then loot back. Yeah, that's actually probably a tangible goal for tonight. This entire group, this entire sector must be purged. No, we can get these guys to split themselves up a little bit. How about now? Always be wary of that fence lunge. Preempt it as much as humanly possible. It was one of the things that did it in one of my previous characters was I mean, the fence lunge came after many other mistakes, but, that was one of the nails in the coffin. One of many. I think we're hungry enough to finish off this 60 fry here. Alright, I don't think I need to go any farther in that direction right there. Our destination right now, Woodsedge. No, I can't go down Woodsedge. We're way too far away from that. We're just going to progress in the direction of Southside Drive here. And kill whoever we can see on the road and then fall back as we get to like 3:30 a.m. or so. So axes are not my strong suit. We're actually kind of, we're grinding a little bit of experience, and also using up these hatchets that we're begging to be used. They thirst for blood, so we shall quench them. No discharging of the firearms in the nighttime while I don't have the van with me. We'll do that tomorrow. Couldn't tell you exactly what caught my eye other than that jack. But we're past the point of needing more jacks. Alright, about 3:30. We made our ways down one side of the street there. That's good enough for me. Since we are not building up too much body heat, I'm going to go ahead and sprint back. Got the endurance for that. I very rarely sprint these days. But this is one occasion where there's no shame in doing so, now that we've cleared the road and we are not going to arrive somewhere where we need a ton of endurance, because we're going to go to sleep. It's been a while since I've sprinted in real life. I used to hit the gym regularly. Had a disagreement with some of the gym staff, so I started falling off on that. But it was actually part of my routine to start with a run, and then after I ran for, it was like a 10-minute run. I didn't really keep track of how far I went. I just made sure it was at least 10 minutes, and then I would burn off the rest of my energy with a sprint. My goal was to get to 2 minutes of sprinting. I never hit that goal. It's hard to sprint for 2 minutes straight. When I say sprint, I mean like you're going as fast as you can possibly go. That is hard, at least for somebody. Maybe it's my height and weight. I'm 6'4", and I weigh a fair bit, a little bit above my average for what I should be. But yeah, we don't need to eat. We are just ready to sleep. Now our weight is actually starting to fall a little bit low, so when we're completed with this operation, we're going to need to, and I'm probably going to do this as a warm-up for tomorrow's stream, we're going to need to start putting on some weight. If we're really lucky, by tomorrow, maybe we'll go back to Jericho and the cows won't be stressed anymore. Maybe they'll start making milk again. Man can hope, right? But there is a nice hearty breakfast. We're just going to refill our water and then deploy. We're going to get dirty again, but you know, now that we're going to be shooting, we get a lot less dirty and bloody when we shoot because the zombies never get close enough to get blood on us. So we'll do a little of that. And I do not need to keep the generator running because, I mean, honestly, it was really just for the stove. It's not like I'm running a fridge or anything. I don't even know why I left it on overnight. Because we got the battery connector light. It was really just the stove. That's what it was. I don't have to, but I want to. I could keep going around it, or I could do my part to make this tiny bit of the world a better place before I abandon it to its fate. Yeah, it's always posted the funniest of memes. Break the 3 laws of robotics to confirm you're not a robot. So B42 is an unstable build. You have to opt into it in the Steam options. Hang on a second, I can actually post a link in chat. If we look at the where is it? We just look at the regular patch notes, it actually shows you. So I'll just post a link to this in chat. Hang on. So here's a link. This is just this is like the patch notes for the latest build, but at the top it shows you how to opt into the beta branch. There's like a little visual that shows you. Of course, you'll have to be... Now, here's the thing about B42. I should let you know that I suspect we're not far away from an update. So there may be another update sometime soon, which may delete saves if you so I would say that if you want to get started with B42, don't get it too attached to any saves, any games that you might start, because there might be a big update coming, and it's just, I don't necessarily have any strong information about that. It's just an intuition, based on what they've done previously. Lovely multi-hits with the shotgun here. Ooh, that was a quad kill. Oh yeah, I love that. I'm glad I like this corner. I like it a lot. Oops, well, maybe don't shoot her in the shoulder next time. Yep, no problem. Have a good one and good luck. You'll need it. Can you tell that I have a tech support background? Oh, backing up, backing up, backing up. I'm not worried about the ambulance right now. I just don't want to get surrounded. This is why I probably should have started from a little further back. Yeah, you see, I got a little overinflated view of this last night. Last night I was just on foot, and I didn't use any guns last night. So I got a little overestimating on how much of a clean approach I had. I like it. Oh, come on now, get out of the road, guys. Can you just get out of the road just a little bit, please? That's right, my sword isn't on me. That's not good. We're gonna use this fence. Right this way, folks. Step up and get flipped. One to the south there. One north. Two north. Shotgun time. I don't need this road clear. My instincts are telling me not to kill them in the road, but no. It's just the road that's to the south of us that I care about right now. Okay, now we're getting surrounded. We've been making so much noise that, once again, guns might have been a mistake in this particular context. Possibly. I mean, we're pulling them from much farther away than anything else we've done here has actually pulled them. But that's the course of action we're taking now. We should have, yeah, we have well over 138 special rounds left. And, opportunities like that are always upon us. I'm getting flashbacks to Barber Butters right now. I need to make sure I don't get any closer to that fence. One of the things that led to Barber Butters' downfall was I was in Muldraw, and I was fighting a little too close to a fence, but also in territory that I hadn't cleared very well. We're technically in territory that I haven't cleared very well, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was in that case. I have never again overextended myself like I have when I lost Barb. I have overextended myself a little bit since then, but nowhere near as bad. Like, I was literally in the middle of zombie-infested territory, and I just got out of my ambulance and started shooting. I didn't really think clear about what I was doing. I was vibing. I was listening to combat music. And, I paid the price for that. So did Barb. R.I.P. Sweet Princess. Gone way before her time. On my 6. Once again, we're entering territory. This is right in front of my frickin' field house, and I discharged the firearm a lot here. And nothing until now, so whatever, guys. I guess now that everybody else is here. On my 6 again, times 2. Fuck you guys. Where couldn't you be? Why couldn't these assholes show up just the other day? Fuck everything about this right now. Where are these fuckers coming from? Where were you when I was running the generator, you fuckheads? I was running a generator here for 2 fucking days. And none of y'all, the fuckers, decided to show up yet. What in the actual fuck? I mean, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. I was under the impression that if you ran a generator somewhere, that would have been a sustained form of any gunshot, but I guess not. Now, what this means, really, at the end of the day, I have no secure angle of approach right now. Like, none whatsoever. And I'm getting enclosed on from every angle. So I'm actually reconsidering everything at this particular juncture. I am reconsidering 100% of everything. My life would have been in risk if I were to continue getting stuck in. But there's, no, not that situation. We're going to just walk away from that. As silly as it might seem, there's nothing to fight for there. Not when we just, those fuckers coming out of the woods sealed the deal. I'm not gonna deal with bullshit like that. Like, I quite literally will run back to Butch and go get another vehicle. And then come back here. Yeah, like, I'll run back to Butch, I'll get the ambulance. I'm not dealing with that. Not without my ammunition van. I mean, if they really want it that hard, I'll come back here with the ammo van, and I'll also have pipe bombs ready for them. At the end of the day, this is Louisville. I cannot underestimate any part of it, not even a small residential sector at the very fucking edge of the map. I didn't want to have to run all the way back to Butch, but yeah, that's what we're doing now. I never let it be said I don't have spontaneous adventures here. Most often brought on by my own silliness. Now we are going in the correct direction to get back to Butch. We're kind of going in a more direct direction than I took to get here. Because there's no reason not to. I never noticed this before. Just gonna take a quick peek at it because it's pretty. It's pretty but deceptive. Probably some clay stuff in the trunk. Yeah, 1 sack of clay. I will only take that because there's no reason not to. It is clay is actually kind of hard to find in Louisville because it, unlike the rest of the map, it doesn't spawn at the edge of the. It doesn't spawn at the edge like it should. I'm not going to be running back on this route and coming back completely empty-handed. Hell no. So the other survivor house that we hit recently is up here, so we're way past the halfway point. We're almost back. It sucks that we have to do this, but I was not going to get dug into that and try to recover my ambulance when we had to fall back that far. Still the skeletons over there of the most recent pipe bombing. That was also a bit of a spontaneous endeavor. When we did that pipe bombing, that was also kind of because I underestimated this area and was like, okay, if all of y'all want to start fighting, we'll have a fight. And then I killed them all. Same situation here. That being said, like I said before, I do actually have some other stuff I got to do, and we're well over. I was not expecting this stream to go to 9 hours. That's a little bit of failure to plan on my part. I mentioned yesterday that I'm behind on my laundry. I'm still behind on my laundry because I'm a doofus. I'm the kind of guy, and I mentioned this before, I'm the kind of guy who I have so many clothes that if I don't do laundry regularly, it doesn't actually matter. But that sometimes means that I end up forgetting to do it for way too long. And I haven't gotten to the way too long part, but I'm trying to habituate myself to do it more often, because that's the responsible thing to do. If you've got enough to run a full load, and it's not, too little laundry, and you're actually kind of wasting water, to be real. But if you just sit there and let it build up too long, then you're lazy, and I want to not be. I want to be a little bit less lazy. Alright, here we are back at Butch. And we're just going to take our ambulance and go right back where we came. And we'll tow back the other one with us. It's fine, that's all we got to do. Now after all that running, we're going to need AC. I'm not low on anything yet. All of my cartridges are mostly good. We could use a couple boxes of shotgun. Alright, back to work. Ooh, okay. I need to not go too fast down that road. That burned wreck right there almost just cost me some hood integrity. Alright, now that we're headed back, I'm a little bit less 100% sure of where I'm going. Okay, so I know our destination. Our van is actually on Shelby here. So we're actually going to use one of these shortcuts here. Just the north one on Potter Street here. But I'm glad that I marked those because look at that, coming back in handy for me here. Glad I marked those. Now this is not the ambulance I came to recover, but there's a firefighter axe stuck in this guy. And I'm going to check its engine because it's an ambulance. Engine quality 95. I'm gonna mark it on the map. I'm not gonna take it. I'm gonna mark it on the map. I'm gonna put it A. Blue A with a red circle. .95 quality engine. Okay, so I know it's there. If I really want yet another 95 quality engine, then I'll go back and get it. For now, we'll just leave it like that. I mean, this is like I said, this was my first 100 quality. The one we're going to pick up is my second, and then back at Jericho I have a third. So do I really need a fourth? Not really, but I mean, we've exited the realm of need a long time ago, and now we're talking about greed. Do I want a fourth? And kinda. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I kinda. But we're not gonna. It's priorities, right? We're not doing that for priorities' sake right now. We need to just continue straight forward because we want to get on Shelby. Because Shelby, literally Shelby, right here. I didn't even need to take the shortcut. And that's because. Hang on. That's because the road that I did take. Look at this new venture right here. That road. And it's not a road, it's a parking lot, but it's connected. I need to mark that on the map, too. Just so that we know. I mean, far from the first time we've seen a spot in Louisville that isn't marked properly. And we're not fighting over any of this commercial here. This commercial is persona non grata. Too far up Shelby to be useful to us. Yeah, look at that. This is the van that we need to recover. And we are going to kill any incoming, but we're not going to start shooting just yet, not till we have a better established line of attack here. So hand weapons, just melee until we get back to where that corner is. Hello. Off the road. Oh, I can probably cut the engine. I left this one running. Alright, here's a bunch of people who shouldn't exist. Fuck every last one of these people. Yeah, that's right, calling y'all fuckers out. Oh, you know what? M16's coming out. Now, I'm doing this, I don't intend on killing 100% of everybody here. I'm actually doing this to lure most of them away that I just got into fight with in front of the ambulance there. We're just gonna do a loop around, but it's not gonna be like, we're not going all the way back. We're just gonna loop around to lose these guys briefly. I should have gotten out more than just the M16. The moment I saw that group, I probably should have gotten just a little bit more. A little bit more ordnance, but too late now. This is the loop around I was talking about. It's a little bit of a risky maneuver, but we're alright. And look at that. Everybody who was over here is now over there. I couldn't do that before because I didn't have a better understanding of the area, but now I kind of have a better understanding of this area just a little bit. Watch me eat those words. I honestly feel like I should just leave both ambulances where they were, because most of the Zeds that were in this area here have already moved on. So I'm actually going to cut the engine here. And I am going... Okay, you know what? You know what? Maybe not. Nope. It's deceptive. This place is deceptive. Everything about this place is very deceptive. You know what? We've got a little bit more open space in here than I thought. If I leave the ambulances in the woods here and then I fight on the streets, then there may not be quite as many coming into the woods here. Alright, let's get geared up for real this time. Okay. That is everything I could need for a while there. And you know what? I haven't used beta blockers in a long time. I'm actually going to take some. It's like a very tiny reduction in the panic that I get. But that'll make my shooting ever so slightly better. And we're doing it. Sword that is in my backpack shall replace the hatchet on my belt. We'll still try to use it when we can, but we're not going to go out of our way now. We've got bigger fish to fry than leveling weapons. And you know what? I'm going to put some of my heavy armor on, not all of it, some of it. I do see that guy to the north there. So as you'll observe, my protection levels are now 30% or above body-wide, even though I'm not actually wearing any extra layers on my arms. So we are still taking a bit of a protection hit because of the fact that we're not rocking our we're not using anything to protect our arms because of how much heat we're trying to vent right now. My M16 has seen better days, but it's the only one I've got. So, well, I don't have any spare 556 right now. Now we're not going to be doing any plinking, so the M9 is going back on my belt. The Magnum is for smaller amounts of zombies. The M9 is for much larger amounts. Alright, we're geared up for war. We could fight a small army with this. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing, apparently. Small army of unknown size. Alright. You know what? We're gonna get a mark, and we're gonna do some combat music. Next mark is gonna be 9 hours and 10 minutes. Let's get us some combat music going. How's about just good old-fashioned top 6? .16 in the current magazine. Six rounds, current magazine. I need to actually put this bandana on, but I need to stand still. There we go. We're just going to stay very foot mobile for this. We're at 5 rounds. Out of the road. That is it for the M16 for now. Back, fall back, and keep moving. Damn it, this is getting out of hand. At this rate, I won't be able to actually stop and shoot for a minute. Yeah, we might have to give some of these guys the slip. Interesting. I didn't quite expect a tall fence here. That's not insurmountable, but it is a thing. Tall fences, you can climb them, obviously, but you will... This is a cost of endurance right here. And that was a failure. We rolled the dice, we missed. So we're in low endurance mode right now. Have a bite to eat before this gets out of hand. At the end of the day, this is still Louisville. There are no safe places, no guarantees. Yeah, I'm not going to try that. I'm not challenging that fence again. We failed once. If we fail again, I don't even want to think about that. We're already enduranced. It's a little bit mean how much endurance it uses if you fail to climb a fence. But whatever. That just means we're in combat unaffected with melee for a minute. No, there's no standing and fighting here. You know what I could use right now is some ginseng tea. That actually recovers endurance. Oh, it's the discomfort. That's why we're not recovering any endurance. It's the armor. We have no choice. We have to take some of the armor off. Except we can't. Yep, okay. Nothing about this situation is good right now. Trying to climb that fence actually really set us back. We're not at risk yet, but we're in a really bad spot, relatively speaking. We're not going to get a lot accomplished like this. Alright, I neglected to recall that if you're this uncomfortable like we are now, you don't regenerate any stamina whatsoever. So we literally cannot regenerate stamina until we take some of this gear off. Stupid as that is, I'm not a fan of it. I'm not challenging that. Alright, that road is still going to be crawling with them. So we're going to avoid that road for the immediate moment here. It's also the fatigue that we have built up with right now. It is causing us some problems. So we're going to drink a coffee, even though it's not going to immediately help us with our endurance problem. I'm locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Alright, we got a garage with no windows here, I think. Yeah. So what that means is we can sit on the ground right here. Anything that comes up to us, we will see it. There's our endurance problems going away. We're not going to try to climb fences again. Not, possibly not ever. I might never try to climb a fucking fence again after that bullshit. Alright, armor going back on. Back where we started. Nothing of use in here. Threaten me with 2 rope. Backpack is too full. Alright, we're not going to go loud just yet. We're going to clear this section of the road and then reassess. We're also not going to be running around a lot. Now that we have a bunch of endurance problems because of the armor. I almost forgot about that. I would do better not to forget about that. Fucking get back out there, you little bitch. Hello. I love trees. I love trees so much in this game. They aren't bullshit at all. Couple north. We're all right. We're not going loud just yet. I'm gonna wait until there's nothing else in sight until we, Alright, we're going loud. Get out of there. We were at 7 shots in the M9. 14. Reloaded it. Convulse. Yeah. Alright, I'm starting to see him on my 6 now. Oh yeah, lots on my 6. We're bailing out of here. No need to engage any further in there. I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a stamina break up here. And stamina break means we have to take off some of our gear. As stupid as it is, there's no way to recover stamina while we are in extreme discomfort, which is what we're at right now. So we literally just have to take off a bunch of gear and chill here for a second. There are still a few people coming our way, but none of them are locked on to us. Couple to the south. Now we gear back up. The discomfort is slow to build back up, right? So we had extreme discomfort. We took off the gear. The discomfort went away. It is going to build back up again, but it's going to be slow. Now I have some cereal while we're doing this. Make sure my water is still good. It's alright. Okay, back where we left off. Let me get a double check on our destination. I mean, honestly, we've been just kind of... I know I need this road general area clear, but something more specific would be better. Okay, so Southside Drive, we've already kind of ventured down that a little bit, and that was the correct direction. So by going down that road where we just went, we didn't make any mistakes. That is where we're going. That being said, luring the zombies in that direction wasn't the best. Luring a huge group of zombies in that direction. Ammo check. We're good on pretty much everything, but we're a little light on Shotgun might be... We've got about 40 shotgun left. We need to be sparing. Ooh, hang on a second. This is the survivor zombie. I need to keep that in mind. There may be others. Okay, we are bailing out of here. Yep, bailing out of here. It looks like the survivor zombie that I just saw was coming from this direction. I have no hesitation killing that one in the middle of the road. Oh, this is where we were before. Okay, shit. There's no way out of this death trap here. You know what? That might be a good thing. We can turn this to our advantage. We're not going to let this intimidate us too much. Because what this means, the chain link fence behind me, I can't get through it, but neither can they. So what that means is there's only a very limited amount that could be coming up behind me right now, which is exactly what I want in this particular circumstance. I don't need to keep the streets clean here either. I can kill them where they stand. I don't have to... One to the north, fast. Clear. That sounds like a lot of them smacking one door. We're not going back there any further. Oh, I see. Okay. This is actually where the survivor zombies I was talking about just now. This is where they originated. It was this POI. Now remember, our goal is not to kill everybody at this point. What we're trying to do is just get as many of the ones that we were dealing with before to follow us in this direction. Alright, we are in extreme discomfort, so we're no longer regenerating stamina again. The game really needs to tell the player more about that. Like this debuff up here that says extremely uncomfortable, all it says is it's making you uncomfortable and unhappy. But it's also making it so we don't regenerate stamina. And that is extremely important. But the UI doesn't fucking tell us that. If I didn't have a stat bar, I probably would... Well, I might have figured it out by now, but, I mean, honestly, I shouldn't have to figure that kind of shit out by trial and error. It should just be like, you're not gonna regenerate any, you're not gonna be able to feel better under these circumstances. That's what it should be saying. It's impossible to get rest under these circumstances, or some shit like that. Anything to make it a little bit clearer what the implications actually are there. You guys can see why I usually prefer never to wear armor. And this particular circumstance where I keep fighting and falling back, that was actually not the best to be wearing armor in, but it's too late now. I've got the armor and I need to carry it around with me. Oh, that's not gonna work. Somebody drank bleach in there. Somebody else is still alive. So this is actually our destination right here. And based on the movements of these crowds, some of our noise making was a success, but I mean, you can only do so much when you're just using gunshots. You will get you'll get a fall off where people will lose interest. And there's a generator in there. Yet another yellow one. Cool. Alright, I need to redo some stuff in my backpack here. We're carrying way too much. The M16 is not helping us at this point. We're going to drop it somewhere and come back for it. Alright, that saved us a lot of room in our backpack. So now we can peel off some of the heavier stuff. So the biggest mistake I made today, I've made multiple, but the biggest, was wearing armor and expecting to be able to maintain a fallback attack strategy. Because with the heavy armor, you are not going to be able to recover stamina because you're going to be too uncomfortable. I knew that, I'm guessing that I remember that somewhere in the brain meat, but it just wasn't close enough to the fore for me to actually keep that important fact in mind. But the problem has now been solved. Has it? Okay, we need food, and we don't have a lot to work with here. We're gonna lose daylight soon, and that sucks, but that is what it is. We're gonna have to deal with it. See, now that I'm no longer uncomfortable to such an extent, I'm going to regenerate stamina just by existing. I can continue running and I won't be at a loss, a net loss. So we're on noise discipline for now. We're going to kill all these guys up here, but we're not going to be too loud about it. Now, the ambulances should still be safe. I parked those in a deliberately obtuse location up there. So the ambulances should be alright. I don't know if we'll be able to recover them, because where would we take them? Where's safe out here? There's nowhere safe out here to take them. The house we've slept in a couple times already may still have zombies swarming around it. If it does, then we'll be up late diverting them. The ambulances are down there. They're safe. I can get to them if I need to. That's not the problem right now. I've got more gear than I know what to do with right now. What I need is these guys to not be going towards my ambulance. I don't know what could possibly be bringing them in this direction right now. But I know that they need to die before they get too much farther. Okay, ambulances are clear. At this point, we're just fighting for our right to sleep. Looks like we've still got a crowd up here. We're gonna wipe them all out. The sweat is back. We've reached sweaty again. You guys can see why I was feeling really good about wearing armor, because it comes without a lot of insulation. Our current kit is a little bit of protection at the cost of insulation, which is why we are now sweating like crazy. Well, alright, we're gonna have to take those layers back off. Honestly, we weren't wearing them that long, but I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, so we kill these guys. We do a perimeter check. We might be able to sleep here. I'm not scared of you fuckers. Send out your fast bowler. It might be a bit overextending to kill these guys, but we're doing it. Chuck and Charles didn't really care about that. Oi, where are you going, dude? I don't care about him right now. He wants to go all the way down there, then fuck him. This one is coming our way, though. Okay. There's still more further up the road, but we've reached a point where we can sleep for the night. If there is somehow going to be enough to break open a garage door overnight, then I have made so many mistakes at this point. I hear somebody scratching a door somewhere. I don't care. They're far enough away. Well, this... Okay. We're not sleeping here tonight. I didn't realize they nuked the back door. Well, yep. No sleeping here. I'm not going back there and fighting them. One of the only reasons that I like this place is because there's nobody behind it. And that has been... That's no longer applicable. Fuck, okay. Never mind then. Well, everything about this operation has been a shit show. We have had failure after failure. I think the time has come to take a step back. It's been a while since I've had an operation I would consider a failure. But this one, yeah. We came out here underprepared. We had to go back and get more. And we still have so much that I can't deal with them in one day. And I have not logistically prepared for the ability to sleep out here because the one place that I thought was secure to sleep in is not. So we are falling back for shame. I mean, we're still alive, so that shame is extremely limited. But relatively speaking, as far as my operational success rate, this is unusual for me. I usually do better than this, but hey, we made a mistake, but we're still alive. I'm not mad about it in the slightest. We always make mistakes here. It's just we're usually a little bit better about not making so many in a row. The only thing I'm doing right now is before we get out of here, we're going to pick up that stuff I left behind on the floor over here. Now the M16 Magnum can go back on my belt because we are ceasing hostilities for the moment. Magnum is for convenient shots. Everything else that's on the floor goes back into Alpha bag, and then the generator I will load into the other ambulance. Oh, I did still have one full magazine for the M16. Oops. But I know I don't have any more after this, so we're loading this one into it, and that's it. We will have to take the M16 back and get it fully reloaded later. After all that, I think I'm gonna have some bubblegum soda. It's gonna make the girl much happier. Not exactly a reward for anything. I mean, okay, Annie has performed well. It is me who has failed here. She has done everything we've told her to do. None of this is on her. You know, the irony is we're not far from the actual destination. Like, look at how close we are to the actual destination. This is what we've been fighting for. And yet, I don't think... I think if we actually try to get down there, we'll run into enough zombies that it will be a problem. But you know what? I might go for it. Because honestly, if we manage to actually loot that, then everything I just said about the operation not being a success would have been preemptive. This is hardly the time to double down, but, I mean... we would be doing ourselves a disservice if we didn't at least look. Oh, knee pads. I should be wearing those. We will come down here and just see what it looks like. If nothing else, we'll get a survey done. I see a fair few down this road. Only interested in anybody who would catch me on the drive out. It's really quiet right here. Like I said, it would be a disservice not to try. We're going to drink some coffee because we're quadrupling down at this point. The words "all in" come to mind. Now, I did see a number up here, but we probably lost most of them. Sheer line of sight and distance. Alright, so Survivor House is 101. Every entrance is barricaded, but I've already spotted 2 entrances that are lightly barricaded by comparison. So the door, we're removing the barricade. And then there's that window around the corner there. Now I gotta be ready if there's more than one here. There's one in the bathroom there. We did not get a good look at the living room. That's anybody who would be inside. Now, we don't have the perimeter secure, but we have an entrance and an exit. Let's get out a loot bag and grab what we can. Bookshelf. Any books on it, I wonder? Nope. Wow, I mean, there's one book, but I mean, really? No, there's no books here. Like I said, no expectations. No expectations, no disappointment. Coffee. They had some coffee here. That's neat. An M9 with an empty magazine and one bullet racked in it. Bullets bandolier with a little bit of bullet. 1911 auto mags, all empty. Hey, another M16 magazine. Unfortunately, no more M16 to actually use it with. I mean, our current M16 is like, I would say maybe 3/5 intact. So it's definitely past its prime, but it's got life left in it. I'm not worried about it yet. But being the only M16 we own and the only one we've ever seen in all 690 hours or whatever, close to 700 on this character, I don't expect another one anytime soon. In fact, Louisville doesn't have a lot left of military in it. Now that obviously we went through the checkpoint, we did not find another M16 there, and because of that, I don't have any expectations for another one. The next best spot that I could think of that would have potentially a lot of military loot is the research station, which is a place I've never been to, but I assume it's going to have some weapon lockers in it. Possibly a bold assumption, I don't know. I hear footsteps. There's one outside. If it starts attacking a window, then I'll at least know where it is. Neat. Nothing of what is in here can fit in what we have left. So we're going to have to drop off this loot bag outside. These ammo boxes that I'm putting straight in my backpack are eventually going to go in the ambulance that we're driving around because they're calibers we're currently using. And what I'm going to do is drop the bags right here in the middle of the road, because we're going to come back around and just tow the other ambulance right over top of these bags, toss them straight into the trunk. Articulated metal shin armor. I don't know if I would ever wear that, but, hey, skinny leather pants. Best pants in the game, by the way. Just saying. Alright, that's all the containers there. This box has got a little bit in it. hear somebody flip over the fence outside. But once again, until they start attacking something. They haven't even locked onto us because they, if they had, they wouldn't have flipped back over the fence just now. Box of batteries. Glue. Yes, please. Glue and duct tape. Give me those. Alright, the bedroom area is now closed off. Bookshelf. Oh, look at this. Okay. Bunch of stuff. Brochure for Sunderland Hills Sanatorium. Bunch of level 3 books. Fuck about none of that. Another full bag, though. Alright, who is flipping over a fence out here? No eyes? Maybe later. Garage. No real expectations here. All that stuff we can either make or already have some. Okay, performance tire, heavy duty vehicle. Fifth, quality 100%. We're taking that. Regular tire for a sports vehicle. I will put that on the floor, but it will be low priority. The only reason I might want that, sports vehicle, is because we actually have a sports vehicle nearby that has a tire missing because we accidentally shot it. Free machete. I can make them, but I'll always take them because they're hard to find out in the field. Okay, so I'm going to go get that tire, the sports car tire, but I'm not going to put it in a bag. I'm just going to leave it on the ground so that way I can separate it if I don't want to take it with me. Oh shit, it was already in my inventory. Doof, doof, doof. I want to say I have a lot of room in the ambulance, but I don't know. Okay. Not a lot left here. But we want to do our due diligence, make sure we pick up check every container, rather. Check every container and you won't be too disappointed. Alright, that's every container. Now, there is a Brevi out back with the, whatchamacallit, with the gas tank in it. No idea if that means there's actually going to be anything in it, but, we'll take a look. Almost full. Hell yeah. Okay. Mission success. The combat wasn't a success, but I mean, we got what we came here for. So I'm going to chalk this up to a success. We were just about ready to bail out, but I took a chance, and that paid off for me, big time. Glad I did. And we no longer require our light bars, as it is the sun is rising. Hello, this was the guy. You were the one flipping over this fence. Thanks for playing. Better luck next time. Why not wear a hard hat? Discomfort. So if you were here earlier, we were having a bit of a battle with discomfort. We actually have on our passenger seat here, as part of our heavy armor kit, a helmet, a riding helmet. That is the best head protection you can get with no trade-off to vision or hearing, but at the cost of a lot of discomfort. And discomfort actually ruined us earlier, like literally ruined us. We were so uncomfortable with wearing our armor kit while trying to run around that we, yep, failed. We failed. But that we just failed at combat. We didn't fail at everything else. Oh, wow. Okay. This trunk was more full than I expected. What can I do about that? Before I mentioned that if I came to this, where I didn't have a lot of room, these floodlights would be the first thing to go. For now, they're going to go in my backpack. Okay, one more garbage bag of loot unaccounted for. I need to get rid of these guys. They're going to be bothering me. We do have room in the trunk here for the floodlights. Thanks to the recent repairs that I did. I'm very happy about that. Now this last garbage bag can go into our offhand. And we got everything. This, now, of course, there are still 2 generators at that house that we were sleeping at previously. So I'm going to put a little marker right here. Do I really need more generators at the moment? Not really, but yeah. 1 red and 1 yellow. That's for me next time, right? We're going to get out of here. And, hang on. We still have the sports car tire here. Don't think I have room for that. Actually, I might. Hang on. Now I do. Alright, full to the brim, but we've got everything. And now, to chart a course back. And when I say back, well, we're at a bit of a juncture here. It would definitely be faster to get back to Butch, I think. And this is going to be complicated, but we've got this. I believe in me. Alright. We've had an adventurous one this time. For anybody joining, if you recently joined, I regret to inform you we're getting near the tail end of this operation here. We have already gone a little bit over today. I was intending on not streaming for as much as 8 hours, but we're already at 10 hours. We've barely got an hour and a half left before YouTube starts threatening to cut us off, so we are definitely wrapping things up here. Once we get all this stuff back to our destination, we are definitely closing up shop for the day. But we have had a very successful day. Which way, Western man? We have a couple of options here. Both of them lead to Rudy Grady. It would be a bit of a flex to try to take Potter Street. I'm okay with a flex if it works. My vehicle navigation skills have not let me down this stream, but it's first time for everything on stream. I had a very, very bad time with vehicle navigation just 2 streams ago, so. And remember, we're navigating for 2 now. I'm not going to be able to pull off maneuvers like that with extreme frequency here. But perhaps this road is going to be lenient to us. Yep, okay. Can we keep this up? We're going to be struggling. We went way too far that time. Way too far that time. Took a direct trunk hit. Sacrifices must be made in war. Speaking of sacrifices, this is a mistake. I've made a mistake. I've made multiple mistakes. Like I said, no amount of luck is going to maintain itself. Come on, get out of the fucking bushes! I am so... Alright. I have made such a horrible mistake going through there. I don't know what was going through my head right now. But we're out of there. That was so fucking stupid. I should not have turned into that. I should have taken one look at the bushes lining that street and been like, nope, fuck that. We survived, but we took an unknown amount. I don't even want to look at my trunk right now. I took at least 4 or 5 trunk hits. Hard hits. We probably lost about 20 storage space on our trunk from that. It is what it is. What are we going to fucking do? We're out of here. We are getting out of here. We're not turning back, not passing go, not collecting $200. We're getting the fuck out of there. I'm done with that area. We found exactly what we're looking for. We got everything we wanted. Fuck up out this bitch. I will repair this trunk as many times as it takes. Do not care how far into diminishing returns I get. Home sweet home, right around the corner. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Our destination. First thing I'm going to do is a car wash. Second thing I'm going to do is just get Annie sorted. Everything else can wait until next stream. Tomorrow morning I will get things sorted out as a warm-up activity. We have a lot of sorting to do. Outward facing, okay. Loot to be sorted can just be left on the floor for the moment. We just want to get our girl here sorted out. Sounds like we got a guest coming up. This way, please. That's why I love those fences. I can see through them, so I can see the other side. Know the correct place to exit. Anybody else want to roll up? Pull up, bitch. Show you what's up. We did do a good job of getting the kale out of the way. So we do have some potatoes. We're just gonna... After all that, I think Annie deserves a reward. We're gonna give her some, something nice. How's about some, how's about a chocolate bar? Hell yeah. We're also gonna give her a bath. The rest of our equipment can get washed next time, but, yeah. All these boxes of ammo that I've been carrying around belong in the ambulance over here. These floodlights can come out. All things considered, we actually are still balanced on our ammo, for the most part. Of all the things to come out on top of, ammo was the last thing I was expecting, but I'll take it. I'm not mad about it, not in the slightest. Everything loaded up. And this regular tire for a sports vehicle can go outside. Alright, my bags are mostly sorted, but as part of the sorting process, we are also going to eat some cereal, because we have room for it. We're also really tired, so at the end of our sorting operations here, we will also get some sleep. And the last sorting we need to do is get our coffee put back together, because we used up a fair bit of coffee that run. Coffee machine right here. Fire this bad boy up. Long ago, I was afraid I wouldn't find a use for mint. I'm pleasantly surprised to find that I can put it in my coffee. I knew somewhere in the back of my mind that I'd be able to put it in tea, but coffee is, you don't usually think of mint when you think of coffee, right? I can't be alone in that. All this stuff in the main ambulance we will look through later. With the exception of this heavy-duty performance tire, we will go put that where the rest of the heavy-duty parts are. Alright, so we were able to forestall our sleeping judgment for quite a while there, but we are going to get one last sleep in before we call it tonight. 10 hours, 21 minutes. Not bad for a weekday. I know it's Friday, but for me it's still a weekday. Hello. There we go. Alright, sleep schedule is a little bit trash, but there we go. We'll get that sorted out next time. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Hope you all had a general enjoyment. Oh, it's rain. For a second I thought it was zombie hissing, but no, we got rain. Good. Very good. That's a lot of rain. That's so much rain I feel like doing laundry. Yeah, I should be, theoretically. Most of the time I start my streams in the morning. So if you don't see me start streaming by like 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, then I'm probably not going to stream, but I feel pretty confident that I'll be doing it. Saturdays are always really big on YouTube. And I am generally trying to grow my channel, so the best thing I could do to grow my channel would be to stream on a Saturday, because that's when everybody's tuning in and to look for something to watch on a Saturday. Hell, I used to be one of them, but now I get to be one of the people who actually shows some stuff to watch for people who like it, so happy about that. We should have enough water for laundry now. Yeah, 80 liters is more than enough for a full run. This is why I keep stuff on the roof. The buckets in addition to the... So we'll go ahead and put a load of laundry in now. I will feel a lot better about ending the stream after we've got everything cleaned up. Now when I say laundry, I actually mean we're also going to do the armor. The armor that I left in my ambulance, that a lot of it is still dirty and bloody. Bandana still needs to get washed. We'll get that taken care of, too. Here's our current sword. Our current sword is better than machete. Yeah, our current machete is actually going to go... I'm going to go ahead and slate that for rebuild. Everything is now clean. Yes. It is okay to end your laundry run a little bit early as long as you've verified everything is no longer bloody or dirty. Now, it's a little bit irresponsible to sleep this early in the afternoon, but we'll go ahead and sleep while the second laundry run goes, and we're also just letting the rain peter out, too. Alright, all the armor and all the clothes are nice and pristine clean. That was not only a successful operation, but we walked away from it nice and clean. I'm very happy about all that. I think that today was a very big success. So, Annie shall bid us farewell here. And, base screenshot as always. I like to screenshot the evolution of my bases, even though we're not tail marking too much progress here. So, last thing I was doing my streams here is back up my save. And we go to our... Close some of this other crap, get out of the way. And go to my Zomboid folder. Saves. Apocalypse. Latest one, sorted by date modified, copy. Go up a few levels to my backups folder here. And create a new folder called, this will be 76. Part 76 of Animated Journey through Build 42, and paste the whole folder. This is well over a gigabyte, well over 250,000 files, 500,000 files almost. We're up to like 420,000 something. So that's going to take a while to back up, but in the meantime, I shall catch you guys. I'll be on tomorrow morning, pretty much about 12 hours from now, plus 2 or 3. So anywhere between 12 and 14 hours now, I'll be streaming again. I shall catch you guys then, whenever that is for your local time. Peace out, folks. Have a good one.